We'll start with Hope. If you want to start, introduce the members at the table here, please. We'll go around this way. Please, thank you.
Good morning, Hope Tribble, Director of Fiscal Policy for the Senate Democratic Caucus.
Good morning, Fadi Kadura, Senate District 30, north side of Indianapolis.
Krista Ricci, Fiscal Analyst for the Senate Republican Caucus.
Jeff Thompson, House District 28, Hendricks, Boone, Montgomery Counties.
Ben Tooley, Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republican Caucus.
Lisa Ackelbert, Deputy Budget Director.
Good morning, Greg Reporter, House District 96, Indianapolis.
Eric Gonzalez, House Democrat, Fiscal Analyst.
Good morning, Ed Delaney, House District 86, north side of Indianapolis.
Jordan Lett, Fiscal Analyst for the Senate Republican Caucus.
Liza Sherman, Deputy Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republican Caucus.
All right. Thank you, Chair Thompson, and thank you to esteemed members of the Budget Committee. Thanks for this opportunity to join you today, and I'm very pleased to share Ivy Tech's mission, our progress, and the outcomes in service to Indiana, as well as what the General Assembly might do to support this progress ongoing. So first, thank you for the support that the General Assembly has given Ivy Tech for many years. You can be proud that you have built the nation's largest singly accredited community college system. No other community college system in Indiana has the workforce alignment, the agility, or the scalability that Ivy Tech has. Thanks to your investments, Indiana is truly the envy of 49 other states. And we demonstrate how higher education can operate at the speed of life. So Ivy Tech is Indiana's community college and your largest open access post-secondary institution. We're quickly approaching and expect to surpass 200,000 students this year. 90,000 of those are students who are earning college credit while in high school through our the largest in the nation dual credit and dual enrollment program. We offer more than 70 programs aligned to Indiana's employers. We bring community employers to the table to help design the curriculum that we develop and the skills training offerings as well, so that our graduates leave with the skills that are most in demand for Indiana's companies. We serve all 92 counties through 19 campuses and a total of 45 sites. And Ivy Tech campus or site is truly within 30 minutes of just about every Hoosier. Of course, we also have one of the nation's largest online programs to meet the needs of those Hoosiers who cannot attend in person on a campus. More than 9 in 10 Ivy Tech students is an Indiana resident, with a small fraction of students coming from our border counties such as Louisville, Cincinnati, and Chicago. When you invest in Ivy Tech, you invest in all of Indiana. So who are our students? They don't look like the traditional four-year institutions. They're primarily part-time. More than half are older. 40% are first generation. Almost a quarter have responsibilities like children or parents to care for, and 60% are Pell eligible or lower income. We are Indiana's open access post-secondary institution, so no matter who you are, where you come from, or what stage of life you're in, you can receive a high-quality, industry-aligned credential of value at Ivy Tech. So let's look at enrollment. When I joined Ivy Tech in 2016 as president, enrollment was declining. Today, we're pleased to report the college is seeing its highest enrollment since 2014, with over 100, I talked about almost 200,000, but 195,000 students last year. And as we look at that, over time, our enrollment now has been growing 4 consecutive years. So very proud of that. Our completions aligned to our big goal at Ivy Tech. We set a goal of 50,000 completions per year aligned with Indiana's economy. That was calculated on the needs of Indiana in 2016. Back then, that number was 21,000 completions for comparison's sake. Over these years, we have more than doubled and have one of the highest outcomes in the nation across all post-secondary institutions. Since 2016, the college has increased those industry-aligned credential production by over 119%, and we do expect to hit 50,000 next year. In fact, Ivy Tech now produces nearly half of all post-secondary credentials earned by Indiana students, including graduate degrees. Ivy Tech delivers to Indiana in two more distinctive ways. First, we are the state's largest transfer partner, providing high-quality, affordable bridge to a four-year institution. Second, we are the state's workforce engine, supplying Hoosier employers with the skilled talent they need to win in the future. Indiana has among the nation's strongest transfer laws. Again, kudos to the General Assembly, including things like the Core Transfer Library, the Indiana College Core, which is that freshman year of college, and TSAPs, which are perfectly matched, a two-year associate degree transferring to a four-year. Students who intend to transfer and start their post-secondary journey at Ivy Tech save anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000, depending on where they pursue that bachelor's degree. And the data indicate that they are more likely to succeed there as transfer students than from other institutions. In fact, in 2022, a passport report from IUPUI, now IU Indy, found that Ivy Tech transfer students were retained and graduated from IUPUI at a higher rate than all other external transfers, except Purdue West Lafayette. Purdue West Lafayette's own study of transfers in 2018 showed that students bringing Ivy Tech credit performed just as well as the native students on the Purdue campus, but they had an actual 50-point lower SAT score. I call that grit. Ivy Tech transfers also brought in 45 credits on average, while transfers from other schools brought in 30. And yes, you are seeing that bar chart correctly. Today, we have more students transferring into Ivy Tech than transferring out to a four-year institution. Since 2022, we've seen a sharp increase in the number of students who are transferring to Ivy Tech. I believe it speaks to our commitment to our mission, to our students, to our employers, and the high-quality credentials that we provide. Indiana's high school outcomes are also the envy of the nation. Ivy Tech is the nation's largest NACEP accredited institution. That is the accrediting body for all those dual credit providing institutions, serving more than 91,000 high school students in over 400 high schools and career centers. The majority pursue dual credit, where they take Ivy Tech courses delivered by a credentialed high school teacher. Others pursue dual enrollment, where they are taught by an Ivy Tech faculty member on one of our campuses or affiliated sites. More than 7,200 students earned their first credential while they were in high school, including over 2,200 completions of the Indiana College Core, that freshman year equivalent, which means those students can complete college in 3 years, saving an entire year of tuition. Some students even complete a full associate degree while in high school. Last year, we awarded more than 3,800 credentials to high school seniors, positioning them for immediate entry into the workforce or further higher education. So in all cases, what does that mean? Hoosier students and families win, saving over $110 million in tuition alone. And just as a reminder, Ivy Tech dual credit is free. And we provide the high-value credentials that allow graduates to enter the workforce and higher wage, high-demand careers. Welcome, Senator Mishler. Good morning. All right, which leads to Ivy Tech's most notable role as Indiana's workforce engine. Many of you know we were born as a technical college in 1963 and are still very proud of that, as over 60% of our students still are in those kinds of programs, planning to use that degree, certificate, certification, or skills training to get a job, to get a promotion, to improve their career, or get a better job and career. Our faculty are from industry, and we do not have a tenure system, ensuring our instructors are laser-focused on preparing students for workforce success. We also serve as the largest apprenticeship population in the nation, both union and ABC, with over 11,000 students earning while they learn. And nearly 50% of all manufacturing credentials that are earned in Indiana are coming from Ivy Tech. As the first higher education institution to offer an Industry 4.0 degree, it is no wonder that Eli Lilly, Samsung, Entech, and SK Hynix all chose both Indiana and Ivy Tech as their workforce partners. We know we're experts in and we fully support Indiana's advanced manufacturing economy. So, as automation and AI continue to transform the economy, Ivy Tech will continue to be the destination for reskilling and upskilling. Since 2017, more than 50,000 students have used the generous support of this Indiana General Assembly to pursue more than 120 high-demand short-term credentials at Ivy Tech through the Workforce Ready Grant program. Over 35,000 students have completed those credentials, those short-term credentials and certifications aligned to the state's high-wage, high-demand jobs. What a huge win for Hoosiers. If you recall, the Commission for Higher Education studied the impact of those earnings on those who had completed credentials and found that they, on average, were earning $6,000 more upon completion of that Workforce Ready Grant credential. So at a time when Hoosiers are increasingly skeptical of the value of a college education or degree, Ivy Tech stands out because, simply put, Ivy Tech delivers. 9 years ago, the Indiana General Assembly, this General Assembly, told us our offerings were not aligned to the needs of Indiana's workforce. Today, Ivy Tech is a different college, and we're serving students, employers, and Indiana's communities arguably better than ever before. So here's how we deliver to Indiana, for employers and for students. We deliver for the state of Indiana in that there is not a higher performing statewide community college in the nation. And I can tell you this because many states, including the one just to our south, is trying to become like us. As I mentioned, our single accreditation allows the college to move with agility and scale, to adjust and then to replicate those good programs, those workforce-aligned offerings, and proven student success practices across the state when and where needed. It allows us to work at scale with more than 400 high schools and career centers, with the Department of Education, with DWD, with the IEDC, with the Commission, with statewide associations and employers, and all of Indiana's four-year institutions. Importantly, more than 4 out of 5 Ivy Tech alum live and work in Indiana after graduation. We know how crucial it is to keep the skilled talent in Indiana. Ivy Tech graduates stay in and can contribute to Indiana. In fact, our alumni generate more than $4 billion in added income to the state every year. And to support the implementation of transformational federal legislation, such as Senator Todd Young's CHIPS and Science Act, Ivy Tech is proud to be the education and training partner to 3 regional tech hubs, designations that will be attracting millions of dollars in investment and will create thousands of new high-wage, high-demand jobs in Indiana over this next decade in industries including biotech, microelectronics, and clean hydrogen production. We deliver for employers. That's why Eli Lilly, Samsung, and Indiana's hospital systems are turning to Ivy Tech to meet their workforce needs. In 2023, Eli Lilly gave Ivy Tech $15 million to fund a 1,000-person talent pipeline. We are implementing biopharma pathways in high schools and expanding our programs across multiple central Indiana campuses to meet that demand. We have a new Lilly biopharmaceutical lab at the Indy campus and new Industry 4.0 labs at 16 Tech. Graduates are already being hired, a number are in apprentice-like programs, and more than 100 are pursuing biopharma career building in that pipeline. So Ivy Tech is delivering. Samsung actually sent their first ever custom trainer, these are machines to train their employees, from Korea to our Kokomo campus. First time they've ever done that, so that we could train that battery plant workforce. And by the way, Samsung's not building 1 plant, they're building 3. And the location they picked for the 3rd plant in South Bend, they know that Ivy Tech can replicate the programs happening in Kokomo to South Bend when that plant is built. So we are educating and training 11,000 apprentices, mostly building trades union apprentices, but we're also working to stand up Department of Labor registered and non-registered apprenticeships, such as in Kokomo with their schools, in which a first-in-the-nation teacher apprenticeship, where we have paraprofessionals that will become teachers in those Kokomo schools. These students leverage Ivy Tech's AS in teacher education with smooth transfer to Western Governors University to complete their teacher education degree. Good morning, Senator. And we deliver for our students. And indeed, our students are really the heart of everything that we do. We are open access, meaning we serve those who have always known they were going to go on to college, as well as those who never thought they were college material. Many of those single moms, those unemployed, and the justice involved. We are the lowest in the state tuition and are the only public higher education institution to have no mandatory fees. At Ivy Tech, low cost does not mean low value. Since 2018, we have been tracking the wage outcomes of our graduates. Our goal is that 60% will be earning above Indiana's median wage within the first 3 years. In 2018, the first year we measured it, that number was 38%. Today, we are sitting at 56%, according to the Department of Workforce Development. This is a huge testament to Ivy Tech's focus on filling high-wage, high-demand jobs in Indiana, and we're not taking our foot off the gas. Our students deserve nothing less. Ivy Tech remains the most affordable higher education institution in the state. A full year at Ivy Tech is $5,000 plus change. We are 30% less than other higher education institutions, and again, we have no mandatory fees. We're particularly proud that when you consider inflation, we are actually less today than we were 10 years ago. And we recognize that the cost of textbooks also presents a significant barrier to the success of our students. In 2018, we knew that about a quarter of our students were not buying their books. They just couldn't afford to do that. Can you imagine succeeding as a student in college classes without your course materials? The average college textbook is estimated to cost $105. And a 2019 national study found that 2/3 of students didn't buy at least some of their course materials. Ivy Plus Textbooks program allows eligible Ivy Tech students to purchase textbooks and course materials, more than 2/3 of which are delivered digitally, for a flat rate using our purchasing capabilities, our purchasing power. We have negotiated the rate down from $17 an hour the last 2 years to $16 per credit hour for 2025 and 2026. This is really incredible and, again, best in the nation. To date, the program has saved our students more than $65 million. Now, most institutions make, you should know, 7 to 10% commission on textbook sales. Enacting this large-scale digital-first textbook program required Ivy Tech to surrender $4.5 million a year that we would have received in textbook commissions. We did it because it was the right thing to do. And today we have a 99.75 adoption rate of our materials. That means less than 0.25% of students do not have their course materials or choose to adopt those course materials. So finally, Ivy Tech is delivering on our students as they graduate from our institutions. We're working towards our strategic plan of 60% of those graduates earning above median wage. I shared that that's 56% today. I thought it might be nice for you to see what are the majors of the graduates of some of our most popular and industry-aligned programs who are earning the most in areas such as nursing, machine tool, advanced automation and robotics, and homeland security. Again, Ivy Tech delivers. So you and we at Ivy Tech expect us to be workforce aligned. We must support Indiana's current and future economy, and the ask we bring for your consideration is for projects that we cannot fund ourselves. This ask has received the full support of our state board. Let me level set by just sharing a little bit about our appropriations. We appreciate the capital investment the state of Indiana has made in us since 2016. That includes Kokomo, Muncie, Columbus, and currently underway is Indianapolis. All of these have been focused on labs and hands-on learning spaces. These 4 projects have provided and will provide critical upgrades to those 4 of 19 campuses and have helped us to fulfill our commitment to the state to reduce 1 million square feet, which we have now done. But if we continue the trend of funding just one project each legislative session, let's do the math, with 19 campuses and 2-year budgets, that would be 38 years between a capital investment in another campus. That's just not realistic. While Ivy Tech has self-funded additional projects alongside your support with our donor and federal support, more than $100 million in 10 years that we've self-invested, we cannot do speed of life and speed of business at the pace we're on. We are Indiana's community college. We are your workforce and Hoosier prosperity engine. We are the state's largest post-secondary institution. So to put it simply, as the chart shows, Ivy Tech needs a bigger piece of the pie to deliver for Indiana, for employers, and for Hoosiers. And despite the fact that Ivy Tech produced more than, or nearly half, 49% of post-secondary credentials last year, the college receives just 18% of higher education operating appropriations. So wouldn't it be rational for most investors to invest more in entities which deliver more? If the college is going to respond with agility to meet the evolving needs of Indiana's workforce and economy, we need increased and sufficient capital funding from the state, especially as we ensure our facilities and labs meet the learning needs of students, particularly in the critical areas such as manufacturing, technology, and healthcare. So here are our capital requests. We bring you 3 projects serving northern, central, and southern Indiana. You will see Fort Wayne, we've made a $60 million commitment on our own to fund that project because it is so incredibly important. In addition to the 3 projects that I'll present, we will ask each of those campuses to raise 10% of that in addition. So our first request is Terre Haute. Terre Haute, believe it or not, is still operating out of the 1967 original building as Ivy Tech's first campus, which happens to lack fire suppression and is grossly beyond its useful life. This project will cost $67 million, and it will upgrade the labs and physical spaces to serve the needs of students in 2025. This new facility will provide state-of-the-art health sciences and nursing facilities, among other safety needs, and reduce our footprint and operating costs. This next slide will show the additional programs that will be impacted to allow us to increase enrollment and completions on the Terre Haute campus. The second project is our Evansville campus, which is landlocked into one large facility and some little strip mall buildings surrounding it. With the growth of our healthcare programs and automotive technology, we need to expand these spaces, and we'll take down the old retail strip mall spaces and build one new healthcare building, expand automotive, and add Industry 4.0 labs in the current main building. This project is $35 million and is the first and only project in my 9 years that doesn't reduce square foot. And that's only because this is a very compact campus already. You can see here the additional programs that will be impacted, again, growing enrollment and completions to meet workforce needs in the Southwest Indiana service area. And finally, Michigan City. Now, Michigan City is located in an old developmental hospital that we had been renting, and then, oh, by the way, we purchased it right before I got here. Shame on us. We only operate in a third of that space because the rest would require major renovation, and the HVAC is going to go out any day, month, or year. This was one of Ivy Tech's top priorities last year and was not funded. However, we have had one good development. We have a great partner whom we sold land behind the campus, HealthLink. As their facility was completed, they added a 3rd floor, thinking about their future expansion. They are now leasing us that floor to provide our healthcare programs for at least the next 5 years. which has allowed us to adjust our capital requests to the state. We plan to demolish the current old building and, if funded, would build a 30,000 square foot facility focused on advanced manufacturing and IT, which is really aligned to the needs of Michigan City. It will be designed so that when HealthLink needs that third floor 5 years or more down the road, we would then be able to add a wing onto this new building that we would build. This project is a modest $15 million and will once again reduce our space and provide high-quality learning facilities for an area of the state which is experiencing really a comeback with the double-track lines coming through Michigan City. And again, you can see a long list of the programs that will be supported in Michigan City. Again, growing enrollment and completions aligned to the needs of the community. And then a couple of update items, this one as a continued line item. In 2023, the state awarded Ivy Tech a line item to expand our nursing program on all 19 campuses. Thank you. At the time, Ivy Tech was already the largest ASN nursing program in the nation. In fact, this statistic is unbelievable. 1 in 3 nurses in Indiana has a degree from Ivy Tech. When COVID magnified the nursing shortage, we challenged ourselves not just to grow comfortably, but to assess the state's need and then take ownership of half of all of the demand that Indiana needed. And we assumed that the other higher education institutions would grow as well. That required we expand by 600 seats. In partnership with the Indiana Hospital Association and the General Assembly, some may remember House Enrolled Act 1003, named Nursing Indiana Back to Health in 2022. Indiana's hospitals committed $21 million to help us upgrade and expand our nursing labs and the facilities. Finally, the General Assembly last long session approved a line item of $9 million to fund the additional faculty needed for sustained growth. I am very pleased to tell you that not only have we met the 600 goal, we will hit 900 seats total, meaning that we will soon be graduating 2,000 ASN nursing students per year. And we made a commitment that if our NCLEX scores were dropped as we were making this rapid growth, we would slow down our growth. Well, guess what? Quality increased. Our ASN graduates saw a 7% increase, while our practical nursing graduates saw a 2.1% increase to 97%. Now, these numbers are beyond fantastic. There's not another nursing program, ASN or BSN, that wouldn't like these in the nation. Again, Ivy Tech delivers. We ask that you maintain our existing line item of $9 million per biennium year to continue to support our nursing expansion. And then our final request is a new line item that started as a pilot with Indiana Department of Education. It's called Crossing the Finish Line, which originally used federal COVID dollars to allow high school students to take free classes if they were near completion of a certificate or a degree. Crossing the Finish Line was initiated to build awareness around completion strategy in a time when schools had dual credit, but they did not yet have the incentives. The initial offering was to identify students halfway, 15 hours or less to a completion. In the second year, we added free summer because we were turning away so many high school students that didn't meet that criteria of being halfway to their credential. We let them come anyway. You can see what it did to completions when we offered both Crossing the Finish Line and free summer. However, budget constraints, which the allocation for DOE is $2.5 million, have necessitated stricter parameters for Crossing the Finish Line eligibility, now requiring that you're 6 hours to a completion, meaning we would have been turning away many students. In the last academic year, we saw many more students getting closer to those completions because of free summer. While the outcomes for Crossing the Finish Line are encouraging, targeting students so close to completion inadvertently restricts access for students who really need our support. Many eligible students for Crossing the Finish Line reside in regions where they have greater educational access. But other promising students who are further from the finish line miss out. For some students, free summer is the only way they will become that near completer, as their school doesn't offer enough dual credit to get them close. Free summer benefits students in communities where high schools offer fewer dual credit opportunities. Many times these are our smaller rural schools. Without free summer, the number of students completing a credential in high school will diminish. So a $5 million investment, next slide, would allow Ivy Tech to continue offering free summer, which is taught by our faculty on our campuses through the summer, to accelerate completion for thousands of high school students, and, equally important, provide an avenue for rural and small schools to provide courses to their students that they cannot offer with their own credentialed teachers. In fact, we have a number of high schools, including my own small Forest Park High School, who signs up dozens of high school students to complete their Indiana College Core and other credentials in the summer. Eliminating all barriers to access allows students from under-resourced schools to receive the same early college opportunity as their peers, building a more inclusive pathway. As Indiana releases a new diploma that emphasizes completion, free summer will be one of those key mechanisms to ensure students can achieve credentials of value while they're in high school. The result will be higher educational attainment, a skilled workforce, aligning with economic needs of the state. Supporting these initiatives allow us to tackle the educational attainment gap head-on. So we understand the state has an obligation to be responsible stewards of taxpayer resources, and public higher education is one of many competing priorities. But if you're going to invest in higher education, invest in an institution that listens to state leaders and employers about the needs of Indiana's workforce and employers. Invest in an institution that acts with agility, partnership, and integrity to ensure Indiana remains competitive in the 21st century knowledge economy. And invest in an institution that delivers at scale for Indiana to its employers and its students. We know the outsized role we play in the state. We take calls weekly from states that want to know how Ivy Tech does it. They want a singly accredited statewide system, but they don't have a way to get there. We know it is through your strong support, our committed faculty, staff, and leaders, and the partnerships we have with employers, high schools, IDOE, DWD, donors, communities, and so many more that we're able to deliver for Indiana. I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions from members of committee? Senator Kodara.
Thank you for being a great champion for Ivy Tech and telling a story of success. I'm very happy with your presentation and the numbers that you shared. Yesterday, the Commission on Higher Ed shared with us several pieces of information, including one that showed since 1960 up until 2022, 54% of all Indiana high school students, 13% will never graduate high school, 41% will never go to college. So 54% in total since 1960, well, sorry, that's in recent history. Since 1960, 54% will never get a bachelor's degree. So that's the Commission on Higher Ed.
Yeah.
When I look at Ivy Tech and I see the opportunities you create, my question to you, one, how much is your tuition? And then what are the last dollars in that the student has to pay after Pell Grants, after Workforce Ready, after state subsidy? How much is left for the student to pay? And I'll tell you why I'm asking that question.
Okay. So our tuition is just over $5,000.
A semester
Pell
or a year?
per year.
Per year.
Pell is 70, yeah, over 7,000. So there's still 2,000, which will cover books and things. So actually, our students receive money back. We are within their Pell Grant if they're fully funded by Pell. We know that 84% of our students graduate with no debt, which is, again, almost unheard because of Pell, because of the generous state support, because of scholarships, and because we when we see a student within 3 or 6 credits, we will give a scholarship. We will do whatever it takes. So we are affordable. And I say we're affordable because of what the General Assembly allows in our base. It's not lower quality, it's more affordable to a citizen of Indiana. So our debt of our students is down. I don't have those numbers with me, but we can get them for you of what average debt of a student is, but it is very low. If they have debt, it's typically that they've brought it in from a 4-year institution when they came to Ivy Tech. So, yeah.
And the reason that I asked that question, Madam President, is because, on a national level, there are policy suggestions to fund, for the states to fund up to 2-year educational, vocational training, and then associate degrees. But it seems in the case of Ivy Tech that is not needed based on what I hear you say. And the reason I'm asking that question is if for every dollar of state investment, if you tell me we can add this number of students to graduate to deal with the 54% of students who will never obtain a bachelor's degree, what I'm getting at is there anything else we can do to invest in you to be sure that the entire 54% of students who will never attain a bachelor's degree will have secure futures and a training, a vocational training, or some form of a certificate or an associate degree by which they can have a good job?
So your next level jobs already provides the first full year. And understand, one of the fastest growing parts of the college is when that individual gets that first certification and they're working for an employer, most employers will pay for that tuition assistance, of which we have hundreds of employers that we work with in that way. So it is getting them that first credential for sure. Would 2-year free community college be nice? It would simplify some things, but Indiana has done an amazing job at helping ensure when you think about high school, dual credit, completions there, the Indiana College Core covering the first year of college with our next level programs of study and next level jobs that cover those 120 credentials that are high wage, high demand in Indiana. There are many ways for those students to come back either immediately or later in their career, and employers often sponsoring them
Here's my
further.
question, we can follow up later after committee. If we are to give you more money, do you have some kind of a model that can show for more state investments? Can we double the number of people or triple or quadruple the number of people graduating, students graduating from Ivy Tech with a 2-year degree or some kind of vocational training? That's what I'm
Yeah.
asking. And the second thing, I agree with you. It doesn't make financial sense just to say for the state of Indiana to fully fund free college if we have Pell Grants, we have other sources. But I think the last dollar in, if you are to come to us and say, if you give me $10 million more, 100,000 more students in Indiana will be able to graduate in X, Y, or Z fields with an associate degree. Or to me, I think we can definitely make a great argument in the General Assembly that these 54%, we will be able to double, triple, quadruple the number of people to prepare them for good paying jobs. I think that's, and I'm not sure if my question is clear. I'm just trying to get to that last dollar in to maximize the number of graduations in the state.
Well, that is why we brought the $5 million ask for free summer, because we know we had almost 9,000 high school students take free summer last year. We think there's 2,000 more that would come if they had that opportunity. And those are credentials earned while they're still in high school, aligned to a completion, aligned to the Indiana College Core. We think that's very important. 2 years ago, you funded the $9 million for our nursing expansion for the faculty we would need it, and we have delivered 50% more than we promised. So we appreciate the partnership with the General Assembly. And then honestly, as I come to you this time, it is capital. When I arrived here 9 years ago, we had about $250 million of deferred maintenance. Today, while we've made progress, we still have more. If there's one thing when I retire that I will be disappointed about, is that I have not been able to bring all campuses to the quality that Hoosiers deserve, that communities deserve, that the employers deserve. We've been so focused on that. So it is why I'm bringing you over $100 million in an ask this year. I don't do that lightly. I do that only because it's what we need, what you need for Indiana to have the workforce. We know that when students come on our campuses and they have the experience and they have the labs that they need, they are successful. Employers are happy with the outcomes. And so that is where I would really focus our ask.
I appreciate my final question. When it comes to high schools, again, I'm laser focused on the 54%. Do you receive data from DOE or CHE to look at where the 54% are located and maybe intensify your connection with these high schools, and so that there's a pipeline that leads from these high schools into Ivy Tech? And in my district, I have at Washington Township a great career and technical training center called JEL. But in all other schools across the state, if we look at, for example, this district, 50% of their students don't graduate. Is there a connection that can be made between Ivy Tech and that school to intensify promoting these programs so that there's a direct pipeline from the school to Ivy Tech?
We do. We're in 400 high schools and almost every career center. So, but students have choices when they complete where they go. Now, some will complete their credential and they may go straight into the workforce. They have the credential they need to get that first job if they came out of the career center potentially. Others, we invite all of those students to start at Ivy Tech, but you saw from the transfer data, many will go off to other places. Right. And we will continue everything which we've not talked about here, but everything we design is stackable. So if they started something or they got their first credential and they're in a job and they want to go further, they can come back to Ivy Tech and we can continue to skill them up towards an associate, towards their bachelor's degree. But yes, we have people in every high school. We have relationships with the high schools, and we will continue to do that. We're a strong partner of the commission. We know that 74% of students who take dual credit will go on to college, will go on towards that degree. So yes, we will continue to do that work.
I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Esmeralda, for being here. I have a question in regards to the nursing program. How many ASNs go on to be BSNs from your institution?
Most will continue on if they're with a hospital. If they're, hospitals like to have BSNs, they're happy to hire ASNs, and ASNs do great. But as they progress through their career, they're likely to get their BSN to take on larger roles in the hospital.
Do you have data in regards to the demographics of those individuals?
We can find that for you.
Be happy to get it for you.
Be very
Yeah.
helpful for me.
It is the reason the Indiana Hospital Association came to us with the expansion, because they knew that our ASNs could deliver. And we also know then when an ASN is working at a hospital, they're getting likely the hospital supporting them in paying for their BSN, right? So they just continue on in their career. They're not disrupting their career. The NCLEX, just so all know, that the ASN has all of the clinical training that's necessary towards a BSN. So everything, that nurse is a well-prepared nurse when they complete an ASN. What they will get with their BSN are some more general ed and then some higher level courses in the classroom, but no additional labs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And you give us time to spare, and we started late. Thank you. Appreciate that.
It's that theme we deliver.
Thank you. Next, we have Indiana University. They'd come on in, please. Please. That's, oh, yeah, it's okay. That's fine. We need to get to it. Thank you. Dr. Witten, welcome. Take your time getting ready. We're ahead of schedule, but when you're ready, the floor is yours. Thanks for being here.
Strategic
I'm
plan.
sorry.
We actually
I'm sorry.
decided to
Excuse me,
be
is your
very-
mic on? Okay, got it on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So instead, we decided to be very focused and recognize what are the reasons that we were here, and then we set 3 pillars to address those 3 specific visions or mission that we have for the institution. And then, of course, that gave all of our campuses the opportunity to design their own roadmaps based on their various students and faculty and staff and regional missions to address the common goals that we had set for all of Indiana University. And those 3 pillars that we're going to talk about include, of course, students first and foremost, supporting student success, fostering transformative research, and then enhancing the vital contribution that IU will make really to the cultural and economic state in Indiana. So jumping right on in to students first, just share some highlights. We've had the strategic plan in place for about 1.5 years now, and we're proud to say that we're already actually beginning to see a number of results. First and foremost to us related to students is the import of having an education that is accessible and affordable to our students. That is top of mind, particularly for me. I'm asked all the time by people, what is the one thing that keeps you up at night? And the one thing that always keeps me up at night is how we are going to maintain an opportunity for people to be able to afford to go to college. And so this is something that we work on, frankly, every day at our institution. Making some significant progress. This year, we have now reached a point where 55% of the undergraduates across all of Indiana University graduate with no debt at all from college, no student loan debt at all from college. That's a great start. Obviously, we'd like to make that number higher as well. We've expanded our highly successful group scholars programs, which represents students that are first-gen students or underrepresented students, long history in Bloomington of having very successful outcomes. We have now launched that on all our regional campuses, and it will begin in Indianapolis in July of this year as well. We can talk around things all the time, but in the end, when you're talking about students, retention and graduation is what matters. And so we are working hard to improve those numbers. We're beginning to see some results. In Bloomington, in 2022, the retention rate of students from their first year to their second year was 89.9%. For fall of 24, we're up to 91.1%. And that's actually a big increase. Those are tough increments to hit. So we're going in the right direction in terms of retention, which we know impacts graduation. And the things that we're doing to impact those retention rate, certainly we've done some very ambitious work related to much better advising for our students. We've launched a Pathways program for all the students who want to come to IU, particularly in Bloomington, and study in Kelly and are going to need an alternative path, and so we've done work to help them. We've also lowered the DFW rates, and talk about perhaps one of the most unsexy things you can do, but is so important for college students. It's helping them get through the classes that they need to make progress in their degree. And when they get Ds and they get Fs or they withdraw from their courses, particularly in their first couple of years in college, it slows them down or impedes their success toward graduation. And so we have made some pretty significant investments in addressing particularly the courses that have very high DFW rates. And they have fallen since 2020. Our DFW rates have fallen 4 points in Bloomington, over 2 points in IU-Indy, and almost 5 percentage points at our regional campuses combined as well. Again, very important piece of the strategy to facilitate success for our students. We're also thankful for the generous College Success Program grant from the Commission of Higher Education and with the State Budget Committee's approval. And so we have significantly expanded the ranks of our student success coaches across all of our campus, thanks to a $960,000 grant in each of the last 2 fiscal years. And so we've got more coaches on the ground working directly with our students proactively to drive persistence and completion and postgraduate attainment as well for 21st century scholars in particular. We're also very focused on high-impact practices for our students. As a former professor, as wonderful as we want to think we are in the classroom, that is not the only place college students learn. And so we know we've got to get them out in internships, and we've got to get them out studying internationally through study abroads and in co-op programs and on research teams, et cetera. So all of our campuses have really ramped up the experiential learning for our students as well. If we look at our second pillar, which is research and scholarship, we have really committed at IU in a very ambitious way to expand the scope and the global reach of the research enterprise, with a particular emphasis and recognition that we need to increase the external funding that comes into the university to conduct that research and scholarship. And they have increased pretty significantly. And so in 21, when I started, our research and development expenditure data, which is reported through HERD, which is a metric through the National Science Foundation that universities universally use as a data point to compare. So in 2021, we were at $761 million. That was our HERD figure, NSF figure. In 2024, we are at $980 million for our research expenditure dollar. This is a more than 28% increase through since 2021. And at this pace, we will very shortly reach the $1 billion club, which we think is important for our institution to achieve the work that's necessary for it to achieve. Our School of Medicine, the nation's largest school of medicine, continues to be renowned for a number of research programs, particularly in Alzheimer's or neurodegenerative diseases, cardiovascular health, cancer, et cetera, and it continues to grow its research enterprise. And so in fiscal year 23, the researchers through the med school received over $243 million in funding from the National Institutes of Health, which is kind of the gold standard for research that is peer-reviewed in a way to invest in. This is an increase of more than $54 million over the last 5 years, or 28%. This makes our med school ranked number 13 in terms of public universities for NIH funding in med schools, which puts us well on our way to being in the top 10 for NIH funding for public schools as well. We also are really committed to expanding community-engaged research. This is important research where you actually incorporate input from people for whom the research outcomes will actually impact, and you involve them in equal partners in your research as well throughout the process. And so we've established, conservatively counting, about 51 community-engaged research projects across the state recently as well, and certainly that outreach will continue as we move forward. And then our third pillar is service to the state. Many of you have met with me and heard me talk, I hope, with what you understand to be great sincerity, that we take our role as the state's flagship institution very seriously and recognize with that comes the responsibility of lifting up the state of Indiana in multiple ways. And so we have really expanded the work that we're doing related to our service to the state. So we have major new initiatives in biosciences and microelectronics, for example, that are really critical talent pipelines. And so, particularly in the field of microelectronics, you only need to read the paper and drive around the state to see how much investment and desire there is for continued investment in microelectronics and semiconductor industry. You just have to look at national figures, right? By 2030, there's supposed to be 115,000 new semiconductor jobs nationally, and so certainly Indiana wants to play a role in that. And so Our university is invested or committed to an investment of $111 million, one of the largest commitments made by a university to the high-tech industry and national defense, and we think it's going to really contribute to boosting the growth of microelectronics industry and in Indiana as well. We're also working very aggressively in the biosciences field. Obviously, that's something that's been important to us for a long time, but we're lifting it up and recognizing it as a particular signature niche strength for Indiana University and a signature niche strength need for the state of Indiana as well. And so we're recruiting top-tier researchers and really expanding key partnerships in the biosciences as well. And we have also launched something called IU Innovates. We launched this about a year ago in the fall of '23. This is a new university-wide initiative that really expands support for students and faculty in creating and growing startup ventures. And I am very comfortable acknowledging, though there has been some success and some good work in this sphere, at Indiana University, we did not have the ecosystem that we need and our state needs to really foster support for our students from all disciplines that want to come in and understand and have the infrastructure around them to either do startups or prepare to do startups. And the same for our faculty in terms of either startups or commercializing the research that they're doing as well. So IU Innovates was launched. Julie Heath joined us as its director. She had been in charge at the IEDC of the entrepreneurial office there. This fall alone, we had set a goal of working with 40 students to help them launch their startups. And we're actually already at 107 student entrepreneurs that are getting the full wraparound services in that area as well. We have a wonderful alum, guy named Alan DeBerry, who gave us $1 million specifically for IU Innovates, and we established a new Founders in Residence program there that brings in very recent grads that have been successful in this area and creates near-peer opportunities for them to work with students in particular, but also faculty as well. We're also committed under this pillar to addressing the workforce needs in the state in multiple ways. One recent example has to do with nursing, and in I think it was December of '21, IU Health gave Indiana University a grant of $16 million to increase the number of nursing students at IU Indianapolis by 50% by fall of '25. That was the goal that was set. The baseline number was 140 when those funds were received, and we got to work on it. This fall, the incoming freshman class for undergraduate nursing enrollment was 247, a 76% increase. I know we can all do the math. That's well above a 50% increase. But the fun part of that is that the grant required that we reach this goal by fall of '25. We all know it's the fall of '24, so we actually hit it a year early, which we think is important. We have more than 2,700 undergraduate nursing students enrolled this fall throughout Indiana University around the state, and that's a number we'll continue to work on expanding for our state as well. Partnering with K through 12 in education, we know is integral as well to Pillar 3 in terms of service to their state. We're deeply committed to working and partnering with our educators and institutions to enhance educational outcomes around the state, and we recognize that we have significant challenges in our state to address together. We have an Office of School Partnerships, and through that, we actually collaborate with Hoosier educators and policymakers to provide comprehensive support for student learning and success. And that also includes quite a bit of professional development for current teachers, programs that help paraprofessionals be more successful in the classrooms, and then projects that we have in play to address teacher shortages around the state as well. And then, of course, our rural friends around the state are very important to us as well, and so we're increasing rural partnerships statewide. We have a wonderful office called the IU Center for Rural Engagement. This is an office that connects research and teaching and service at IU Bloomington and our other campuses with rural Indiana and creates opportunities really to help support thriving rural communities as well. And so since its inception in 2018, the center has launched 344 projects in 81 Indiana counties. It's mobilized more than 4,000 students to help Hoosier communities and engaged more than 53,000 Indiana residents in more than 90 communities as well. And so we will continue to be ambitious in the work and the partnerships in rural Indiana as well. One thing I'd like to point out related to service to our state is the recognition that I have and my team has to the fact that we can't just sit in Bloomington and we can't just sit in Indianapolis and think we really understand our state and what its needs are and what the major challenges are and what our communities throughout the state of Indiana need. And so in recognition of that, I set a goal to visit all 92 counties in the state of Indiana, which I reached about a week ago. It is, you know, as I like to say, I'm probably the only person that has intentionally visited 92 counties without any political aspirations whatsoever for our state. But it was really evident that there's certainly a lot of people who love and support IU across the state, certainly a lot of good work that's going on. But it really enabled me to see and gain an appreciation for and a humility in terms of what we understand and what we further need to understand to elevate the things that we're doing. I could give you so many examples, but a few examples from my tour of the state, if you will. So in Harrison County, it was really personally awesome for me to see the original Indiana State Capitol in Gordon. And so in you know, seeing this building, it was really a reminder of Indiana's humble beginnings, and I was reminded of how far our state has come and how significant the opportunities still are in front of us to improve things in our state. In Henry County, Representative Corey Criswell took me to see the Indiana Basketball Hall of Fame in Newcastle. And then we also visited the Newcastle Fieldhouse with a capacity of 8,424, I understand is still the nation's largest high school gym. I have never seen a high school gym like this before. And I was inspired by, you know, the stories of grit and determination and sportsmanship that have shaped the lives of countless athletes throughout the state of Indiana. In Wells County, I climbed the historic fire watchtower in Obachi State Park, one of, I think, only 13 that's still standing in the state of Indiana. I would recommend it if you haven't done it, as long as you're not afraid of heights. And just as fire watchers, you know, used to climb to view the horizon, you know, this was really a reminder for me that IU needs to see a comprehensive view of the state's challenges to better align the strategies within our IU 2030 strategic plan to the needs of the state as well. In Benton County, I visited the Sundog Cafe in Fowler, where I experienced, by just sitting and talking to locals, how their small town business is really crucial to the community's sense of place and belonging as well. In Franklin County, I got to experience some of the legendary fried chicken at the Brow House in Oldenburg, Indiana. Everyone should do that, obviously. In Tipton, I met with the mayor, Keegan Schmicker, to learn about the community's recently established Riverfront District to promote investment in the historic downtown. In Owen County, I spent a good day with the leadership at Boston Scientific in Spencer to learn more about their innovative medical solutions that they provide. And, you know, really, this was really a reminder of the critical role of our partnership in life science to the state and other things going on as well. And I could go on and on, and I won't with the stories. I could be a tour guide for anybody that wants the guide. And I need to start all over again because there's still a lot more to learn about our wonderful state. I had meaningful conversations about people with the opportunities and the challenges for our state. Hoosiers through all counties really talked about a shared commitment and desire to college readiness and preparedness, to workforce development and the role we all need to play in that, to the attraction and the retention of young talent in their communities, to innovation, to entrepreneurship, and to investment as well. And so I feel much better educated now after that visit throughout the out-of-state of Indiana, and inspired to do the great work that we need to do from our university as well. And so if we kind of look across the strategic plan and those three pillars, number of new things. We talked about student success. We have a number of new degrees. We have a new master's degree in microelectronics design and nanofabrication with a related undergrad degree just coming. We have new certificates in artificial intelligence and computer science that were improved last year. We have a new BS in community and organizational leadership studies in Indianapolis. On the research side, our Indianapolis campus is really arguably ground zero in the global fight against Alzheimer's now because of the great work at the med school. So important also to recognize the role of this partnership with this sector, including Eli Lilly, which is at the forefront of research in Alzheimer's as well. And then, of course, on the service side, meeting future workforce talent needs is so important. We now have almost 9,000 external partnerships with organizations. That includes nonprofits, corporations, government, and even other universities as well to really work on this together. Okay, I'm going to transition to IU Indianapolis for just a few minutes now. We've entered, of course, a bold new era. I want to make sure that I give a shout out and a big thanks to our partners in this, Purdue University. Lovely, wonderful experience working on this incredibly successful launch this year, and I credit that to both institutions being firmly committed to making sure that our students were taken care of first and foremost as well. And so not only did we successfully do this together, I think it's opened the doors for future partnerships between our two universities, which we're excited about as well. So July 1st was the official day when we launched IU Indianapolis, and it has been just terrific. We are looking forward to spring announcements of R1 institutions around the country when the Carnegie announces those. We anticipate that we will be positioned to be named as an R1 at that point, fingers crossed, not then, shortly after. And we will be the only R1 university in Indianapolis. We do, of course, have strong R1 universities elsewhere in the state, right? Purdue is a wonderful R1, but it's in West Lafayette. That's where it's housed and located. Notre Dame is a terrific R1, but of course it's in South Bend. IU in Bloomington is another R1, obviously in Bloomington as well. And all of those R1s do important work, and we want to facilitate that in Indianapolis. But the only school legally accredited and sitting in Indianapolis that will be in R1 is IU Indianapolis, and we are very proud of that important milestone for this city as well. We're certainly grateful to the Commission, we're certainly grateful to the General Assembly for the allocation of funding that enabled us to do this transition so successfully. 88% of the graduates from the Indianapolis campus stay in the state of Indiana after they graduate. That's something we all know we need, so we want to work on that, and we even want to increase that if we can. At IU Indianapolis, the students have the opportunity to take part in internships and in co-ops, and they get to learn what it's like to live, right, and learn and work in a great city like Indianapolis. IU Indy is also home to a number of exciting academic programs. As of this fall, the IU School of Science, which used to be Purdue, but now IU runs all the science programs, has 45 degrees and certificates. At IU Indianapolis, we also launched a new Department of Computer Science in our Luddy School of Informatics, Computing, and Engineering. And so we had a large number of applications for this. We were excited because we started our own first computer science degree program at IU Indy, as well as Purdue certainly doing one as well. And much to our delight, computer science is actually one of the most popular majors for our new undergraduate students at IU Indy. At the bachelor's level this year, we had a 49% increase in the number of enrolled students compared to when the program was in the Purdue School of Science. And so we're delighted to see all the students with computer science degrees that we'll be putting out as well. Indy campus had a 9% increase in applications for incoming students, and overall was up about 2% last year in terms of enrollment. We have some good new programs we've launched. We have a new seamless admissions program that we partnered with the Indianapolis Public Schools to do. We originally started with 4 IPS schools. It went fantastic. We nearly doubled the number of students who enrolled this year. So basically, if you graduate with a 3-point from those schools, you have automatic admission into IU Indianapolis. We're now expanding that broadly across IPS as well. We have a new Pathway to Medicine program. Way too successful, way too fast. We recognize that we want Indiana people to come to school and also to come to med school here. And so we created a boutique program where we would have 20 students come in if they were admitted to study science at IU Indianapolis. As long as they made the grades, they would have automatic admission into our School of Medicine. We ended up, without even publicizing this and doing promotion, having 125 qualified students applied for those 20 spots. And so we know this is something that we're going to have to expand as well. We're very proud of a new co-op partnership with Eli Lilly that we've launched, where multiple undergrads from different degree programs at IU Indy will have the opportunity to do co-ops with Lilly, and that will actually begin. The first cohort will start in the spring of '25 as well. Good, exciting research in Indianapolis starting. We are thankful for, again, as I said, the investment that you made enabling us to do IU Indianapolis. We did not sit on the funds that you provided for us, as tempting as it was to earn the interest off those funds. We went ahead right away and launched and literally every penny in Work to Grow. And so we're investing $60 million to expand and renovate the IU Indy School of Science building and lab space. You also gave us $10 million, which we are using to attract new STEM faculty. We've already hired 5 new faculty members in the Luddy School with $4 million of that. The remaining the remaining 6 is being used to further accelerate our two new multidisciplinary research institutes. These include the Convergent Bioscience and Tech Institute and the Institute for Human Health and Wellbeing. We did national searches last year. We brought in directors, and they are rocking and rolling. They have started. We also just announced IU Indy a partnership with the Indiana Bioscience Research Institute to launch the Joint Center of Excellence for Point-of-Care Precision Medicine. This is going to build on the 2 new institutes, the School of Medicine's research and clinical strength, and IBR's translational expertise in 4 key areas, really with the aggressive goal of stimulating Indiana's life science economy as well. Okay, we're going to slide into the state budget request portion of today's presentation. Hopefully you've gotten a sense from what I've shared with you so far that we hope to achieve a lot of very ambitious goals for the state, and we hope, of course, to reach them in full partnership with all of you in the General Assembly as well. And so just a brief comment on the funding source through the Commission. We are grateful to the Commission and to the State Budget Committee's support during the last biennium for the new outcomes-based funding formula. We support the new outcomes-based performance funding formula, including continuing to add only new funding and not utilizing reallocation, funding of the research-related metric, of course, for our 1 institutions, continuing to work with the Commission to ensure full disbursement of the funds, and then, of course, providing an inflationary adjustment to the IU Indy appropriation for each year. And you know, just a kind of a shout out, the new outcomes-based performance funding formula, we like it because it really focuses on measuring graduation rates and the number of STEM degrees awarded and expanding research. And if you caught of much of what I said when I talked about the IU 2030 strategic plan for Indiana University, you saw that that's exactly in alignment with the things that we're trying to do as a university as well. So we appreciate that. In terms of state line items, for our existing line items, we're requesting a 3% adjustment for inflation in fiscal year 26 to remain flat for fiscal year 27. There are a couple of exceptions to this. We're requesting an increase of $2.5 million per year for clinical and translational science research, particularly to focus on cancer research across the state. We know that many of our colleagues in other states have invested very significantly in cancer research. You know, Nebraska spends $4.5 million annually just for pediatric cancer research. Florida provided over $116 million in a state grant for cancer research. Maryland has created a fund of $216 million a few years ago as well. But it's also important to note that investing in clinical and translational health-related research actually brings increased revenue to the state of Indiana as well. And so when we look at pilot grants that were provided by the CTSI investigators since 2008, which is about $15 million, about $15 million has been awarded to people for pilots. That has returned $467 million in extramural awards on subsequent projects. And so this is an ROI of $31 for every $1 invested as well. So we know it's a smart investment. We're also requesting additional funding of $3.1 million per year for the Indiana Geological and Water Survey, which is, frankly, necessary for it to carry out its statutory duties as prescribed by the General Assembly. In terms of new line items, we are asking the state for matching funds of $1.3 million per year for IU Innovates, which I mentioned just a few minutes ago. It's an integrated university-wide initiative to advance IU entrepreneurs. We think that IU Innovates will be successful, frankly, in ensuring entrepreneurs across the university know where to start and are able to continually access the right resources at the right time, therefore creating the conditions for successful startups as well. We're also asking for $5 million per year for IU Public Safety to support increased compensation for IU police officers on all of our campuses for stronger recruitment and retention to avoid future resource gaps that we have faced in the past. Moving on to the capital priorities. The Board of Trustees for Indiana University approved the following 10-year capital project plan for all campuses in early September at their meeting. I want to thank the Commission for Higher Ed for recommending the funding for Indiana University's first priority, which is what I'll focus on today. And so I'll talk about our first priority and certainly acknowledge the rest. And then if you want to talk about in more detail about the other priorities, we certainly can as well. So our top capital priority, as you can see, is Science Learning Initiative Phase 2. IUB Biology Building Renovation and Utility Upgrades. And this is a project estimated at about $96 million. Now, for those of you that are super sharp today, you'll go, why is this called Phase 2? Where is Phase 1 of this project? Well, Phase 1 of the Science Learning Initiative is actually already underway in Bloomington, funded by $59.4 million of IU research and campus funds for renovation of research and instructional labs in the chemistry and the biology buildings. It's that important to us. The biology building, comprised of 4 building additions since the original building's construction back in 1955, is going to be renovated to modernize and enhance research laboratories, instructional classrooms, and academic support spaces within the overall 333,000 square feet of the building space. There are going to be interior renovations, and we're going to upgrade restrooms as well as hallway corridors with new lighting, ceiling, and flooring, along with updated and renovated elevator systems and existing building envelope and window systems. We're also going to have additional mechanical and systems upgrades and replacements, and they're going to include new air handling systems, modification and replacement of aging and failing pipe and utilities infrastructure, and improvements to other science-related critical infrastructure that we need at IU. And so to support the science and research enterprise of the biology building and proximate science research buildings across the IU Bloomington campus, a combined heat and power system will be developed and installed in the central heating plant of the IU Bloomington campus as well as part of this funding. So that's our first priority. You can see our second priority is in IU Indianapolis, a central academic campus infrastructure renovation Phase 1. Priority 3 is for our regional campuses renovation projects, which will focus on instructional classroom and labs. Priority 4 in Indianapolis, the Science Lab Addition, which is Phase 3. 5 in IU Fort Wayne, a health sciences building. And Priority 6, Science Learning Initiative Phase 3 in the IUB Science Learning Center as well. So hopefully, I've given you a really fast ride, but you've gotten a taste of the goals under IU 2030 that are propelling not only Indiana University toward an extraordinary future, but a recognition of the role that we play in propelling our state to an extraordinary future as well. We're working to strengthen student retention and improvement on on-time graduation rates, so important to us, so important that it's affordable and accessible to all students in Indiana. It's so important to us to figure out how we get our graduates to stay in Indiana once they graduate as well. We're working to build our network of health sciences and STEM. We're working to attract and retain talent, of course, to address the workforce needs of the future, working with our communities around the state to understand that, working with the Economic Development Corp and others and industry around the state to identify those areas as well. And then, of course, working aggressively to grow research, commercialization, and startup activities that occur as well. On that note, I intentionally set out to speak 30 minutes or less so we could have all the time you guys would need to talk about whatever you'd like to discuss. So I will halt the formal part of my comments and open the floor.
Thank you. Questions, Senator Cordora?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Angela. Good to see you and the entire team. On this slide that shows 88% of students, they build careers in Indiana after graduation, how does that chime or correlate to the number that we're 40th or 44th in the nation of retaining students? So 88% of what population stays here?
It's the 88% of the students that graduate from IU Indianapolis. So it would reflect this.
Specifically
Yes,
for the
yes.
IU system.
Correct. That's correct.
This is helpful. Thank you. Second question, as far as the distribution or the ratio of out-of-state students accepted into the IU system versus in-state. What is that percentage?
So that answer is variable by campus. And so in Bloomington, the ratio of undergraduates that attend is, we're a little over 50% in-state students attend in Bloomington. If you look at our regional campuses, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it's, I think it well exceeds 90%. IU Indianapolis is the same, or pretty close to the same. And our medical school is, it's either 82 or 84% in-state people from Indiana who go to our med school. So there's variability by campus.
Appreciate that. Maybe I can follow up with your team after the meeting. I shared yesterday in my discussion with the Commission on Higher Ed, I had constituents who complained to me that our two flagship institutions in the state of Indiana have tried to maintain, which is a good thing, to maintain a moderate tuition with moderate increases by accepting more international students and more out-of-state students. So families who traditionally went to Purdue or IU, who wanted their kids to go to the same universities, in some instances their kids were denied admissions or got better admissions elsewhere. They were not given the same opportunities, and they were concerned that the universities, to balance their finances, are accepting more out-of-state students and international students. I'm not against accepting more students. I'm just suggesting that we'd love to look at the data, maybe collectively, to see if there's a way that we can retain more people. If we have more success of Hoosiers who are born and raised or lived most of their lives in Indiana, if they have a higher rate of staying in the state, then it might make sense to invest a little bit more in accepting more of them so that they can stay. So that's the genesis of my question on that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And, you know, just kind of speaking from a higher level, we'll be happy to provide you with all the data. But I can tell you with absolute certainty, there is no strategy at Indiana University in Bloomington to accept out-of-state students.
At a higher rate? Or?
Absolutely not. And as we provide you the data with acceptance rates, I think you'll see that. I think that particularly as you look perhaps at Bloomington, I can only speak to Bloomington, I think much of the opportunity will also come from a lot of the students who leave the state of Indiana to go to a school they perceive to be of a certain, the degree is going to meet a certain expectation that they have. And I think we have too much leakage of students going to elite privates and others out of the state. I want to figure out, in addition to how we make it affordable and create the opportunity in the state, how we also keep those exceptional Indiana students in the state of Indiana as well.
I appreciate that. And then a question on the numbers. What is, you mentioned it as part of your goals at the end to increase completion rates. What is the current, and I know it could vary campus by campus, but what is IU system, generally speaking, the completion rate and graduation on time compared to the number of students who enroll at the, freshman class comes in, out of freshman class, how many people complete online, never complete, discontinue, then they come back 10 years later? Do we have any of these stats that you can share with us?
We do, and I'm going to ask our office to provide you in detail, but they range from 40% to 80+%.
Excellent. Excellent. My final question, and this might come across as sensitive, I'm very passionate about this, so I appreciate your grace and open mind and heart in accepting my question. So there are concerns about the leadership of IU that have been conveyed that damage the brand of IU. Faculty, I appreciate you doing a 92-county tour to listen. There were actions by faculty and students that conveyed the opposite direction of building trust. That damages the brand. Now, I'm concerned about internal pressures from within IU and external pressures. Our incoming lieutenant governor tweeted yesterday attacking the student newspaper at IU as being, he used certain names, and he claims that students at IU don't know what democracy is because we don't actually have a democracy. The Attorney General and other elected officials interfered and donors in pushing IU and making certain decisions that pushed IU to be ranked the top or the bottom lowest 10 states in the universities in the nation for freedom of speech. Combine it with IU's work with the superintendent of police to have snipers on top of buildings at IU, regardless of what the issue or the topic is, that is extremely concerning. So my question to you, how can you stand up as a leadership of the university against the pressure of politicians and the pressure of donors to do what is right, and what I mean by what is right. If we lose our universities lose the freedom to speak, whether they are conservative, liberals, whatever the issue is, whatever the policy is, if we take that away from our kids to speak in a civil, non-violent way without disrupting education to others, and that's a key, because I graduated from IU system, my wife graduated from IU system, I teach currently as an adjunct faculty at IU system, my kids are going to the IU system, so I say it from a place of love, place of respect, place of concern. We cannot brush these concerns. These are very serious concerns, and they impact budgets, they impact number of students attended, impacts attracting talent to the university, researchers, professors. What is the university's strategy to restore that trust and protect freedom of speech for every student to be able to express themselves and not be alienated based on the cause that they support?
It's a big question. Let me attempt to answer it along two lines, if I may. On the first side, last year was a challenging year across the country for many universities, particularly large flagship universities, and I would stress that from my perspective, one of the top goals was the safety of our campus, and you always have to make decisions first and foremost about keeping your campus safe, and we did that. We prioritized that, and I would stand by that. We also recognized last year on our Bloomington campus, I can't say this really applies to other campuses, that we had some long systemic challenges on the campus. We were an institution that did not have clear policies on expectations for things. And when we did, they were often 40 and 50 years old, right, and not necessarily timely anymore. And even more challenging than that is that we had a culture that was decades old of sporadically and sometimes not enforcing the policies at all. And so we had built a kind of a culture of that. And so part of our strategy is, first and foremost, to recognize we're a university and we privilege free speech. It's a priority for us. We want people to be able to say what they want to say, but it needs to be done in ways that aren't disruptive, right? You can't go into a classroom and shut it down, right? You can't go on a college tour and harass Jewish parents to the point that they leave in fear. So we have to have policies in place that protect free speech, but prevent the disruption of the university activities as well. So our strategy has been very much tied to lifting ourselves up in terms of creating new policies. Our trustees have created a new policy, working to make sure everyone understands that we are now living in a day where we will respectfully enforce those policies as well moving forward as an institution. I will also tell you, though, that at Indiana University this year, after last year, we have record enrollment. We have more freshmen ever that have come to our institution, recognizing how things work and what the opportunities are across the campus. We had the largest fundraising year last year that we've had in multiple years in terms of folks recognizing the investment that is Indiana University and the appreciation for where we're trying to take the institution as well. So I would suggest that you be encouraged that we are operating in an incredibly challenging time in society, in higher education, and we are thoughtfully and respectfully doing ambitious work to succeed.
And I appreciate you for that. I never suggested it's easy. It's difficult. Our nation for 400 years dealt with so many difficult issues, and it's difficult to find sometimes the right balance. I think what I urge you to consider is that we say in management that our people are most important assets because without faculty and without students, we don't have universities. My concern, when I look at Russia, when I look at China, when I look at other places, the moment that we start eroding our democracy is the moment that we lose our nation. And we just celebrate Veterans Day where people put their lives on the line to protect our freedoms. So to me, I'm not suggesting that your job is an easy job, but it's factual that politicians and donors are interfering in IU's decision-making process, and it has been reported publicly with the names of the elected officials and the donors who are influencing these decisions. And there were actions by faculty, including votes by the faculty council and others, that expressed concern. So I share it from a place of love to say that a tour among the faculty and the students in a very transparent mode is needed to restore that trust, because we can still continue to operate a university. We can continue to have record enrollments. But I think, what are we losing in the long term if we take biased positions? I'm not against enforcing policies as long as they are equally enforced against everyone. I'm not against looking at culture and looking at chronic policy issues that need to be reformed. But policies that gets changed 24 hours before implementation, that's not transparent or accountable. I think it's extremely important, not what we do things, but how we do it. So again, I know that if I was in your seat, you might not be comfortable with someone asking these questions publicly, but it is my duty from the constituents that I represent that have kids at IU who are Jewish, who are Muslims, who are Palestinians, who are pro-Israelis, who are black, who are Latinos, who are LGBTQ+, who don't want their university to be suppressing one group at the expense of protecting other groups. So what we're asking for is a balanced approach to ensure the freedom of speech, and that every group is respected, is dignified, and is heard. I loved what you suggested, which is a listening tour. And I think when we as leaders, including us as elected officials, when we really hear the critiques that come to us every single day, online and in person, we try to respond to those. So again, from a person who fully supports IU, who deeply cares about IU, who deeply cares about the leadership of IU, the faculty of IU, and the students of IU, I want to invest in your success and the success of the university. So I'm here to help. I want to be sure that the university continues to be successful, and I just urge you the next 4 years will be not referencing the new president or referencing the new elected lieutenant governor, but we operate based on election cycles. So I'm expecting some hard times over the next 4 years of engaging universities in cultural wars that could impact the brand of our universities. And I urge you and your leadership team to resist the calls from politicians, all of us, to do something at the expense of our students' success. I appreciate you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your sincerity and the passion of your comments. The only thing I will respectfully disagree on is the implication that outside forces or voices have had an influence in decisions we've made at the university. That is not the case. Everyone has the right to express their opinion about what and how we should do things. But I would caution, and I know you all know this, just because you read in the paper or you see on social media that something happened as a result of something, I would not necessarily assume that to be true. But thank you for your passionate comments.
I appreciate you, and I wish you best of success, and I wish your team best of success, and I stand ready to assist IU to continue to be successful.
Thank you.
Senator Mishler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had kind of a different experience, so I want to compliment you. You know, I've had parents reach out to me with issues. I've reached out to you on behalf of those parents, and they're very pleased the way you handled it professionally. You got on it right away. As far as faculty, I just spoke with a faculty member last week, and they were complimentary in how you've handled things at the university. And so we talk about politicians, and last I knew we were politicians up here, and we kind of decide, 19% of your operating budget and most of your capital. So I would disagree a little bit there, Senator Cadora, that I do think we should have some say in the matter. Those of us sitting up here should have some say in the matter because we help fund the university. So to say politicians shouldn't have any say, I think is a little extreme. I think we should have some input because we are funding quite a bit of money into these institutions. But I just, my experiences with the faculty, the parents, myself, with you, have been very positive, and I say thank you for the way you've handled it.
Thank you.
Representative Delaney.
I would be remiss if I did not say that Senator Cadora is not alone in his concerns as to what was done last year at the university. Tradition is important. I never attended that school, but many of my relatives have, and I've spent a lot of time there. And one of the greatest traditions at IU was the Dunn Meadow tradition, that it was an open forum for people to say often unpleasant or critical things. That forum was shut down by a new committee in an overnight operation, which proves two things. First, that the university, and I think I understand this, was not prepared for what was coming nationally. Who knew that the Gaza thing would happen? Nobody did, but the university was not prepared. And in my view, overreacted and watered down the great tradition that the university had to the detriment of the students. And while, yes, some donors may have put pressure on the school, other donors felt less committed. So I don't think the university was ready. I don't think that creating a special committee and changing a 40 or 50-year-old rule overnight is a model that we want for free speech. So, and the other thing that really bothered me the most, I'm an immigrant to Indiana, and I learned some things. This is not San Francisco, okay? And what we did at IU was look at the worst thing that happened at the most out on the edge school and assume that maybe it was about to happen in Bloomington. In my view, it wasn't about to happen. So you have to deal with the people who are in front of you. And our people are generally very well behaved and thoughtful, and we need to work on increasing that. So I just felt obligated to say this in light of Senator Kadura's remarks. Now, I have questions on a totally different topic, I guess related. One of the things I've learned in the Education Committee and on this body is that we have way too few of our young people going to college. It's pitiful, and it's declined over the last 15 years. And my question basically is, what can IU do in its important position to increase the number of people who want to go to college, get in and go there, okay? So the first very practical question in that list is, are there campuses in your system that have room for more students? And how much room do we have, and what are those campuses?
So there is room on every campus other than Bloomington. I think Bloomington's getting pretty full. But IU Indianapolis, IU East, IU Southeast, IU Northwest, IU Kokomo, IU South Bend. There's plenty of room.
So what are we doing to fill that? Because those schools are more likely to get in-state students. So what are we doing to try to build that enrollment at those schools?
So there's...
And let me finish. If we have to put some money into a program to tell our people that we have great opportunities in this state, then ask us for that. So what are we doing currently, and what could we do to raise up the enrollment level of qualified students at those campuses?
So there are a range of specific targeted initiatives across all the campuses I just mentioned to work with K-12, as I referenced, et cetera. I think rather than go through any of those, and we can certainly provide those as well, I'll provide an observation, if I may. So prior to being in Indiana, I came from a state that was one of those states that, I don't know, 30 or 40 years ago, probably had fewer people going to college than Indiana. I was in Georgia before. And it has flipped now. It is no longer in the bottom half of the country. And there were a couple of big things that led to that. One was, and it's really irrefutable, the Hope Scholarship that was launched in the early 90s, referendum voted on, changed the face of people going to school, period, and staying in Georgia to go to school. But another observation was Georgia was very aggressive in bringing students onto the campuses while they were in high school to go to college. So whether it was a vocational school or whether it was one of the, it was 26 when I was there, I don't know how many universities there are now, kids' schedules were done in a way that they came to the campus, and they took classes on the campus, and they were a college student on the campus. And and particularly the regional schools and the urban schools. And it was extraordinary, the number of kids who just stayed, because they had about 2 years left after that. They just stayed and finished the degree on the campus. It's different if they come on the campus versus the experience in high school. It's just different. So it's an observation, if I may.
There was a comment, that our best students, sometimes high school students, go out of state to where they see opportunities. There's nothing wrong with that.
Some of them.
We'd like to draw, yeah, some of them. We'd like to draw a higher cut of that group. But I'm not so focused on them because they're going to take care of themselves. I'm focused on the more average or more typical student. And I think we need to work to get them to come. What really frustrates me is it appears, based on the out-of-state enrollment, and by the way, I'm all for out-of-state students. I've been one myself. I have no problem with that. What appears to me is that many people who don't live in Indiana appreciate our universities more than those who do live here. This is a problem. And I think we need to make an effort to emphasize the quality of our own schools and the opportunities within this state to get our students to want to go to college, specifically in Indiana. But I think our messaging, and this is not a criticism of the university, it's a broader problem. I think our messaging is weak in terms of saying that college is important. And then I'll end on this question for you, which it's hard to even phrase this question. There seems to be an obsession with manufacturing, and that's going to be the solution to all of our problems in terms of employment and economics. But when I look at your programs, and I just heard the programs from Ivy Tech, it's mostly not manufacturing. It's healthcare, it's business, it's computer technology. It's anything but manufacturing. And so I think we need to get you to help us to see where careers really are and get students to understand that that's important. And so I'm asking you, I'm challenging you on that, and I apologize for this. And I don't apologize for challenging you. That's what I'm here for. So I hope you'll pay some attention to that.
Absolutely.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam President. A couple of things. One of your slides had a IU police safety, $5 million per for state match. You didn't talk about that, but I just want to note that I did see that you asked for $5 million more for IU public safety. I think I've been around here for a minute. I don't think I've ever seen that by any higher ed institution. So that's noteworthy to me. You talked about going around to the regions, and I appreciate that. But the presentation that you gave, from my perspective, when I've looked at it 2 or 3 times, just kind of focused on IU Bloomington and IU Indianapolis. So you have all these other regions, like Richmond, Kokomo, Gary. What is your plan for the regions? Because they have students also. So, I want them to continue to be relevant. If you say, I think you said the number 50% of the students are in-state students at IU, over 50%, and 80 or 90% of the students in the regions that you mentioned very briefly is, 80 and 90%. Why are we not focusing more and have more relevancy to the regions? And I'm very concerned about that. It's not just IU Bloomington. It is just not the new created IU Indianapolis.
Thank you. So maybe I can wind back a little bit because regionals are very important to us, and there's a kind of a renewed focus, if you will, on not only supporting our regionals but looking to their future. But if I could wind that back a couple of years, the regional campuses for IU, and not just IU, I mean, frankly, if you look around the whole country, we've seen this, have had dramatic decline in the last decade, dramatic decline. And IU is no exception to that. And when I got here, there was very significant stressors on every campus because, just to be very frank, there had not been pragmatic planning for that. And so some of them had grown as if hiring faculty and other expenses as if they were going to continue to grow, when one campus, for example, went from 8,000 to 3,500 students over this 10-year period. And so the first thing we did, because we are committed to our regional campuses, the first thing we did was we're going to do a market study, and we're going to see what pragmatic enrollment is at those schools, right? So we can understand how we right-size the budgets to keep them safe and what that means. And so we did that in the first couple of years, and they're all in good shape now. I mean, there were a lot of interesting efficiencies put into place that they did, and they collaborate in ways they never have before, cross programs, et cetera. But we've got them now to a good, steady state, that they're secure financially and are pivoting now. There's new leadership. New VP of Regional Campuses is a gentleman named Ken Awama, who was the chancellor at IU Northwest. And under his leadership, his direction is to now pivot toward what does that mean in terms of growth for them? What are opportunities for new programs? What are opportunities for niche and specialty programs that might make sense to persuade students to stay or to start there as well? So there's a lot of work going on now that we've settled things to the growth phase of things.
Okay. Well, one follow-up question. Yesterday, Madam President, Commission on Higher Education, again, sashayed in here and pontificated about all the great things they were doing, and that each university only gets one project. That's what they recommend, one capital project. So what capital projects would you like to see go forth? And I know you'll be back here in January. So, but they just said they just recommend one capital project.
Yeah. So thank you for opening the door for me to be able to say that's something that we grumble about at IU in terms of, we have, a Bloomington campus, we have 5 regional campuses, 2 sub-regional campuses, large med school with its own 9 campuses, and yet we are held to the same expectation of one project as one campus with 8,000 students. And so thanks for opening the door and letting me throw that in there, that if you guys want to consider the size and scope of IU, we would be very pleased to have other projects considered as well. But as I presented a few minutes ago, this year the top project is phase 2 of basically the Science Learning Building in Bloomington. Thank you for that, though.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Garten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Witten, thank you again for your testimony. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Do you remember the first time we met in my office?
I do.
Down in Jeffersonville? What year was that?
It was probably 22. I started in 21. I can't remember. So it would have been spring or summer 22, I think.
Okay, I think so too. So you and Chairman Quinn Buckner came down, and do you remember what you said? Do you remember your lead-in statement to me?
I could make something up.
Don't do that. Your lead-in statement to me was, Senator, I want to be very clear. I do not have an ask. I think that we need to get our house in order first, and I'm planning on shrinking our budget by $75 million before we come to the General Assembly. Mm-hmm. And so you clearly got my attention that day, and I want to commend you for the strong leadership that you have provided and continue to provide to Indiana's flagship university. And so I can't overstate that I appreciate what you've done for us.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the value that we have down at New Albany with Chancellor Debbie Ford and Vice Chancellor Joe Glover. They're doing a tremendous job. Obviously, they hosted our budget committee here just last month.
Good.
And they're doing a tremendous job down there. And so we appreciate the support you've provided and just want to say thank you.
She's a tremendous chancellor. And that's part of, frankly, the strategy across IU is to make sure we have the right leadership in places to accomplish the things we want to accomplish.
So the one question I have, so I met with her and Mr. Joe Glover here just a few weeks ago, and she brought up something that I was unaware of and just wanted to get your perspective on it. And so she highlighted something, and I'm going to paraphrase this, which is dangerous because I'm going off memory with no notes, so forgive me here. She said that she thought that there was something in statute that prevented our universities from engaging students who maybe had partial credits. So something that prevented them from reaching out and saying, hey, can we help you here? Can we get you finished? Can we get you across the line? And how can we do that? Are you aware of anything that prevents you guys from actively or proactively doing that? She thought it had something to do with privacy or almost like a spam type call, that there was something that prevented our universities from doing that. Are you aware of anything?
I don't know. I'm sorry without.
No, that's okay. I'm putting you on the spot here, so I apologize.
But I will say one of the things we're working on in the spirit of we want to be better. I mean, we recognize we have so much work to do at the university, as wonderful as it is. And one of those things that we have very active work going on all of our campuses is getting better and more flexible about helping students transfer in with the credits they have from other institutions. And that's every campus, including Bloomington, needs improvement.
So a little bit to Representative Delaney's point here, I think we're all have sort of the shared goal of getting more Hoosiers across the finish line and keeping those folks who aren't Hoosiers and sort of converting them into Hoosiers when they get here and keeping them here. So to that point, if there is something we the General Assembly can do, I guess that if there is something preventing our universities from proactively reaching out to students who haven't finished, if somebody on your team could let us know what that is, if there's something that we could consider, I would certainly be open to that. So,
Very good.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you again for being here. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I believe we have Purdue University, if they want to come on in, and we'll have you next.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Morning.
Well, it is a distinct delight and a very special privilege for me to stand or sit in front of this great committee here this morning because this is my first time. In fact, I started almost 2 years ago, not quite. So there's the first time for everything. And I'll say if there's anything you happen to like in this presentation, that's all due to my predecessor, Mitch Daniels. Anything you don't like, then please ask your questions afterwards. Now, we've got a lot of numbers, but I don't want to start with numbers. I want to start with values and the character of your public land-grant institution, Purdue University. And I believe that this slide, perhaps more so than any of the forthcoming slides, speaks to that character. And there are three, starting with what we call excellence at scale with affordability. As of now, we have 58,000 students on main campus, 107,000 across the system, and we are ranked repeatedly as a top 10 public university in America. We're also proud of the co-creation of jobs, workforce, and innovation. Without jobs, workforce won't stay in our state. Without workforce, jobs won't come or be created in our state. So we have to co-create jobs and workforce across all the critical areas for all Hoosiers together. And without innovation, what we say, the ones that rewrite the economic equations, we cannot long sustain the co-creation of jobs and workforce. We're proud of our focus as a land-grant institution on that. And the third one, something very important to me personally and to our great team here and all of our Boilermakers, is the American value of individual freedom. We walk the walk in free inquiry on campus throughout the years. When we have this relaunched School of Business, is to support the generation of transformational leaders in a tech-driven free market economy for free enterprises. And we invest heavily in national security and defense for freedom in our country. Now, if I were to just stop the presentation with that one slide, I wouldn't be doing my job. So here come quite a few of these eye charts. They are, I believe, good news to report to the taxpayers and the elected officials. Starting out with this notion of excellence at scale with affordability. Over the past 10 years, since Common App, we have seen a dramatic increase every year in the number of applications to the main campus, consisting today of both West Lafayette and Indianapolis with your support last year. So we've hit a new record of more than 78,000 applicants from all around the country and the world, and I'll come to why we're paying special attention to our in-state applicants. But the total number, here's one equation there. I used to be an engineer, and now I focus on watching basketball games. But I said, we need an equation here. Let's put one equation here. So it is the number of applicants, 78,500 last time, multiplied by the admissions rate in aggregate. And I'll come to how we are treating Hoosiers differently than out of state. But the aggregate is also a record this year, below 50%, and the yield rate multiplied by that. And it is all-time high at close to 30% yield rate. Now, what is really important in a free market of choices by the high school students is the yield rate. When they have choices, which one would they choose? When our Hoosier students have a choice, both within the public and private R1 universities in our own state and the other 49 states, which one would they choose? And we compete constantly against many other Big Ten and other universities in the country. We're delighted to see the yield rate reflecting how students are voting with their feet. You multiply the three numbers together, if I did my math correctly, then it's 11,000 plus as the incoming class, by far the largest ever incoming freshman class, our main campus. Now, what about the total enrollment? So this shows without dual enrollment counting, exceeding 107,000 students. That's inclusive of Purdue-Fort Wayne, Purdue Northwest, the main campus consisting of West Lafayette and Indianapolis, as well as Purdue Global for working adults. So here's a very important slide to all the Boilermakers. As you can see, over the past 10 years, we have tried very hard to increase the in-state student numbers. And this is only the undergraduate on main campus. If you look at undergrad and grad and certificates across the whole system, the number almost doubles. But look at undergrad Hoosier enrollment on our main campus. For the first time ever this year, we exceeded 20,000. And most importantly is, how are we treating our in-state applicants? The aggregate admissions rate, we had to keep it below 50% because we need to make sure we have enough housing and facility to give it to those admitted students. But if you look at the in-state admissions rate this year, it was 74%. Out of state is 45%. That means for in-state student, you have almost a 30% advantage to be admitted to Purdue compared to somebody from any other states, from Illinois, from Ohio, from Michigan. And we believe that we are the only university, R1 university in our state, that gives an advantage in admissions rate to in-state students. Now, affordability, as Mitch started 12 years ago, and we've announced 1 more year ahead by the Board of Trustees, 13 years of frozen tuition. And people say, how could that be? Even when inflation was high or low, we've kept doing that for 13 years. And you can see, had we not been doing that, by Big Ten average, we would be charging students about 30% more today. And the answer is very simple. The undergrad tuition and fees is only 38% of our operating budget. What about the other 62%? And Mitch liked to say, set the right-hand side to be 0 and solve for the left-hand side. So the way we look at it is to say, why don't we work harder as a university to increase the other 62% instead of taking it the easy way to say, why don't we increase that 38%? Because what can the parents and students do? We can charge them however much we want to charge them. What can they do? Well, we don't want to do that. We want to work doubly hard so that we give the affordability to our students. And indeed, at least 75,000 graduates and 10 graduating classes at Purdue have never experienced a single dollar of tuition increase. When we took over the Indianapolis campus, our portion of it, with a new Purdue in Indy, in fact, the students saw a reduction of tuition as a student of Purdue's main campus. Another way to look at this is the record number of graduating debt-free on main campus. This year or last year, hitting 64%. Zero debt when you graduate with a Purdue degree. We also measure an interesting number. I wish all the public and private universities throughout the country would publish this number. It's a meaningful number to our students. It is the average earnings to debt ratio. Look at, in the numerator, the first year earnings before tax, and divided by the total debt you accumulated when you graduate with a Purdue degree. That ratio for us this year is all-time high at 6.7 to 1. I believe there are many places in our country where this ratio is much, much worse, perhaps even less than 1 to 1. That means that it takes 2 months of your, on average, salary upon graduation to pay back completely the debt you accumulated to get the Purdue degree. We also have a record number of time to graduation, time to degree, at 3.86 years, below 4 years. Well, they work very hard. I don't want to work that hard when I was a student, but we salute those students who are able to graduate in fewer than 4 years. As to the retention rate after first year and the graduation rate, also we hit a new all-time high this past fiscal year at a 4-year graduation rate of 67%, 5-year 81%, and 6-year graduation rate at all-time high of 84%. And our STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics disciplines, undergraduate enrollment on main campus hit yet another all-time high this year at 83%. Well, what you measure tends to improve. So at the Public Board of Trustees meeting 3 months ago, I presented 10 slides summarizing across the board from research dollars we compete for from federal government all the way to these charts of undergraduate student experience and success. And without fail, every single metric is year-over-year jump, and most of them hit all-time high in university history, thanks to the great team that we have. Now, excellence at scale. So it's not just about growing bigger with market demands for our degrees, but also growing better, as we would say, one brick higher. We try to land on the face of the moon because we want to aim as high as possible. And I don't want to brag too much about this. However, we all share the pride, as Purdue is Indiana's public land-grant institution, including being a top 8 public university by the QS ranking in the country, number 4 in the country in generating U.S. patents, continue to be a top 10 most innovative university, public or private, in the country. Now, 3 years in a row, a brand that matters by Fast Company, the only university in the country receiving that honor. According to U.S. News, we have more than 30 undergraduate and graduate degree programs among top 10 in America. Again, counting public and private universities there. And I want to be very collegial to our friends and neighbors down in Bloomington, so I'm going to skip this number 1 public university in Indiana thing. But I would like to highlight, in Big Ten, there are 18 universities now. Again, the math is confusing. Actually, my son, 11 years, kept asking me, how much is 10? Is it 10, is 14, or is it 18, or is it some other number? So out of 18 universities this year, by far, Purdue is ranked #1 out of these 18 universities in free speech. And we are also the only public or private university from our great state of Indiana to be ranked globally as a top 100 university in the world. But let me turn now to job and workforce creation. This is a beautiful map here connecting our capital city, Indianapolis, to the West Lafayette campus. Both are part of our main campus. For Purdue, Indianapolis is not a regional campus. As Mitch said a little over 2 years ago at the onset of this process, that our Indianapolis presence will be an integral part of our main campus. And along what we call America's hard tech corridor, we are creating tens of thousands of jobs, and we are creating tens of thousands of talents to fill those jobs in areas that you can touch. So people say, well, Meng, what is hard tech? I mean, technologies that you can touch. For example, semiconductors and microelectronics. For example, life science, digital agriculture, and pharmaceutical. For example, transportation, logistics, and aerospace, and national defense. The technology is not just like on the coast where you just write programs and software, but also you use them, you use AI and big data, but to the benefits of our agriculture and industry 4.0. And you can see that some of these wonderful companies, including SK Hynix, Eli Lilly, and many others, are now doubling down along this corridor where many more jobs will be created. You see the growth in wealth, in population, in tax base, and then many great things will follow. In particular, if you look at the two bookends, in West Lafayette, we started a few years back the Discovery Park District. It's a live, learn, work, play neighborhood where 5,000 people call home today, and we have attracted many companies, not just SK Hynix, but also Saab, Rolls-Royce, MediaTek, IMAG from Belgium, and companies throughout the hard tech industry. We also have resumed the commercial passenger services to Purdue University Airport, America's first university-operated airport, with Amelia Earhart Terminal under construction now, thanks to the support from the state, from Lilly Endowment, and from our Greater Lafayette neighbors. And now 65 miles down 65 or 52, whichever one you prefer to drive on, we're now where we are at this moment. I'll come back to Indianapolis a bit more, but it's been a 100% smooth launch of our first ever urban expansion of the main campus in our capital city with the totality of Purdue to totality of Indianapolis. Not just the engineering and the technology and computer science degrees, but all the degrees we have to offer from our West Lafayette campus, including business, healthcare related, HTM related, all those urban environment majors are going to come over to Indianapolis in addition to West Lafayette, but also totality of the city. Because we say to our business and civic partners that you don't have to come to us, we will come to you. And we're modeling throughout 10 different locations within the first 4 months of launching our campus. Now, over the past fiscal year, alongside ARI and many other partners, Purdue as a leading university partner were able to win 3 out of 3 national hubs competitions, including the Hydrogen Hub in Northwest Indiana, including the DoD Microelectronic Commons Hub, and including the Department of Commerce Regional Tech Hub in Bioworks in Indianapolis. And I'm proud to say this university is the only one in the country as a leading university partner to win 3 out of 3. It is a 10% probability winning, I was told, for each one of the 3. So assuming you can multiply them out, then it is a 0.1% probability to win 3 altogether. Now looking forward, we have 4 rings we draw. So this is not a commercial for a particular car brand or for Olympics. There are 4 pillars we're focusing on in the coming years at Purdue. Indianapolis campus, the Daniels School of Business, Purdue Computes, and One Health. Very briefly, with each one of these, Indianapolis, as of 4 months ago, we are no longer the only major metro in the country without an R1 or AAU university. Not anymore. Because for Purdue, this is a part of our main campus, and therefore, as of July 1 this year, Indianapolis has an R1 AAU university in the capital city. And we're modeling throughout the city, as mentioned. We appreciate the deep partnership from all of them. And I cannot tell you how deeply we appreciate this committee and, generally speaking, how the Indiana General Assembly has been so visionarily supportive of Purdue's first ever expansion into an urban setting. We do this for one reason only, is to unlock unique opportunities for our students at the same time of serving the needs of business communities in Indianapolis. The other one is Purdue Computes, including physical AI, where the bytes of AI meet the atoms of what we grow, what we make, and what we move as a state, the smart crossroads of America, as well as semiconductors as the foundation for all digital economy and a foundation for national economic and job security throughout the country. The third one is what we call One Health, human, animal, and plant health working together. As we all know, if we want healthier Hoosiers, we need to make sure that the animal health and the plant health work hand in hand with all the industries and research going into human health. And Purdue has unique strength across all 3 of them, and we're now propelling forward the intersection of One Health. And the fourth one of the 4 pillars is in business, in particular, the Mitch Daniels School of Business. We have a great dean I recruited last year, Dr. Jim Bullard, who at that moment was the longest serving president of a Federal Reserve Bank in St. Louis. That covers the southern part of our own state as well. And after 15 years there, he said, well, this is a great opportunity. And he has done an incredible job in reimagining and relaunching the School of Business now with new degrees, with new talents and faculty and staff, and with a new vision to support the business growth in our own state. Coming to the end of this half-an-hour presentation, this is the slide you see every year, the appropriation history here. And I just want to highlight, even though the scale on the y-axis doesn't make this as visible, perhaps, that we deeply appreciate how the General Assembly of our state has decided to provide an increase to the appropriation last year in the biennium to main campus and to other campuses as well. We do not take lightly the financial resources from taxpayers. We want to make sure that every single dollar of taxpayers' financial resource is invested in the most responsible manner at Purdue University. Now, secondly, line item appropriations. Again, I want to thank all of you and to thank the General Assembly for the support to our request 2 years ago that Mitch presented, and then after January last year, I continued to present the case for. We have not forgotten the generous support by this body, and this year, looking across the micro and microeconomic conditions, we have chosen to request 0% increase on all these line item budgets. We received increases on these items just one round ago, and we want to make sure that we first spend and invest those resources in the most impactful way with return on those investments. I don't know how many slides you're going to see as the State Budget Committee with 0% everywhere, but however, I'm not quite done yet. I do have 2 more slides. So Mr. Chair was like, oh, great, you should just stop right there, 0% increase and 0 will be provided. Well, no, we do have 2 particular requests for your consideration. And I, again, do not take these lightly. The first one has a particular strategic value of life science impact. As mentioned, we have one of our 4 key pillars is One Health. It's built on the foundation of life science research. And Purdue has a storied history, from Nobel Prize winners to amazing faculty right now like Professor Phil Lau, who has invented so many drugs, saving so many lives, and providing the ROI to our state as well, such as the Pluvicto cancer drug that he discovered. But the facilities are aging, and we are now at the time to decide if we want to keep that going or not. And we thought that we got to make sure this is a priority, and therefore the number 1 capital priority for us in this coming biennium is the Life Sciences Research Building, a total of $160 million expected, and we would like to find $70 million ourselves from our savings and from philanthropic support, and respectfully request the consideration by this body for $90 million. And the impact will be a 140,000 square foot project that will put Hoosier's human, animal, and plant health together. We'll invent even more drugs than before. And we will have even more workforce developed out of this facility. And we'll be able to attract even more talent to come to Indiana, stay in Indiana, and contribute to the One Health mission. And one more. Back to this foundation for all digital economy. And I remember after serving in State Department back 5 years ago, I came back and it was COVID, and a lot of the automakers could not pay their employees. They have to furlough them because they could not have the automobiles completed. Everything's ready, the mechanical part, the paint, everything. But they missed a few chips. And because of that, the car isn't ready. Too many things we enjoy in our daily lives today depend on these microelectronic chips. And I remember back when I was at the State Department, I was highlighting the importance of chips for national security, economic security, and job security. And some of my colleagues said, well, Meng, I don't want to doubt you, but are you sure potato chips is foundational to national security? I said, well, not that kind of chips. The other chips, I enjoy both chips. One is more directly consumable than the other, but it is important, and we appreciate the leadership from our state, including the governor, including Senator Young, and many others, working tirelessly to position America to lead again in digital economy. And we cannot rely outside of our own country for the future of keeping jobs open and getting the cars and so many other products finished. And indeed, over the past year and a half or 2 years, your land-grant institution has been at the forefront in research, in education, and in industry economic development partnerships in semiconductors and related areas. We are the first one to roll out the comprehensive semiconductor degrees program in the United States. We lead multiple national consortia that we won on a competitive basis. We're generating interest from thousands of students many from our own state, and many will stay in our own state if they can have the jobs they want. And we are creating this national momentum in onshoring, reshoring semiconductor and related industry to the Hoosier land. So my last slide is the second request for your consideration. We know how important it is. We know we are winning. But we also know there's stiff competitions out there with the other 49 states. We're highlighting a few of those. We're competing against Texas. We're competing against Florida and Arizona. We're competing against New York and Minnesota and North Carolina. And yes, we compete against California and Oregon. We're competing against our neighbors, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan. I don't want to get started trash talking our Big Ten neighbors, so I'll just simply say that we have been winning much more than they have been. However, they are pouring a lot of resources. The majority of the $11 billion of additional research and development dollars out of the CHIPS Act, for example, are still to be allocated. And often, to win as the leader of a team, you must show up with the state support. If only it is 1 to 10 matching, with the 10 coming from the federal, you need the state support there. Now, we've been winning a lot. For example, on the right-hand side, you see already over $100 million just this past year alone. And since the slides were prepared with one additional ones too, of these federal competitive research dollars that's creating new jobs and innovations for our state. But going forward, we do not underestimate our competitors. These are formidable universities from these states, and they are pouring resources. So here's an idea for your consideration: an Indiana Opportunity Fund. And not just for this particular sector. It's truly applicable to other competitive federal dollars. Some state will win them. Better be us. Better be Indiana. And we want to have this as a fund that we will not draw from unless we compete and win against other states in winning federal dollars. And often they say, well, if the federal dollar is $10, will the lead institution's home state provide, say, a $1 match, or whatever the ratio might be for a particular program? So this is going to be an opportunity fund for Indiana's future of winning. And I'll wrap up this half an hour slide deck by saying we know how wonderful it is to win. If you look at Zach Edey, and I think he's doing quite well for Memphis right now. Watch a lot of his games. He's throwing threes, a lot of threes. But there's nothing sweeter than to win as the underdog. As the underdog. Look at the map of our beautiful country. We're one of the 50 states. We have to compete. We have to win. We want people to come here and stay here. And to win as the underdog often. SK Hynix, $4 billion of investment to start out with, coming to Purdue Research Park. We were in the running for 2 years, the final 4. I don't think I can publicly disclose what the other 3 states are, but they are pretty formidable states. But we won. Very few people thought at the beginning that we'll stand a chance, that our state of Indiana would stand a chance to win. But we did. And we'll never give up as the underdog to win the future of competitiveness of our own Hoosier state. With that, I turn my time back to Q&A and lunchtime.
Thank you. Questions, members of committee? Representative Delaney?
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. President.
Good to see you.
I look at the applications to the main campus schedule that you have as one of your first slides. While there has been an increase in the number of Indiana applicants, I wouldn't call it notable, okay? It was maybe less than 10%. And I asked President Witten about this same topic. What is it that Purdue, and I'm talking for the moment about the main campus, Purdue could do to get more of our own students to want to go, to want to apply there? You've got a dramatic increase in out-of-state applications. And I know we only have about 80,000 kids graduate every year. We got a limited number. But what are you doing to get more Hoosiers to want to go to Purdue?
Thank you for this very important question. I'm going to answer in two parts. First, I'm going to complain about reality. Then I would say that's not the right answer. The right answer is things being what they are. What do we do about it? But let me start by not complaining, it's too strong a word, by describing as a messenger the number that you just alluded to. We have 73,000 plus last year of high school graduates. That's what the population dictates. And 27% of them, so that's just slightly less than 20,000 students, were interested to apply to any four-year college in America, including those in our own state. So fewer than 20,000. I used to say less than 20,000, then my English professors correct me. Fewer, not less. Fewer than 20,000. And Purdue actually is able to enroll about a third of those as one university in the whole country. Right. So we're proud of that, but we have to recognize that 27% ready to go to a four-year college. Perhaps the number can be a little higher. It doesn't, by the way, have to be 100%. I don't believe that four-year college is the right answer for everyone. No, it is not. However, maybe the 27% can be 32%. I don't know. That would be helpful. Population growth would be useful. Now, we don't have time machine to go back 18 years ago and ask people to make more babies, but we do have the economic development opportunities to attract young families to come here, work for SK Hynix, work for Rolls-Royce, work for Eli Lilly, for Elanco, for many other companies, and they already have the babies there growing up in high school, and maybe that will increase the college-ready population. But let me turn to the second half of my answer, which is, what can Purdue do about it? It takes the whole village, and we're part of the village, so we got to do something about it too, and not just sitting on the receiving end of this reality. So one thing we're doing, of course, is the Purdue Promise, which helps to attract more in-state students with a wrap-around academic and residential environment, especially for first-gen students. And they may not know what colleges is like, and how to survive and how to thrive in that environment. We have the PPHS, Purdue Polytechnic High School, 3 of them throughout the state, 2 here in Indianapolis. And dozens of students have, since its launch 5 years ago, 6 years ago, graduated from high school and enrolled at Purdue, including Purdue in Indianapolis now. We're also working tirelessly to ensure that those students who are here at Purdue will succeed and graduate fast and graduate debt-free so that it will be successful for them in their career as well. So thank you for highlighting this issue here. We do not take this challenge lightly, and we do everything we can, including giving a 30 percentage point favorability, if you will, to admit our own in-state students. And we just also need a lot more 18 years olds.
Yeah. And we need to announce that number, that benefit of being a Hoosier. We need to get that out there and let people know, and we need to get more students there. And I congratulate you for the efforts you are making.
Right. That number.
The problem is in this building, not in West Lafayette, as far as getting students to go to college. The second slide, the only other one I want to ask about is the appropriations history. Tell me if I'm missing something, but my sense is that the main campus has the advantage of grants and substantial donations that does not apply as much to the smaller local campuses. It's just a fact of life. You can get more grants and you can get more loans and donations. When I think of that and I look at the appropriations for the Northwest, Fort Wayne, and Indianapolis, forget Indianapolis is different, Northwest and Fort Wayne, there's been very little change in the amount that you're asking us to appropriate, okay, for those schools. First of all, are they at maximum enrollment, Northwest and Fort Wayne? Are they at capacity?
Well, two parts to my answer again. Not all my answer will be two parts, but first is that we have stopped the bleeding, which has been a national trend of regional public universities. Stopped the bleeding. Right now, both Purdue Fort Wayne and Purdue Northwest, their enrollment number have stabilized around 62 to 6,500 students. So now that's better than a steady decline over many, many years. But that's not good enough. The answer is they're not at capacity. There is capacity, physical capacity to have more students. Our hope is to bring that number, now that it stopped going down, to bring that number back up. And part two of my answer is that, of course, the appropriations formula and request is done in collaboration with the Commission on Higher Education. And we have enjoyed thoroughly the partnership and the leadership from the commissioner and the whole commission. So there's part of that equation over there. However, I would just also highlight we've got great things going at these two regional campuses. Indianapolis is, again, not a regional. We don't have a separate chancellor there as part of West Lafayette's main campus. But, for example, Northwest Indiana, it is now a research-level university. It is a Hispanic-serving institution. It is also an engine for economic growth in Northwest Indiana. I've been there 5 times this year, and I traveled throughout the state to all the counties where we have extension offices from Purdue, helping with ag and health and youth education, economic development. But when I visited the Tri-County region in the Northwest, and I felt this palpable sense of pride of one region. This is our time now. We are going forward with economic growth there. Now, the Fort Wayne region also have been able to attract a lot of companies, creating many jobs, and we've got 2 great chancellors and their teams, both Fort Wayne and Northwest. So I think they are actually getting a lot of wins, such as the DOE research competition I mentioned out of federal government. They're able to attract great donation. The music building, for example, in Fort Wayne, with support from this body, but also philanthropic support. So we're proud of everything the whole family of Purdue, every member has been doing.
How many students could you add at those 2 schools, Northwest and Fort Wayne?
It would be
went great, and the students applied and all that.
Right. So the total enrollment right now, undergrad and also master degree students, is, I'll say, 12,700.
Between the 2?
Between the 2 together,
Okay,
yes.
What could you get to on a good day?
On a good day, well, you're really asking me a lot of tough questions. I can barely do any addition and math in the morning, but I know. Well, but I would say we would love to. I would love to see going to 15,000 students.
Okay. All right. I hope we'll help you do that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
chancellors, if you're watching this at this real-time moment, well, now the pressure is on you. So.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Cordora?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one question.
Yes, please.
There's a perception, whether IU or Purdue, that the strength of the degree is different by campus, meaning Purdue, Lafayette, bachelor's or master PhD is gold, no pun intended. But maybe a regional campus might not carry the same reputational strength when students go apply for jobs or move somewhere else. I tied this idea with your thought on capacity in Fort Wayne and other places. If we are to address the issue of enrolling more Hoosiers from the state of Indiana, one, maybe what we need to fix is to ensure that all campuses carry the same reputational strength of the diploma, so that you can balance the load of admissions. If I get international students or out-of-state students, maybe we offer them admissions in universities, campuses, where there's more capacity, and maybe dedicate Indianapolis to more Indiana-based students. So I think my question, from far away from a legislator's perspective, and I may correlate the strength and the reputation of the degree with admissions and why people choose to go to Lafayette versus other campuses. But do you see a strategic goal for Purdue to say, for example, in 5 years from today, we would like to be at 60 or 70% enrollment from within Indiana and maybe 30% from out of state. And to achieve this goal, let's resolve the reputational strength issue so that we can balance admissions between all regional campuses and the main campus. Is that part of the discussion, the strategy, or the goals?
Absolutely. I'm going to actually answer this great question in 3 parts now. So it's just getting worse. It's not good news for your lunchtime. But first answer is that indeed, if you look at Purdue as a system, in-state students, admissions rate is almost 100%. When we have a main campus student that we could not admit as an applicant, we will forward that applicants to the regional campuses. And that's the case for undergrad and also for master's students across many disciplines. So our aggregate admissions rate is extremely high as possible. Second part of my answer is that I always say that when I visited, and I've visited Fort Wayne 3 times this year, for example, working with the 2 chancellors and their teams, I think of the future of regional public universities dependent on 3 pillars of strategies. One, you got to be agile, nimble, and efficient, because the tides are pushing against you nationally. 2 is that you have to work with the local community, serving the local community and making sure you're part of their economic growth. And 3, back to your point, you've got to have a specialty. You've got to have many specialties so that the nearby states and even perhaps across the country, students will say, you know what, I would rather go to that regional campus because they are really known in the world for that. So I'm so happy to say my third part of the answer to your question is that we have such kind of unique strength emerging out of the 2 regional campuses. For example, in nursing, in cybersecurity, in MBA programs, in areas such as music technology, sports management. We have actually students coming from Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, and indeed throughout the country who says, I like the Purdue brand over there. That's great. And there's this uplifting drift and help with the overall Purdue brand. But I specifically want to go to Fort Wayne because of the MBA program, business analytics program, or the music management program. And we have our own label. People say, Purdue, you've got your own, thank you, gold and black beer beverage. And what else do you have as gold and black? We actually have a music label out of the Fort Wayne campus. And signed up some pretty good artists there. And then there are students who said, yes, I like the Purdue overall brand, but I specifically want to go to Purdue Northwest because of the unique strength in cybersecurity, in nursing, with the healthcare systems in that part of the state. So we see that emergent trend. Frankly, that's why we have stabilized now the enrollment drop, unlike many other regionals throughout the country. But we need to keep doing that and keep winning.
I appreciate your answer, and thank you for, I was looking at also your retention in Indiana numbers. Out of your graduates, 20% of out-of-state graduates remain in the state, 36% of international students remain in the state. What percentage of Hoosiers who are either lived here, most of the graduate from Indiana-based high schools stay in the state after they attend Purdue? Do you have that number? So I think that slide shows out-of-state and international students, but I was wondering, there's no number on this slide.
Yes. Well, we will get the exact number for the in-state students staying in Indiana and bringing number to you. I believe the percentage is very high, especially as we try to give them internship. For example, all the Indianapolis students in engineering must go through an internship with a local Indianapolis company or business or factory before they can even graduate. So hopefully that percentage is very, very high. They've got families here, and they've got internship, they got the offers, they're going to stay here upon graduation. But while I don't have that number on top of my head, we will get you the number right away.
Appreciate it. And please continue bragging about you being #1 in the nation for freedom of speech. That's important.
Oh, thank you. Well, #1 in Big Ten. but we will continue to strive towards that. And then, by the way, thank you for highlighting the 20% and 36% numbers. We particularly wanted to dig in those numbers because that we're not sure. These out-of-state students, say, they came to Purdue to study. Now that they have graduated, are they staying in Indiana or are they going back to wherever they came from, Texas, California, Florida, wherever they might be, Ohio? And I'll tell you that we are not as happy as we would like to see the percentage. We call it the conversion rate. Can we convert out-of-state students to become in-state Hoosiers, citizens? And we think the number, the percentage, we were 19% last year, 20% this year. We're not satisfied with that number. It's better than 0%, but we think if we can create even more jobs in these ecosystems through curated densification and bringing to bear our research excellence to job creation, there will be even a higher percentage of these out-of-state students who will say, you know, well, goodbye Illinois, goodbye Michigan. I like Indiana. I'm going to stay here and raise a family here.
Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Very good.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the members of the State Budget Committee. Boiler up to all of you, and we're delighted to be your public land-grant institution.
Thank you. With that, we'll stand in recess till 1 o'clock. See you back then. President Mearns, I believe that you're next with Ball State. If you want to go ahead, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. I have the great good fortune to serve as the president of Ball State University, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with you some of the good things that are happening on our campus and our plans and our strategies to build a brighter future on our campus, in our community, and here in the state of Indiana. I'll also share some recommendations and requests for the upcoming budget session. As you see on the slide, this is an outline of the presentation. I'm going to begin with some information and specific data about Ball State and demonstrate how our programs and our strategies align with the state goals for higher education, for workforce development, and really for economic development and economic vitality all across the state. And I'm going to also show the impact that we have as Indiana's public research university that is truly fully focused on the best interests of the state of Indiana. And then, as I said, I'll present some specific requests and recommendations. I understand that you're familiar with the Higher Ed Commission's HOPE agenda. As you know, it's based really on 3 major metrics: enrollment, retention, and now graduate retention in Indiana. And you'll see as I present these slides, you'll see that how our university is contributing to each one of these 3 goals. So on this next slide, you see the data for our fall 2024 freshman class, approximately 3,700 new incoming freshmen. That's comparable to our pre-pandemic average. Over the last 2 years, our freshman class has averaged about 3,740. Our pre-pandemic 10-year average was about 3,750. It also has a very strong academic profile. Overall, across all of those freshmen, they had a 3.56 median high school GPA. But also our Honors College enrolled the largest freshman class in our history, more than 600 new freshmen in our Honors College. To put that in context, only about 5 or 6 years ago, our Honors College would recruit and enroll about 300 or 320. So just in the last 6 years, we've doubled in size, and the median GPA of the honors freshmen, their median high school GPA was 4.06. Once again, 90% of our incoming freshmen are Hoosiers here from the state of Indiana. Also, of students of color, 30% of our incoming freshmen were students of color. That's comparable to the demographics in Indiana of the 18 to 24 population, and that's the largest percentage in our history. 46% of our incoming freshmen were Pell eligible. I assume all of you are familiar with the FAFSA fiasco that all of higher education had to deal with last spring, but we're pleased that with the strategies that we employed, we were able to overcome that challenge. And then 28% of our students, of our incoming freshmen, were first generation in their family to go to college. So that's fall freshman enrollment. This is a chart that shows our retention, that critical first to second year retention rate, and it shows it in comparison to the previous years since the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we were at about 77, 78%. Like many institutions, saw a drop in that critical retention rate because of the pandemic. But as you'll see, for the freshman class that enrolled last fall, we're now back up to our pre-pandemic average. And that's the product of a lot of investments that we're making in technology and also people to support our undergraduate students. And then this graph shows our total fall enrollment since the pandemic. It demonstrates that our total enrollment has rebounded fully from the adverse impact of the pandemic. In fact, our total enrollment of nearly 20,000 students is 1,100 more than it was just 2 years ago. And there are three contributing factors. One is the size of the incoming freshman class. The second factor is that undergraduate retention and persistence rates. But also this year we had the largest graduate enrollment in the 106-year history of Ball State. Our graduate enrollment this fall was 5,851 students. Put those all together, and that's why we're back to nearly 20,000 students. And then, more importantly than the students who enroll is how many of them graduate. Since the advent of the pandemic, we have conferred more than 25,000 undergraduate and graduate degrees. Last year, you see, just in that 1 year, it was nearly 6,000 degrees awarded. Total bachelor's degrees was a little over 2,800. To Indiana residents, more than 2,500, which means that approximately 80% of the undergraduate degrees that we conferred were to Indiana Hoosiers, or nearly 90% of them, actually. And that's why we like to refer to ourselves, as you see on the next slide, as an Indiana-serving institution. It's how we contribute to the economic and educational vitality of our state, and also the civic and social vitality of every county in the state of Indiana. You see on that first bullet point, the reference to fulfilling careers and meaningful lives draws directly from our mission statement at Ball State. It's about ensuring that our students have a career that is both rewarding financially but also fulfilling in a professional way as well, and also that we are contributing to them having meaningful lives through their service and their philanthropy throughout their communities. As you know, as a teachers college, we are the 5th largest teachers college in the United States of America, both in terms of undergraduate and graduate students, and we're very proud of how our faculty and staff and our graduates serve the communities in which they live. So as you know, each institution in the country determines postgraduate placement rates by the sum of really 3 outcomes. How many of them are employed, how many of them have enlisted in the military, and how many have enrolled in graduate school. This is the most recent data that we have for placement rates for our May 23 graduates. Of those 3, of the ones that are employed, 80% of them are presently employed in the state of Indiana. And for those who actually enrolled in graduate school, more than 50% of the undergraduates who graduated in 2023 chose to go to graduate school at Ball State. And then this chart shows where our living alumni are living and working. We have more than 215,000 living alumni. 124,000 of them here live and work in Indiana, in every county in the state of Indiana. And they're in every county, in large businesses and small businesses. They work in large and small businesses here in Indianapolis, but in large, mid-size, and small businesses in every county in the state. And the reason so many of our graduates are choosing to stay is the product of a comprehensive plan to engage our students while they're on campus with businesses throughout the state of Indiana. And here's a long list of the very intentional strategies that we've developed over the last 5 to 10 years. I'm not going to describe all of them. I'm happy to answer questions, but I will describe just a couple of them so that you get a sense of our commitment to the state of Indiana. First of all, what I want to mention is the first one on the top, which is Skills Infusion. This was a program that was created several years ago, and the central premise of this strategy is that we consult with Indiana employers to ask them what kinds of transferable skills they want our graduates to have and their employees to have. And then we share that information with our faculty so that they can intentionally incorporate those transferable skills into their curriculum and into the courses. You see a program that's the faculty internship, that is the second bullet pair. That's the complementary program to Skills Infusion. This is where over summer we have faculty who actually serve as externs and interns in businesses so that they can see firsthand in the summer the kinds of skills that are needed so that they can incorporate what they learn in the summer and incorporate that into the curriculum and into their academic programs. The learner experience record, which you also see, it's about halfway, a little more than halfway down. That's an integral part of the strategic plan at Ball State. We're providing every undergraduate student with a new tech platform to record their personal reflections on what they've learned in every educational experience that they have on campus, in every course, in every extracurricular activity, and every co-curricular activity. We know, as a residential institution, that students gain those transferable skills, those learning outcomes, not just in the classroom or in the laboratory, but in student organizations and student activities, and even in intercollegiate athletics. So this is providing them an opportunity to record contemporaneously what they're learning in a kind of a journal so that they'll be better prepared when they're interviewing with employers or writing cover letters to explain what they've learned on campus and how it prepares them for the job that they're applying for. We're also expanding our mentoring program. We know our students now more than ever need mentors, not just on campus, but out in the community. We've created another tech platform. We have now 5,000 Ball State alumni who are who are connected on this social media platform with current undergraduate students to serve as mentors with them. And then you've probably heard from Becca. She probably would like to put a billboard on every interstate in the state of Indiana about our new county ambassador program. We are in the process of hiring additional staff that will enable us to recruit a current undergraduate student from every county in the state to be a peer-to-peer guide to their other students to share with them what opportunities in terms of work and living exist in every county. We're in the process of scaling that up. I think we now have identified nearly 20 county ambassadors, but it's our hope over the next couple years that we'll literally have an undergraduate county ambassador from every county in the state of Indiana, again, serving as a peer-to-peer person to encourage them to consider employment opportunities in the state of Indiana. Like most institutions, we also host a career fair on campus every year. This is data from our most recent career fair just a month ago. More than 1,700 students attended that career fair, and more importantly, we had 300 recruiters from businesses all across the state of Indiana. That's also, both of those numbers were an all-time record for our university. And here's what you see on the next slide is feedback from the recruiters who attended our career fair. 97% of the employers said that our undergraduate students met or exceeded their expectations. 94% of the employers shared that our students clearly communicated their command of those transferable skills. 93% of employers shared that our candidates clearly demonstrated strong communication skills. And then the last bullet point, 56% of the employers shared that our students were better or much better compared to candidates from other colleges and universities. Very encouraging feedback to us. As you've also heard from Becca, I assume over the last few years, we've created a new physical space in our career services office called the Indiana Connection Lounge. The principal purpose of this is to complement a career fair. This is a more informal space for employers when they visit campus to meet with our students more informally. For many students, a career fair can be a kind of an intimidating place to go up to a table and introduce themselves to an employer. This provides a more, as I say, informal, casual space for our students to meet with employers and an informal place for the employers to actually meet with our students. Then 2 years ago, in 2022, we created our new Office of Industry Engagement. One of the challenges for employers, or really for anybody, is to navigate a complex institution like a large university. So we created this Office of Industry Engagement so that essentially there's a single connection point within Becca's organization where employers or businesses can connect with the university, get guidance as to what their interest is so that that office can then connect them with either an academic department, an employment opportunity, or an internship. It's helping external constituents, particularly employers, navigate the complexity of a large university campus. So, You've probably seen slides from all of my colleagues at the university that shows the names of the large companies throughout Indiana where their graduates are working. We have graduates, like all of the institutions, who are working at these companies, and many are other large companies as well. But Beck and I really like this slide. We started showing to you probably a couple years ago. It represents just a small fraction of the small and mid-sized businesses all across the state of Indiana where our graduates work. And with our new County Ambassadors program, we believe that in the future years we could show slide after slide of the small and mid-sized businesses where we have enabled our students to find good employment opportunities. And on this next slide, it shows how we're trying to build specific talent pipelines in specific industries. We're supporting work-based high school experiences, like in computer science and IT security, and we're developing now specific industry pathways with employers or industry clusters or employer clusters in a particular industry to develop pathways in partnerships with high schools that would recruit students who are interested in employment opportunities in those industries to come to Ball State to get a degree that would be relevant to that industry and then specifically place them in those companies after they graduate from Ball State. One of the areas where we've been doing this very well for decades is in our Teachers College. This slide shows where Ball State graduates are serving as educators throughout the state of Indiana. They're serving as teachers and counselors and coaches and administrators, not just in every county, but I would imagine we have Ball State graduates who are probably in every school district in every county in the state of Indiana. But in 2002, we became the first institution in the state to create a K-12 registered apprentice program. That is, we're working with a local high school, with high school students who are interested in a career as a teacher. They're getting some exposure to those opportunities while they're in high school. Then they come to Ball State to get their education degrees, and then they get placed back, often in the community where they were a high school student. By the way, we have 30,000 Teacher College alumni in the state of Indiana. So now I want to shift gears a little away from directly talking about Ball State to talking about how we continue to be fully invested in supporting our local public school system. I think many of you will recall in 2018, the General Assembly passed House Enrolled Act 1315, and that state law created the historic partnership between Ball State University and the Muncie Community Schools. And we've now just embarked on the 7th year of this distinctive partnership, and our board recently received a report from the superintendent and the chair of the board, and I have several slides from that presentation that I'd like to share with you. This slide summarizes the key takeaways from their annual report to our Board of Trustees. One of the first thing that they've done over the last 5 or 6 years is stabilize the enrollment. The enrollment in the Muncie Community Schools had been declining since the 1970s, and for the first time in 50 years, enrollment is now recovering in the Muncie Community Schools. They've stabilized the long-term finances and the operating budget. I'll share some more information with you in that point in just a minute. I'll also share some more information about the substantial increases in teacher compensation for the outstanding teachers that are working in the Muncie Community Schools. I'll also share a little bit of information that because of the solid financial position of the Muncie Community Schools, they've been able to invest $60 million in renovations of the schools in the Muncie Community Schools, including all 6 elementary schools. And we're now starting to see a return on the most important metric, which is the academic performance of the learners in the Muncie Community Schools. So in the fall of '24, this current year, more than 5,000 students, that's 200 more than just the fall of '21 a few years ago. What you'll see, and I'll talk about more in just a minute, is a substantial increase in pre-K students. Also, many of you might be familiar with Project Lead the Way. This is a project-based learning curriculum. Many schools in Indiana have it at the high school level. We're infusing the strategies around Project Lead the Way for project-based learning into the middle schools and elementary schools. And then one of the other statistics on that slide that's also very encouraging to us is the number of students now who are enrolled in summer programs. We know that it's not just what students learn during the academic year, but it's so important to have them continue to grow and learn in the summer. And so we're investing significantly in summer programs. So I mentioned a moment ago about the expansion of preschool. As you can see in the fall of 2018 or summer of 2018, when we took on this responsibility, there were only 50 children who were enrolled in high-quality pre-K programs associated with the Muncie Community Schools. We've been investing a significant amount of money to have high-quality pre-K programs in every elementary school in the district. And as a result, as you can see, this past fall, there were 239 young children in those pre-K programs. That's about more than a 300% increase. We established this program because we know that if a child is prepared for enter kindergarten, he or she is much more likely to be reading at a grade level at 3rd grade. And if a student is reading at a grade level at 3rd and 4th grade, they're much more likely to graduate from high school as well. So as a result of these investments, what you see on the next slide, and I'll try to explain it, it's a steady, significant increase in kindergarten readiness scores in the Muncie Community Schools. As you see, back in 2018, for example, only 42% of the children who were enrolling in an elementary school in the Muncie Community Schools was ready or somewhat ready for kindergarten. By 2023, that number had increased to 79%, a significant improvement in the kindergarten readiness scores of the children that are enrolling in the Muncie Community Schools. We're also investing substantially in early literacy programs. Science of reading is now required in every classroom, in every elementary school, every middle school, and every high school class. In the last 2 years, we've seen a 13 percentage point increase in iRead scores. So, and again, as I said a moment ago, we know that if a child is reading at the 3rd grade level, he or she is much more likely to graduate from high school. This is good progress. We're not satisfied with 67%. Our goal, of course, is to get to 100%, but we're making significant progress. And you're able to see this then on the next slide. What you see there is 4 quadrants. This shows both the progress we're making as well as the ongoing challenge that we're facing as well. The positive news from this chart is that all 6 elementary schools are now in the upper 2 quadrants. Those are the high growth quadrants in terms of their performance. The challenge, though, as you see on that, is only one of them is in the high achievement quadrant. So we're making progress. You see there's high growth in every elementary school, but much more work to do across the district. We're also partnering with Muncie Community Schools and specifically Muncie Central High School to create a new direct admit program into Ball State. And that is if a senior at Muncie Central has a 3.0 GPA or better, and if they're on track to earn the Core 40 diploma, they're automatically admitted to Ball State. And presently, in terms of the Muncie Central seniors, there are 100 of them, more than 100 of them, who are eligible for this direct admit program to come to Ball State in the fall. I mentioned when I began this topic talking about the dramatic improvements in the finances. You may recall that in the spring of 2017, the triggering event for the state takeover of the Muncie Community Schools was the prior school board and administration had diverted $9.4 million of a $10 million capital bond. At that time, Muncie Community Schools' net cash balance was negative. Today, it's at $31.4 million, which is enabling Muncie Community Schools to invest in the kind of programs and the people that will need to revitalize that school district. So as a result, teacher compensation, again, in the prior 10 years to our taking on this responsibility, the prior administration and school board had only balanced the budget once in 10 years. They also had not given a salary increase to the teachers and staff once in the prior decade. They've balanced the budget every year, and teacher compensation in the Muncie Community Schools in just 6 years has increased 40%. Now you'll see the graphic illustration of the substantial increase in new starting teacher salaries. Starting teacher salaries in the Muncie Community Schools is now the 2nd highest in the 8-county East Central Indiana region, and we believe it's about 10th or 11th in the state. As a result of that compensation, we're recruiting and retaining the best educators to come to the Muncie Community Schools. And just a final note of celebration, for the 2nd time in I think 3 or 4 years, the Muncie Central Marching Band has won the state fair as the best marching band in the state of Indiana. And I like the fact that their band is called the Spirit of Muncie, because what we're doing is not just about finances and facilities and teachers' compensation and outcomes. It's reviving the pride and spirit on all of Muncie about the local public schools. So as a community-engaged institution, we're also proud to serve as a catalyst for community revitalization in Muncie and across East Central Indiana. We're engaged all across the state. For example, our students in our College of Architecture and Planning have worked over the last few years in 40 different counties in Indiana. But the next slide is what I'm going to show you is a project that's very close to our campus. That's the Village District. Some of you may have seen the Village. It's the commercial district immediately adjacent to our campus. It's also immediately adjacent to Ball Memorial Hospital. When we embarked on the plan to revitalize the Village, we articulated the 5 goals that you see on the slide here. It's 1, to create a more dynamic environment surrounding our campus and surrounding the hospital, to create a better physical connection. Our campus is located only about a mile, mile and a quarter from downtown Muncie. There are good things happening downtown. We want to complement and support the progress that is happening downtown. We want to use the Village as a way to attract even more outstanding students to come to Ball State. And as you see on the 4th bullet point, we want to provide an opportunity, expose them to opportunities in Muncie so that more of them will stay in Muncie and Delaware County after they graduate. And then we hope that this revitalization will continue the revitalization of the entire East Central Indiana region. So in working with the development partner that we hired, we crafted a vision statement for the Village. And really there are 3 elements that I'll highlight here. You certainly can read it on your own. But one is to create a multi-generational district. I hear all the time from people who grew up in Muncie in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. The Village was a popular place for people all across Muncie and East Central Indiana to come to eat and shop. That's no longer the case. Over the last 20 years, there have been plenty of opportunities, as I say, for students to drink beer by the pitcher, but there aren't many of opportunities for people in the city to take advantage of other restaurants and stores. We're building, as you'll see, and I'll show you in a moment, a new boutique hotel, and the catalytic anchor will be a new performing arts center for our Department of Theater and Dance. So if you've been to our campus, this is a rendering of what the Village will look like in just a few years. This is the corner of McKinley and University Avenues. The campus is in the upper left that you can see. On the corner there, right in the center, that building that has that rooftop is the new Cantio Hotel, 97 rooms, including 7 suites. And then just to the left of it is the Performing Arts Center. And you see on the next slide is the lobby of our new Performing Arts Center for our Department of Theater and Dance. And this is a rendering of the main stage theater for 425 students, 425 patrons. For those of you who are not familiar with the quality of our theater and dance program and our musical theater program, I'll just share a couple of points with you. One is we take about 40 to 50 students, freshmen every year, in our musical theater concentration in our Bachelor's of Fine Arts program. We audition more than 1,200 high school seniors all across the country for one of those 40 or 50 slots. And many of them go on to perform in venues all across the country. One of the ones that I like to mention is a woman named Kayla Davion. She graduated from Ball State in 2017. She's about to star in her 4th Broadway show in just 7 years. She appeared in Waitress, she appeared in King Kong, she starred as Tina Turner in Tina Turner the Musical, and she's now about to star on Broadway as the woman lead in Elf the Musical. As I like to say, for those of you who are sports aficionados, if Kayla Davion were a Ball State football player, she'd be a starting quarterback in the NFL right now. So that's the quality of the program, and we're going to build a venue that's comparable to that quality. This is a rendering there on the kind of the right-hand side of that. Just on the left and above it, that is our foundational sciences building that opened a couple years ago for biology and chemistry. The building that you see on the right is our new Center for Innovation. It literally will be the transition from our campus to the commercial district. It's an academic building that we're constructing solely with university funds. As you see on the next slide, this articulates the core purpose of the new center. It will house programs and people that provide creative, innovative educational experiences, programs that support businesses in our community, and programs that we will offer in partnership with local businesses. This is on the next slide, then you'll see the participants, the programs that will have a presence in the building. I'm not going to describe all of them. I just want to mention The reason I use the word presence, I use that intentionally. We're not relocating many of these programs. We're providing a satellite opportunity for those programs to engage with businesses in the community in a convenient place in this commercial district. Just 3 final points. The construction has begun on 3 of these buildings, the hotel, the Performing Arts Center, and the Center for Innovation. Our village revitalization plan across 5 total sites is a $200 million investment. Much of that has been generated. We've raised more than $50 million in philanthropy. There'll be about $100 million of private investment, and then the university with our own resources are investing about $50 million. We've received about $5 million in local support from the city of Muncie, and we hope to receive some financial support from the Ready 2.0 initiative from the last budget session. So now I'll turn to our specific requests and recommendations. The first is we would ask you to consider a base increase for all state institutions. And I want to share just a few slides that illustrate why I think this request bears some merit. This is a chart that shows that over the last 10 or 11 years, our operating appropriation has only increased at an annual rate of 1.3%. We're very grateful and we're very fortunate in the state of Indiana because of the long-term financial stability of the state, that unlike other states where sometimes the state appropriations go up and down, because of the strength of the financial position, the state is able to provide steady support. But here are some slides that show that it's not really kept pace with inflation. Before I get to that in just a moment, I want to show that although that increase has been relatively modest and less than inflation, we've not compensated for that relatively slow rate of growth by increasing tuition aggressively. The blue line on that chart shows the commissions, the Higher Education Commission's recommended tuition increase, the cap. We have stayed below that, at or below that cap for about 12 years. It's the longest period of low tuition rate increases in the history of Ball State, the lowest since World War II. As this chart illustrates, the green bar shows the cumulative increase in tuition and fees over a 10-year period from fiscal 15 to the current fiscal year 25. The blue chart, the blue line, shows the cumulative size of the commission's recommended increase. The black shows the increase over that period in the CPI, and then the gray one on the far right shows HEPI. That is the Higher Education Price Index. That's the basket of goods and services that colleges and universities purchase. And as you can see, our increase in tuition has been well below CPI and HEPI. But I want to spend just a minute on this chart, because what this chart shows, as I'll share with you, is that we have actually reduced the cost of attending Ball State over the last 6 years. So the average net price of attendance is a figure that's determined by the United States Department of Education based upon data that institutions submit. So it's calculated by the following things. The cost includes the sticker price of in-state tuition, an average cost of all the mandatory fees, and an estimated average cost of room and board. So that is on the expense side. Then it's netted against federal financial aid, state financial aid, and institutional financial aid. And the difference between those two calculations is the net price of attendance for the average undergraduate student at your institution. And what you can see, the blue line on the top, the dark blue line, is our 20 peer institutions across the United States. The red line is Ball State, and as you can see over that 5-year period, the net price of attendance for the peer institutions has increased by nearly $1,000. The net price at Ball State has decreased by nearly $1,000. What that means, quite simply, is that now, on average, for our students, it is less expensive, more accessible, more affordable to attend Ball State than it was 5 years ago. And one way that we've been able to achieve this result is by providing more institutional aid in the form of scholarships funded by our donors. We are in the final 2 or 3 years of the largest and most successful fundraising campaign in our history. When we started on this process, as you see on the left, we would raise $16, $18 million. Over the last 2 years, a year ago, we raised more than $50 million, and last year we raised more than $79 million. We have 3 pillars for that campaign. The largest pillar is student financial aid. So with the support of our donors and our alumni and our benefactors, the reason we've been able to constrain the increase in the cost of attendance at Ball State is because we've been generating more philanthropy. We also know that student debt and student loan is an important statistic. In addition to monitoring our graduation rates and placement rates, our board continues to monitor our student loan repayment rates. And as you see on this chart, over the last 6 or 7 years, we have increased the loan repayment rate. It's because we believe this is an excellent measure of the value of the educational experience. I know some institutions focus on measuring starting salaries, and if you're an engineering college certainly the starting salaries will be much higher. But an institution like ours also produces a lot of nurses and a lot of teachers. So for us, we think this metric is a better metric of the impact of our educational experience. We don't yet have all of the data yet, but I received some preliminary data of our undergraduate students who graduated just this past May of 2024. 43% of our undergraduate students reported that they graduated from Ball State with no debt. So this is repayment data for students who actually borrowed money, but more than 40% of our undergraduate students who graduated last year graduated with no debt. So now I want to share, as I mentioned at the outset, some requests and recommendations. One is we intend to ask the General Assembly to fund a new line item, one that that enables us to continue to invest in those very intentional programs and strategies that prepare our students for jobs in Indiana and that introduce them to those employment opportunities all across the state. And that's why we're called this line item Helping Indiana Thrive, because we believe these programs will help the entire economy in the state of Indiana thrive. On the next slide, what you'll see is our principal capital request. It relates to what used to be called the Bracken Library, but will be transformed into the Bracken Learning Commons. This request aligns with our campus master plan and aligns with our university's long-term strategic plan. The essence of this request is we want to convert a 20th century library into a 21st century learning laboratory and learning commons. Bracken Library was built in 1972. As you can imagine, it was built for students and how students studied in 1972. There's rows of books and periodicals and some study tables and carols. But this request will allow us to modernize so many of those spaces, and I'll share a rendering in just a moment. It will also allow us to modernize all of the systems in that building, the mechanical, electrical, HVAC, and plumbing. We anticipate that when those systems are completed, it will reduce our energy costs by more than $500,000 a year by having more efficient systems. And it will reduce our deferred maintenance backlog by more than $50 million. It's presently about $100 million. This will reduce it in half to about $50 million. As you see on the next slide, this gives you a sense when we talk about reimagining what that first floor will look like. It shows you how the first floor will be converted into 21st century learning spaces, more interactive learning spaces for group projects and teamwork projects, more skills-based experiences. The total project costs of restoring or converting Bracken Library into Bracken Learning Commons is about $135 million. It's our intent to ask for $88 million of that $135. If that is funded by the General Assembly, we will complete the project without asking for additional state support. We'll use it with our own resources, either from the institution or from philanthropy, to complete the project over the next 3 to 5 years. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present all 50 slides that Becca gave me. I'm happy to now answer any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you. Any questions? Or Senator Delaney. Representative Delaney. I was doing okay until just after lunch.
How you doing? We'll straighten this out. Yeah, a couple of questions. I'm very interested in overall going to college rate in the state, which is not adequate. So this is a simple fundamental question. What is the capacity of Ball State? Could you add more students without significantly lowering your qualifications, and if so, how many?
The answer is yes. We admit substantially more students than enroll. We would have the capacity to serve them. We have facilities to do that. We have a little bit of space in our residence halls, but we could adjust to that. In terms of physical space, yes. We also are in a position that if enrollment continues to increase, that gets us into the virtuous cycle of being able to invest in more faculty and staff to support those students. So presently, we align our budget with our current enrollment, but yes, we would have the capacity to increase
So
it.
if you have, as I recall, something in the area of almost 20,000 students, could you add 1,000, 2,000? What are we talking about without stretching your capacity?
Yep. So I'll break it out separately.
Right.
So let me first talk about our graduate enrollment, which makes up a little more than 5,000 of that 20,000. Well over 70% of our graduate students are now fully online. So we actually have we've decreased the number of on-campus graduate students to focus on graduate programs that we can deliver online. With respect to undergraduate students, very few of our undergraduate students are fully online, although many of them are taking maybe one course a semester online. I believe in terms of undergraduate student population, we could increase from about 3,700 undergraduate freshmen each year. We could accommodate closer to 4,000. So then if you play that out over a four-year period, we'd get to another 1,000 undergraduate students.
Which, in light of our goal of getting to a higher percentage, that would be helpful. The other thing that's very interesting to me is the education school, which I think you indicated you have a very relatively large on a national basis.
It's the 5th largest in the country, sir.
What's the enrollment trend been in that school?
So it has stabilized at the undergraduate level. We're hoping to increase it at the undergraduate level. I talked about that pipeline program. We're presently doing that with one high school, right? We hope to expand that to Muncie Central High School. Once we figure out how to work that system well, we want to expand that to every high school in East Central Indiana as a way of growing the undergraduate pipeline. Where we've seen good, steady growth at Teachers College is graduate programs, the online graduate program. In fact, there's a program called ABA program, Applied Behavioral Analysis. That's a program to help educators and employers with students or employees who are on the autism spectrum. We are the largest producer of ABA degrees in the country. And we do that, again, mostly online. 20% of every ABA graduate degree that's conferred in the United States is conferred by Ball State University. And one of the ways we've been able to grow that program, we've been able to, even though other institutions are trying to compete with us, we're competing very well with that enrollment because we're nationally recognized as the highest quality program in the country. We also are developing specific group enrollment programs with both employers and other institutions, so that if a group of employees from a particular company enroll in that program, we give them a tuition discount to make it more attractive for them to enroll a larger group.
So I take it you charge the online students, assuming they're taking the same course load, you charge them the same as the physically present master's student?
Correct.
Okay.
With the exception, again, the graduate students who are on campus often are getting graduate assistantships that substantially discounts that tuition. And then in some of these programs, we're trying to be more entrepreneurial and innovative in the high-demand graduate programs in Teachers College and in other programs as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Senator Cadora?
Just want to make a comment. I'm always happy to hear your presentations. Thank you for three major things that I appreciate about your presentation. First, 91% of all students are Indiana residents. I think that's the highest mark that I've seen for any university presenting to us, 91%, four-year college. So I appreciate that. The second, your work with the community schools and the investment in helping with the pre-K or K early childhood education and its connectivity to K through 12, that's extremely important. And then finally, your strategy to hopefully expand the pipeline to the eastern part of the state. That goes at my point that I've been saying for 2 days, where the Commission on Higher Ed reported that 54 in total, 54% will never attain or obtain a bachelor's degree. So by you covering a portion of our state, that is strategic. So I think for these 3 points, I really appreciate your leadership and your team, and hopefully you can continue to be successful.
Thank you, Senator. And we're very focused on that 8-county region. And I know this is the Budget Committee, so I have to say this For our partnership with the Muncie Community Schools, we receive no state support for the activity that we provide, the support that we provide, and we're very active. We've committed time, a significant amount of staff time to support the partnership with the Muncie Community Schools.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Garton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Mertz, thanks for being here today. Appreciate your
Thank you.
presentation. You made a comment about halfway through your presentation that you guys weren't in engineering school, so maybe starting salaries were a little lower coming out of as a Ball State student. Can you
Correct.
just unpack that a little bit?
Yeah, so if you see starting salaries for teachers at Muncie Community Schools, a starting teacher makes about $53,000. That's not comparable to what an engineering graduate. So again, we're very focused on the lane that we occupy here in Ball State. We're proud to be founded as a teachers college, and we continue to invest in that. We're continuing our health professions programs, but we don't have a medical school. We're training nurses and other therapists. So that's why, from our board standpoint, what we measure is not just starting salaries. We look at that. But what we think is more appropriate for us is students who are borrowing, do they have the capacity, irrespective of what job they get, to repay that loan? So our board is laser focused not just on how many students borrow, but how much they borrow, and do they get a job that enables them to pay it back?
Sure. So I appreciate that. And I guess that's kind of a segue into my next question. Piggybacking off of a little bit of what Senator Kador just brought up, you mentioned in your slides that 91% of all your students were Hoosier students as well.
90% of our undergraduate.
Undergrad, that's correct.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Thank you for that. So when you think about that, you think about the large teacher school that you guys are doing tremendous work in. But then if I've got the calculation right, I think Ball State's tuition is the second highest in the state of all state schools. And so when you look at, you've probably got the highest density of Hoosier students, and you've got, you don't have an engineering school, you don't have a medical school, and so now you've got the second highest tuitions. And so help me reconcile those two things, because that gives me a little concern that we're pumping out degrees with a higher tuition that don't have as much return as what we're charging maybe, as comparative to the other schools. So can you just help reconcile that?
So that's what I would ask you to, Lou, is look at what the net price of attendance is, because it's not just tuition, right? It's fees. So if I can give you another statistic, since you brought up the comparators.
No, that'd be great.
If you can go, I don't know if you can go back to that slide.
So while you're pulling that up, and I think
there
this was actually a question, I'll go ahead and give it to you because I think this is where you're going anyway. So my concern with the net price is I think that depends on what the feds do with things like Pell money, correct?
It depends upon the demographics of your student body, correct.
Well, but it would also depend on whether the feds increase Pell money or decrease Pell money.
But they're
right?
increasing Pell money for every institute, or decreasing it by criteria that affect every institution in the country. So that's neutral across all institutions.
Okay.
So just for a point of comparison, if we had I decided not to put any other institutions up there,
Sure.
but the net price of attendance to attend IU Bloomington is over $16,000.
Okay.
So their tuition price may be comparable to ours, but in terms of our student population that we're serving and the institutional aid that we're providing, both from institutional resources and philanthropy, that's what the net price is for the average student.
So in that comparison, though, I think IU has the highest tuition in the state in terms of all of our state schools.
Right.
So it would stand to reason just mathematically that would be the highest even in the average net price as well. So I guess let me go back to this average net. Help me understand how you define average net, because to me there's a lot of ambiguity in both of those words, and how you come, that methodology of the calculation is what matters there.
Well, so I don't do that. We don't do the calculation.
Okay.
This is a federal calculation.
Very good.
Okay.
Thanks
So
for clarifying.
and it entails on the cost side, sticker price, in-state tuition, mandatory fees, and books, and an average of room and board. Netted against it is federal aid, state aid. Again, the state aid that you would provide is uniform based upon the demographics, and any institutional aid on top of it. That's what produces it. So our net cost of attendance is almost dollar for dollar where Purdue's is. And I know I've got my friend from Indiana State coming behind me. I don't know what theirs is, but I know they're in our peer group.
Sure.
Right. But this is a federal government calculation. You or your staff could find out
Sure.
what that is for any institution.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Now that you've said that, I remember you mentioning that on this slide, so I appreciate the clarification. I get a little weary when we do the mathematical calculations that I guess, depend on, one, what we invest in as a state, because that could change depending upon our fiscal revenues, and the same for the federal government as well.
Correct.
So that's why I like to focus apples to apples, and I look at tuition and fees kind of singularly, right, wrong, or indifferent. And so, go ahead.
Yeah, the only reason I would say that that's not necessarily the best calculation is because every institution discounts some off of their sticker price, whether they're a private institution, whether it's out of state for a public institution or in-state. It's unfortunate that that often tuition as listed on a brochure doesn't bear much correlation to what an actual student pays, but that's the national marketplace.
When's the last time you purchased a car?
Yes.
Right? The sticker price isn't what you pay. I mean, I get it.
Depends upon demand.
That's correct. That's correct. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you clarifying things. I think Ball State's doing a great work. I just wanted to kind of reconcile those two things. So I appreciate it.
Happy to do it, sir.
Thank you, President.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. You're asking for one project, essentially $89 million for a library, and Ball State does, your school of nursing is number 2 in the state,
I don't know how our School of Nursing compares statewide in terms of size. I'm sorry, I don't have that.
Okay,
Teachers College was what I said was the 5th largest in the country.
In the country. But you have a pretty robust nursing program?
Yes, we do. Yes, sir.
But we didn't ask anything about nursing labs or anything? You rather renovate a library than do something that's the nursing?
The state funded our health professions building that we opened in 2019. So we've already been the beneficiaries of a substantial state investment in our new health professions building. Still relatively new at 2019. And that includes our School of Nursing as well as our other health programs.
Okay. All right, thank you. I remember going there, but it's been a few.
Yep.
So.
And in fact, the projects that we funded not most recently, but four biennium ago, it was the Health Professions Building, then the Foundational Sciences Building, and then the Cooper Science Building renovation. So over 3 biennia, we received state support for all 3 of those construction projects.
So this is the only project that you want us to fund is the library?
It's the most important project right now in our campus master plan because of the number of students from all the disciplines who use that.
Okay. So this is the only project?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay,
yes.
That's what I wanted to hear.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is the only one. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Representative Delaney.
I think there's some confusion because of the focus on tuition. How is your tuition increase compared to the cost of living increase?
Well, and Becca can go to that. So that is the slide that best illustrates that. This is about a 10-year retrospective. The green is our increase in tuition and mandatory fees relative to the commission's target, relative to CPI, and relative to HEPI.
So you have inflation pressure. And also, I think we got to compare apples to apples. I assume that per capita, I mean in relation to the number of students, that your endowment is much smaller than it is at IU or the flagship or at Purdue.
I believe that's the case by a wide margin, yes,
Right.
sir.
And I take it that because they are so-called R1 or research universities, they get a lot of grants, a lot more grants than you do.
They do. We're an R2. We are not an R1 yet.
Yeah. So I think there's some differences here that are reflected in your need to rely on tuition. Now, let's talk about ourselves. We could eliminate that whole issue by just giving you a tuition support. We could put a new line in the budget. The Indiana General Assembly says we don't want tuition going up, and it's necessary, so we're going to give you extra bucks to reduce tuition. We could do that, right? That's in our power.
I assume so, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Well, some of us would be happy to do it. Thank you.
Yep. And one of the things I would say just on this last point, having been in a couple of other states, one of the things that we are fortunate about in terms of the public universities in the state of Indiana is we have mission differentiation, right? You have IU with its, and Bloomington with its mission. And so we're fortunate that the state can continue to invest in all of the public institutions because they have distinct missions. And that is not always the case in many states.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much. I
that.
appreciate the time. Thank you, sir.
I believe next we have the University of Southern Indiana. Forward, please. Take your time. Once you're ready, Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Thompson and committee members. I am Steve Bridges. I'm currently in my 36th year at the University of Southern Indiana and proud to be serving as the interim president. In my time at USI, I've had the opportunity to have a front row seat of the impact that we're making and the growth at the university. We're advancing our community with some of the best and brightest talent in our region, who without USI would undoubtedly turn to additional places and opportunities elsewhere. And we also serve as a major economic driver. And I guess I would like to take just one moment to talk a bit about me. I'm a first-generation college student. Without USI, I would not be sitting here today. It's affected my personal growth, my family, my grandkids to follow. So impact is really important, and you're going to hear me talk a lot about that, but I can personally vouch for that impact. I would like to take just a moment to thank you for the work you do in your role as Budget Committee members and in the higher education funding process. I realize it's a lot of work, and you hear a lot of people, and it's a long day, but thank you. When USI was founded in 1965, there were few higher education opportunities for Indiana citizens in the southwestern region of the state. We now offer top-level academic programs that have contributed to the economic growth in every corner of the state. These efforts have improved the educational profile and professional attainment for thousands of Hoosiers. But it could not have occurred without stakeholders, which include our local community, and investments from the state officials like all of you. That connection to local community goes back to when the university was established in response to a need for public higher education in southwestern Indiana. From its initial planning stage in the early 60s, community leaders have supported the university by providing a solid base for its present success and future growth. We were involved in public-private partnerships in the 60s when it was not a term you heard a lot about. And it's in our DNA to work with the community and the business leaders who founded us. At USI, we've worked hard to broaden the profile of the university, obtain quality accreditations in a variety of programs, and raise the expectations of our students while keeping focus on our founding mission to serve the community in the southwest region and the broader state of Indiana. This is why, despite improving the profile of USI, the overwhelming majority of our student population continues to be made up of Hoosier students who stay and work in Indiana. So again, as I begin, thank you for your support of our institution, which allows us to continue to offer opportunities for growth and achievements to our students. Despite the growth of USI and the expansion of our geographic reach, the university's primary mission remains the education of Hoosiers, and we've demonstrated our continued commitment to serving the students of Indiana. In fall of 2023, a total of 75% of our university's undergraduate population are homegrown students who come to us from 88 counties across Indiana. 40% of those enrolled students are from the surrounding counties of Vanderburgh, Posey, Warwick, and Gibson. While focusing on accepting a greater percentage of Indiana high school applicants, nearly 96%, USI has kept a high academic standard with the incoming GPA of freshmen at 3.51 and SAT score over 1100. Important to the state and the region is the number of students who graduate from the University of Southern Indiana and choose to stay in Indiana. Of the university's over 54,000 alumni, more than 70% work and live in Indiana. Impact. These individuals become the most engaged members of their communities across the state, local economies and workforce. They own homes, they pay taxes, and they raise their families in Indiana. As you saw from our previous presenter, we too are proud of the companies we serve. We work closely with regional employers in identifying courses and programs to ensure our skilled graduates meet their needs. The close relationship with area employers and the strong confidence they have in USI graduates help meet an important goal of workforce development for Indiana. We've highlighted some of the larger employers in southern Indiana who have an overwhelming number of USI graduates who make up their personnel, from entry level to leaders in these organizations. These public-private partnerships are vital to the success of our region. And we know without the presence of USI in our area, many of these employers would not be able to meet the staffing needs to grow and maintain the operations at the levels they are today. Additionally, as a key asset and economic driver for our region, USI provides our corporate partners with access to valuable resources and training. USI is not a research institution in the pure sense of the terms. We're an applied research institution. Our Center for Applied Research, or CAR as it's known, helps connect small and medium sized businesses to university resources. CAR enables them to utilize the university's knowledge, laboratory space, and equipment to advance their businesses. We help organizations and communities become more successful and assist with product development, prototyping, laboratory testing, market research, organizational strategies, and environmental studies. We also provide corporate partnerships and customized training for these employers and corporate entities of all sizes. We're always listening as to what their needs are and trying to meet those. Some examples will be site-specific and job-specific professional and workforce training to assist in meeting their core goals of productivity, profit, employee retention, customer satisfaction, and efficiency. And we do these trainings at campus or on their site, whatever works best for those entities. These services build partnerships between local businesses across different entities sometimes to achieve common objectives, so we work among the industry leaders. Some examples are our Tri-State Industry Safety Council, OSHA training, for the people who are building the infrastructure that are helping our economy. We're teaching them how to do it the right way. We have a pretty robust group that takes advantage of our training. We have lifelong learning, the Ed2Go career training programs, GLIM, which is a professional test prep for CMP, CPA, et cetera, JARE, which is workforce and technical writing labs, and SPARK, which is a continuing education for early childhood educators. We know how important the early childhood educators are. This is evidence of the positive effect of USI in our economy, of our region, and of our state. As we move forward into the budget request, in determining our capital improvement request, our team reviewed the university's 10-year capital improvement plan while considering the current environment of public higher education and the fiscal health of Indiana. It's important that we consider whether or not more value can be brought through renovation and repurposing existing space rather than new construction of additional square footage. We want this to be a smart investment for USI and the state. USI's existing 10-year capital improvement plan aligns well with these considerations. The university requests $43 million in major repair and rehabilitation fee-replace funding for academics renovation phase 2. This project includes renovating 3 floors in the Robert D. Orr, 1 floor of the Art Center, the Rice Library Phase 1, and specific STEM-focused initiatives. In the picture you see Governor Orr, who is a vital voice in the establishment of an independently public-run institution in Evansville to serve the southern region of the state, is also the namesake of the major focus of this project. I would like to mention a couple of things from my presentation the last time. Senator Garten, I know you had some questions about the multi-purposes in one project, and I just wanted to address that. I was listening. For us, we can't take a building offline completely. So we use multi-parts of a project to do a couple of floors in one building and another. It also helps multiple majors across our campus when we can do that. So instead of just the library being out of service for a semester, which is something we can't do, we'll do a couple of floors and we'll move people around, or we'll work one in an academic building that needs some assistance. And so that's why we use our phased approach. I don't think I answered that question as well as I could have for you the last time, and I wanted to address it today. Whoops. As you look at, these are examples of existing space that we're looking to renovate in our rehab and renovation to meet current needs and prevent future deferred maintenance. So renovations in the Orr Center and the Art Lab include accessibility improvements. We're updating classrooms. We always need to stay current. Labs and offices. We're right-sizing some of our classrooms, making them flexible for smaller and larger classes both. Renovating and updating technology in classrooms. And even though it's not exciting, the replacement of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. We had a situation where some of our parts are aging out in the Orr Center, and we had a situation where we had to borrow parts for the HVAC. Luckily, it was a good time of year. It wasn't particularly hot. It wasn't particularly cold. But that building, no matter how nice it is, won't function without that backbone. We also want to update some of our elevators. This is home for several core courses, so renovation to the Orr Center and the Art Center will be experienced by many of our students across multiple majors. Facilities will be made more receptive to all students with ADA access improvements. There'll be more inviting spaces for students and additional study and collaboration spaces available for use. These additional study spaces are most utilized by our traditional and commuting adult students who spend time on campus between courses. We discuss the time they spend with our students, and some of them are spending 10 hours a day on campus. So this is the type of space that they need when they're on campus, areas where they can collaborate and meet with fellow students. The Rice Library renovation includes following our 2019 library master plan. It's to improve the function of the library as a student hub for study and collaboration. Libraries aren't disappearing, they're just changing. They're busy all the time on our campus, and students are working together, studying group projects. I think it's the foundation for success in business, those skills that they've are obtaining in those situations. We also have some specific initiatives to creating a large STEM innovation lab in Rice Library and a Center for Applied Business Technology. Physical improvements to classrooms will advance the learning environment for students, while technology updates will keep our teaching faculty and allow them to be able to invigorate learning content and how that content is delivered. The creation of more study spaces and student lounge spaces will improve the ability of our students to access what they need most while on campus. Transforming part of the Business and Engineering Center into a Center for Applied Business Technology will enable every student in business and in collaboration with students from other majors an opportunity to experience and improve their knowledge and master today's software in AI, something we talk about a lot. Advanced biometrics, textual analytics, and data visualization. The STEM Innovation Lab will provide K through 12 students a meaningful learning experience, foster engagements towards pursuing careers in STEM fields, which we know we need in Indiana, create pathways to higher education for those students, and establish a space for future teachers to gain STEM teaching skills. Also important to ignite that passion in the STEM area. Just to point out, the image in the lower right demonstrates that students with ADA needs in the Art Center must currently exit academic space for a different building to find a suitable restroom. This is one of many issues that will be remedied during this renovation. I know that we can do better and will do better with your help. We have two line items that are continuing requests for this biennium. The Historic New Harmony request would restore Historic New Harmony operating appropriation to nearly the level it was in fiscal year 2009, prior to funding cuts. We're not asking for a ton of money, we're just asking to go back to 2009 levels. The request for the Early College Bridge Program, known on campus as Pathways, is flat. We're not seeking an increase for this biennial budget, but we are requesting to roll this funding into our operating base. Historic New Harmony, as I mentioned, we're looking to go back to 2009. This is a line item that falls outside of the USI typical operations. New Harmony is a state asset that USI assumed management of from the Indiana Department of Natural Resources in 1985. We serve as the caretaker for this historical landmark on behalf of the state, and we've been and continue to be proud to serve in this role. However, the line item appropriation is currently lower than it was 17 years ago. Funding from the state's not kept up with the cost of maintenance on this valued Indiana property, and USI has continually had to utilize dollars from other operating sources. In a typical year, we spend about twice the amount of the appropriation from other operating just to support this. So we request the funding of the current line item for the Historic New Harmony project to support the preservation, education, and upkeep of Indiana's cultural history. We are a bit of a cultural hub in this part of the state. This request, again, will restore us to the level it was in 2009. The University of Southern Indiana requests the continued funding of our current line item for Pathways, our Early College Bridge program, to support our recruitment and retention program targeting Indiana's at-risk student population. This request would provide for continued support for the program, assisting the university with improving the recruitment, persistence, and overall graduation rates of our most at-risk students. Support services and connection with key staff during this program provides a strong foundation for students to build upon. This program conducts targeted recruiting efforts, a summer bridge program, academic and student support counseling, and career development training. The funding will be used for housing, meals, programming, books, and tuition during the summer bridge program portion. This request is intended to meet the state goals of improved enrollment and on-time graduation rates for our at-risk students. We also believe this effort is aligned with our institutional mission and should be rolled into the university's base operating budget rather than remain an operating line item. I just wanted to expand this image for you to highlight students participating in this program. So we're targeting low-income and first-generation students from across the state with a variety of backgrounds. This program's been able to attract students from both rural and urban settings who are often the first in their families to attend college. They typically lack a family member with prior higher education experience for them to lean on in their journey. The early connections they make in the summer are building with both faculty and staff and peers to help them progress towards graduations. I've met with these students on multiple times this last year, and I'm so impressed by their motivation to succeed as key members of our campus community. I've listened to their fears of not succeeding, their fears of not finding people socially to be part of their life during this time. We've talked about how to mitigate those. We've made small group connections with them. It's been very powerful, more powerful than I even expected, and I knew this was going to be a good program. We've already seen marked improvement in year-to-year retention for these students, and we're looking forward to reporting back to you all on their success when these students in the first cohort walk across the stage to obtain their degrees. We anticipate as this program continues, the achievement will build. Upper-class students continue to receive specialized academic support when they're a part of this program all the way through graduation. We also have seen that the continuing students are starting to socially support the new students. So this network is morphing into a group of people who are collecting all in a common goal to try to graduate and help one another. I want to actually stop for just a second because I want to thank Senator Mishler, who just walked in the door, perfect timing, and Representative Thompson and Representative Porter for your help in making this program a reality during the 2023 session. You're really changing lives with this Pathways program. And I would just share with you that our retention rate from freshman to sophomore on the first group, 90%. So it is making a difference. Our new line item request is for the Center for Applied Business Technologies. This is an exciting project. We're asking for $410,000 each year. This is a new line item, but it's something we've already been doing that we're being successful at already in the Romaine College of Business, but we're wanting to make this program larger. So we're requesting a permanent funding of a new line item to support the expansion of the Center for Applied Business Technologies, USI's highly AI-based market-leading competencies lab for the Romaine College of Business. This proposed Center for the Applied Business Technologies will ensure that students will have access to building not only AI market-leading competencies, but also other competencies as new technologies emerge. We want to stay on the cutting edge to try to assist our businesses. In a survey with Indiana Chief Information Officers, the most in-demand workforce competency will be AI-related, such as natural language processing, being able to communicate technologically with people directly. Annually, about 250 Romaine graduates will not only help power the Hoosier Talent Pipeline, but will also help create new kinds of jobs for our corporate partners. This program is going to support the following items. All business students in the introductory marketing course are going to learn neuromarketing by personally applying eye tracking and facial expression analysis. All business students in the introductory business communication course will learn textual analytics, and students across all majors will have lab access and ability to participate in practical experiences. The Center for Applied Technologies is going to house the biometrics-based hardware and software that will allow all students to help organizations optimize user engagement on their website or mobile platforms in unique data-driven ways. We all have these sites, but we don't necessarily know how they're working for us. This is going to change that. AI-based platforms that allow all of our students to develop custom business process optimization solutions, as some of our computer information systems students did on a project for Evansville-based Fortune 500 company, Berry Global. The world's largest behavioral and mental health analytics platform, which currently only a few students have access to for a limited time. This is going to be a first-of-a-kind opportunity for our undergraduate students in Indiana. And textual analytics software that applies machine-based learning algorithms to business-related issues. Some demonstrated success. We began this a few years ago, and we saw the success of our students that were highly motivated to expand the offering now to all business students. We want to expand access and cross-disciplinary collaboration with students in majors across campus. Over the past couple of academic years, we've had student-led projects provide real-world solutions to a variety of corporate and public sector partners. Examples. We included a website optimization project for the Commission for Higher Education, looking at what people that access that website look at so that they could determine where would you want to put the most critical pieces of information that you're trying to push to the people using your website. We did a wayfinding project and sign improvement project for the Children's Museum of Indianapolis. Again, what do your patrons look at when you come in the building? Where are they walking? Where might you put displays that would draw their attention to what you want them to see? We also did packaging redesign and rebranding for a national dog food brand based in Evansville. And one of the CFOs, Eric Reffett from E-Package Supply and Luxury, which is Evansville-based, said, USI students brought real-life insights and recommendations to our team that we haven't seen from candidates with several years of industry experience. New students coming in, making an impact from day one. Some of our other successes with this, the Kinney College of Nursing and Health Professions, our occupational therapy students are first in the nation in training to use emotional tracking, artificial intelligence to provide telehealth services in rural communities. Sometimes for patients that can't speak, sometimes for patients that maybe are saying one thing, but during therapy you notice a reaction is different, helping guide their care. Very cutting edge. Computer science faculty and USI students engaged with local grade schools and middle school students, introducing them to AI and eye tracking technology, igniting that spark for this area that's going to be so important to us and to this state. For an institution like USI, this operational funding support from the state is vital to our continued success. So I want to say again at USI that we appreciate the financial support provided by this committee and your fellow members of the General Assembly, which has allowed us to better support Indiana's educational mission. We appreciate the recognition of our efforts and successes in graduating students serving the workforce needs of Indiana. And we appreciate your support of capital projects and initiatives that have allowed for future growth in key strategic academic areas. So thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can for you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, a very thorough job. Thank you. Representative Porter, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm following your footsteps. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for the program that we put together. Now you want to make it a line item in the budget. That's correct. So, so how has that fared in general? I see the pictures. I heard the presentation. So are most of the students coming from within the surrounding counties, or are they further away? Your further student in regards to that program, as we call the pathways, or as we affectionately call the bridge program?
Yes. So these students are coming from urban and rural. They're coming from anywhere from Indianapolis to Odin to Evansville. So we're getting a wide brush of people, mainly in the southwestern part of the state, but a few from central Indiana are coming. And I think it's probably a function of the fact it's fairly new. And I think as success breeds success, we're going to see students, you know, that'll be from a broader perspective. But so far, I think what we've seen is everything we told you would happen, which is success. And that 90% plus retention rate, that's pretty phenomenal. So I think, you know, we don't feel like we're a big place, but for some people we are. They come from some areas that are very small. And so it can be overwhelming on our campus. You know, it can be overwhelming on some of the larger campuses, but I think we're going to see that broaden, and we're going to have that definitely as part of our report back to you.
Okay,
But
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I believe next, if they're ready, now we're ahead of schedule a little bit now, if they're ready, is Vincennes University. Good afternoon. Go ahead, and when you're ready, and take your time. We're ahead of schedule. Thanks for being here.
Not to change that.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator. Good first rules to live by. Well, it's my pleasure to be here with you all today, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to talk about some of the things that are going on at Vincennes University and how we are delivering on all the investments that are being made in us. You know, I don't know if you all remember what it was like being a kid coming home with that report card you just couldn't wait to show your parents. Well, I don't remember that either, but today I feel like that is what I'm about to do, is share this great report card. So Vincennes University, as you know, has, this is a little touchy. Let me see if I can do this. Has a pretty broad mission, and our Vincennes campus is our flagship campus, but also we reach across the state of Indiana. To give you a little sense of the profile of our students, we offer 95 different associate degree pathways. We have about 76% of our students are full-time students with an average age of 24. We reach 87 of Indiana's 92 counties. We also offer 8 bachelor's degree pathways in high-need areas, and we have about 113 dual credit school partnerships in our early college and Project Excel programs. We have a footprint that reaches pretty much every corner of the state of Indiana, and if you look at this map, you'll see where we are located. The V's are Vincennes University sites in southwest Indiana and primarily central Indiana, where we focus on a variety of broad education as well as focused partnerships and workforce development. You have our Vincennes campus, our Gibson County Center, as well as our Jasper campus, which covers pretty much the southern corner of the state. And then here in central Indiana, we have our Lebanon Gene Haas Training Center. We're at the Maiden Plainfield on the west side. We are also at the Aviation Technology Center off West Washington here on the west side, delivering programs that are really focused on a high-need area for this part of the state in particular. And then we are and continue to be on the grounds of the Indiana School for the Deaf, delivering an American Sign Language program for a variety of populations that are served by that. As I mentioned, 113 Project Excel partner schools, but we also have 13 academic early college sites. This is something Vincennes University has been a leader in around our state for about 2 decades now, delivering academic credentials while in high school. I think some of you have been at our Ben Davis University partner site, where students are in a cloistered environment where they are separated from the traditional Ben Davis high school population, the larger population, in a smaller school. And these students are on pathways to get associate degrees. And the great thing about that program is this is the same population profile as Ben Davis High School, but these students, through I think a combined effort of our staff and the faculty and staff at Ben Davis and Wayne Township, are able to achieve 100% high school graduation rate, and about 80% of those students are also getting an associate degree at the time they walk across the stage to get that diploma. So we're quite proud of that model, which we've replicated elsewhere in the state, at East Allen University in Northeast Indiana and throughout the state of Indiana, with either an associate degree or an Indiana Core Certificate as the outcome. In addition, we have now 19 career and technical early college sites, and this is a program that you all invested in with Vincennes University to expand this throughout our state. So these are alike the academic early college programs, except they're very focused on workforce development needs and CTE courses and programs, leading to workplace certificates and advanced credentials toward an associate degree or toward another certificate that they may be able to pursue at BU or Ivy Tech or go directly into the workforce. This is a partnership and a program that has exploded, I think, as Indiana has recognized more and more the need to ensure that students who may not be traditional college material or traditional college bound are looking at pathways that will allow them entry into a career and a lifestyle that they can be in the middle class and beyond in their lives. And this has been a tremendous, tremendous success for Vincennes University, and we appreciate the investment that has been made to make this possible. We're also, as you may know, very engaged with the U.S. military, and we have several military sites across North America, in San Diego, which I like to make sure I do those inspections at least once a year out in San Diego, and then we are also in Washington State. We're in Arkansas working with the Arkansas National Guard. We're in Florida, in Jacksonville, St. Augustine area, working with first responders, and we're also involved with the Coast Guard. We're in Texas. And this has been a long-standing partnership that Vincennes University has had, reaching these populations. We actually have staff members on the ground, and we have facilities that we teach in on ground with our military partners. And we also supplement that with online education as that's become more and more prevalent. So overall, we have students that are representing 45 states in addition to Indiana's 87 counties, and we have 19 different countries represented among our student population. So truly a global university in many respects. Some of the accomplishments that we're quite proud of is we've continued to see overall enrollment growth. Our enrollment just this last fall topped out at 19,799 students headcount. This includes our dual credit partnerships and all of our sites and locations. That is, I think, a record enrollment for Vincennes University, and actually, unofficially, just a couple of weeks ago, we crossed the 20,000 student mark because we had students that were entering at the second 8-week period that were not part of that official census date. We've graduated over 1,000, almost 1,100 Amazon apprenticeship graduates from our Vincennes University partnership and our residential apprenticeship program. We recently, again, with your support, this past year broke ground on our Center for Health Sciences and Active Learning. That facility is on track to open in the 25-26 academic year, addressing a critical workforce need for our region and for our state. We opened, in partnership with Jackson County, a new training and education program located in their educational center, servicing companies like Eisen and Cummins and others that are located in Jackson County and have need for industrial maintenance technicians and other automation and mechatronics staff in their region. Our Aviation Technology Center has increased its reach in our flight program at Prosser Career Center, where that partnership continues to flourish, and we hope to continue to build out our relationship with Prosser in flight and other areas where we have a great early college relationship and are looking to create pipelines to meet the needs of the local community. We launched our the first ever in the nation, Cummins Power Generation Apprenticeship Program. This is in addition to our diesel technology apprenticeship program, and we're quite proud that that program is taking off and continuing to see success with Cummins as a tremendous partner. We established an LPN to BSN pathway to help streamline the process whereby students who graduate with that one-year LPN certificate are able to get a BSN in a little over 2 years going back to school while they're able to work and continue to get additional earnings while they're going to school, and oftentimes with employer support. And we have trained nearly 10,000 minors across the state of Indiana and across the region since 2022 at our Gibson County site. At the same time we've been delivering on outcomes, we've also been maintaining those kinds of outcomes. We've also been maintaining our focus on affordability, on trying to make sure that value is the thing that we're known for. We don't want to be the least expensive necessarily, but we want to be the best value education. And so we still remain Indiana's lowest cost residential college. We've maintained our affordability as a strategic a part of our strategic planning. We've also enhanced our support for students by offering back a $1,500 residential opportunity scholarship. This scholarship was really developed in part because we recognized that for a lot of our students, the borrowing that they were doing was largely because they might have a Pell Grant or they might have a 21st Century or O'Bannon scholarship that would cover most, if not all, of our low tuition, but where they were going into debt in a lot of cases was to pay for the cost of residential housing. And we've offered a scholarship to all students over the last several years, $1,500 a year off the tuition. So actually the cost of attending Vincennes University for a residential student has stayed flat or declined over the last several years, particularly in inflation-adjusted dollars. And over that period, and based on a legislative study last year, at your request, we took a look at our student indebtedness. And in 2012, our average associate degree graduate had almost $14,000 in student debt at the time of graduation. That number is close to half at $7,700 in 2022, largely through these kinds of scholarship efforts, through the support of our foundation and others who've made those scholarships. We have our largest scholarship allocation this year, through maintaining our tuition at an affordable rate and trying to keep that in that range. And also, I think this is a key piece of this, we've also had a significant increase in the number of our students who are participating in apprenticeships and work-based learning programs during that time, so that they're earning enough to be able to pay for the direct costs of their education while they're getting that associate degree. So I think it's the combination of all of those things that are helping our students reduce borrowing and still find academic success. Speaking of academic success, I can think of no other statistics that I'm more proud of than seeing our completion numbers, both on time and extended, continue to grow and continue to demonstrate the outcomes that you're expecting us to have that we're delivering on. If you look at our on-time graduation rate, it's gone from about 26% just several years ago to now 44%. And for extended time, 3 years, that's gone from 37% to 48.6%. Both of those are well above the national average for extended time completion across two-year schools, which is sitting at about 35.5%. This is a very positive thing, and it's been very intentional on our part to try to make sure that we are producing outcomes of graduates who are more likely to graduate as well as graduating on time. A number of things that contribute to that. We have a significant infrastructure to support students academically, socially, financially, and now increasingly for mental health challenges. Those investments are paying off in these results. A program that we're quite proud of, and we've been one of the first in the nations and one of the leaders on, has been a program called Circle In. It was based on some National Science Foundation funded research that took a look at how do we reach students and get them to engage, particularly coming out of the pandemic. How do we reach them? We know that students live most of their lives on a device, that unfortunately they're not as likely to engage in a face-to-face environment, at least not initially. And so this program actually gamifies the role of students in trying to reach out to each other and share class notes and do study sessions and things like that. They get points toward prizes, Starbucks gift cards or candy or other things that they might like. No Taylor Swift tickets, I'm afraid to say. But it is something that has helped. We've seen a direct impact of this. Students who download this app, who engage in this app, who use it once or more in a semester, have a higher likelihood of returning the next semester, have higher grades on average. And so we've proliferated this throughout our system, our online courses, our on-ground courses. Faculty include this in their syllabi. We encourage students to do this, and we are seeing it's having an effect. This is in addition to programs that we invest in with TRIO money and others to help make sure that students have the adequate support that they need. We're also, in addition to many pathways that we have that lead directly to career outcomes, we're also quite proud of our long history of being a transfer institution. And you can see some of the many institutions that we have direct admission with or articulation programs with that have stood the test of time. And one that we like to point out is with Purdue University. And a story about that is that Purdue and VU have had a long history of transfer relationships and joint programming. Probably the oldest has been in our agriculture pathway. And when I was the provost at Vincennes University, we had recognized, and the provost at the time at Purdue, Jay Ackridge, recognized that it had been about, 50-some years between the original, closer to 60 years, that this agreement had not been updated. And so we pulled out the original agreement. It was signed by Frederick Hovde of Purdue and Isaac Beckus of Vincennes, both legendary names in higher education in Indiana. It was a one-page document. It had outlined everything that had stood in place for close to 60 years. And so we agreed we wanted to update it. Well, and no offense to any of those who are in the legal profession, but lawyers got a hold of it, and that one-page document 60 years later is now about 15 pages. But that program continues to this day, and we're quite proud of that. And we're always looking for ways that we can be a starting point for students. And so, like with a program like the Purdue Agriculture Pathway Partnership, a student could start at Vincennes University. If they're from West Indiana or Knox County and they're living at home, they can save money living on campus at Purdue. They can save dollars on the tuition because our tuition still remains more affordable than Purdue's in many cases. And that same Purdue diploma that's hanging on the wall in 4 years may have cost them $25,000 or $30,000 less to get to. And I think this is part of the question that we need to ask ourselves as a country and as a society is how do we value education and how do we value the inputs that are needed to get to that education? It's not just about the R on the education, it's also about the I. How do we get that investment as low as possible so the return that we're getting will be maximized? But these partnerships represent work by our faculty, the great reputation of our graduates, the feedback we receive from these partners about how our graduates are doing and what we need to do to ensure that they continue to be successful. The other advantage of these kinds of partnerships is that it may not just be financial, but it may be students who are academically prepared to do well at an IU or a Purdue, but perhaps are not socially ready to take that on. Sitting in a class of 200 people might be intimidating for them, feeling like they get lost. Our small class sizes, which average somewhere in the teens compared to some of the larger schools, allow students to get that academic foundation where faculty get to know their names. They get a chance to interact with one another in an interpersonal way. And that allows them maybe to develop that social foundation, that confidence to be successful when they land in Bloomington or West Lafayette or any of the other many partners that we have. One of the great success programs since the last biennium has been your investment in helping to grow the aviation pathways with Vincennes University and AAR and our partners here in this part of the state. And I'm pleased to announce that we've had significant improvement in applications and enrollments. We are starting 2 cohorts this fall, first time we've ever done that. We are also starting our first ever midterm cohort. Enrollments are up nearly 20% fall over fall after increases the previous year, and that's not counting the second cohort that just started. And these programs are great because they lead to direct opportunities with great employers, great wages, fantastic career paths. They meet a critical need for our infrastructure here in this part of the state of Indiana. And we're so proud that we're able to help deliver with our partners and with your faith on this investment that you've made. In addition, we have, as I mentioned, many partnership and work-based learning programs that are helping make education more accessible for our students, more financially affordable, helping to lower the barriers for folks to see themselves in a college-level environment. And so we're doing all we can to continue to work with partners. And when you look at the range of work-based learning partnerships and apprenticeships we have, they do run a pretty broad gamut, from construction trades to mechatronics and automation to diesel technology to precision agriculture to machining and many, many other areas, distribution. And one of the results of this, as we look at these partnership programs, is that we've seen a continued growth in the number of students that we're reaching. At any one time in the last couple of years, about 2,100 VU students are in some form of work-based learning program or partnership as part of their educational journey. So one of the programs we've talked about in the past, and I'm proud to kind of hit a milestone with, has been our apprenticeship with Amazon. And recall that Amazon was the first school in the country, or Vincennes was the first school in the country that Amazon approached for developing this kind of new pathway. And we are still the largest, to my knowledge, program that they have. We've, as I said, graduated nearly 1,100 folks, and we have a graduation actually this Friday for another cohort. About every 3 weeks we graduate a cohort. Nearly 6,000 credentials are earned because these graduates are earning 6 credentials while they are in these programs. It's a 12-week residential program. Takes advantage of our ability to bring people in from all over the country, put them in a residential campus experience, an intense learning environment, and then they go back to Arizona or Maine or wherever they're from and continue their apprenticeship work with that foundation. And it's been a tremendous opportunity for Vincennes University to expand its reach, but it's also been great because these are roles that change lives. They are hired from within Amazon. They're selected because they have acumen, but they may not have the skills to yet perform these roles. And so this creates future opportunities. And when you see the individuals who span all sorts of ages and backgrounds at this graduation ceremony, you see the pride that wells up in them and how happy they are about that they've been given this opportunity and this investment, and know that you're a part of it. It really is one of the reasons that I think all of us want to get into this kind of an educational environment. One thing I'll say about that is we are looking to expand that program, and we have other international partners that are expressing interest in doing this so that we have a more balanced portfolio of partners going forward. But we think this is a great model for us to be able to begin building out and developing more. One area I think that I'm quite proud of is our Jasper campus, because we really have, with community involvement, with schools, with civic leaders, with industry leaders, we have developed, I think, a great environment that serves the needs of a local and regional economy. We have invested with our partners in K-12 in design and innovation studios. These are reaching K through 8 students, helping to give them a STEM education with hands-on learning, project learning. They're interacting with technologies. They're doing programming with little cobots, and they're doing programming of little electrical cars and things. And they get an understanding of electronics. They have an understanding of maybe design, and most importantly, they're getting engaged with the technology and hoping to inspire in them an eagerness to learn about how does that work? What do I need to learn to do more of things like this? And this has been a great partnership, and we've been supported with Lilly Endowment, with ready funds that we appreciate to expand this program throughout Southwest Indiana. But DuBois County was the first area that we had these. At the 9 to 12 area, we have a Patoka Valley Career Cooperative. And this is kind of like our early college model, except we're taking advantage of the Vincennes Jasper campus to be able to become the career center for programs like construction trades and automation, and robotics and business and IT, so that we are in healthcare, and we are doing this so that the students can take advantage of the resources and the equipment and the curriculum that Vincennes University has, partnering with Patoka Valley, partnering with the 4 Du Bois County schools that have aligned their schedules and things, so that we're able to provide dual credit, dual opportunity trainings that lead directly to workplace learning, that lead directly to placements, and also give them advanced standing in an associate degree path or a bachelor's degree path that they might continue at Vincennes University. So I'll give you an example of our Automation Robotics Academy, which is I think, a great example of how community, schools, education, and higher education can work together. The Automation Robotics Academy is primarily juniors and seniors. They're learning about robotics that we see in all of our advanced manufacturing facilities. They're learning about the electronic systems, the PLCs, things like that. And they're also getting exposure by working in internships with a variety of employers in the Jasper region. When they complete that program, they can have as much as 30 credits completed toward an associate degree that directly transfers into a career advancement partnership program with about a half dozen Du Bois County employers that leads to an industrial maintenance and robotics and automation employment. And they can, if they complete this program in high school, it will allow them to have a year of that completed so they can actually get to employment with an associate degree only a year after high school. And that has been a tremendous pathway success for us. But it's also, an opportunity for us to take a look at, there are some automation robotics students who are interested more in engineering, and this whets their appetite for engineering. So it may not always lead directly to that pathway. So there are multiple places for students to go, and that program has been a tremendous success. In addition, we've done a tremendous amount of work to work directly with our employers in the Jasper region in particular on their need to quickly automate and quickly develop new processes around automation. An example of that is our partnership with MasterBrand, which has invested something like $70 million in automating their facilities in Jasper. And we've been working hand in glove with them on both the training and also on helping the planning of how that automation can work, integrating some of those systems. And so it is really a true kind of alpha and omega of training and education that is coming together because of all the partners that are working together closely in Jasper. We just had our Jasper Advisory Committee this morning that we meet quarterly, and tremendous success of the things that are happening in that community because everyone's kind of working and pulling together. I mentioned the Design Innovation Training Studios. We've started with these in Du Bois County. We have about a dozen of those in our region, and that's in addition to others that have been funded by Toyota Foundation and others further in Southwest Indiana. And as we saw this growth to now close to 40 centers like this in different elementary and middle schools, there was no resource to help kind of keep up the needs of the teachers that need to teach this curriculum, or to help make sure that as new technologies or new curriculum is developed that we're bringing teachers along with professional development. The only training that was happening was up at Purdue, and Purdue INMAC is our great partner in this initiative and endeavor. But we worked with them, and again with some Lilly Endowment funds, to create our own Design Innovation Master Training Studio on the Vincennes campus. And this has kind of 3 outcomes. One is it becomes a place for new teachers to come and get trained and certified so that they can use this technology that's been invested in their schools. 2, it again provides a place for us to potentially develop new curriculum, new technologies, test out new ideas. And then 3rd, and this is one of the most exciting from my standpoint, is it allows our own students, particularly those who are graduating in our dual licensure elementary and special education program, bachelor's program, to be able to also have a STEM certification and be able to do that as well. It will make them triple threats as far as employment opportunities are concerned. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity for Southwest Indiana, for Vincennes University, and for the schools in our region to really elevate our STEM training and STEM education. We talked about some of our early college and Project Excel programs. We also have a significant initiative in bringing more students to our campuses and sites, to our Aviation Technology Center, to our Jasper campus, or our Vincennes campus, to help them see the future in terms of education, in terms of career opportunities, engagement with employers. And we've launched programs like a STEM Academy at Vincennes and Jasper campuses. We have a surveying camp that has helped to lead quite a few students into our programs in surveying technology. And with our early college programs, we have Xmester and Techmester, which is we're bringing a few hundred high school juniors and seniors out of our early college programs to campus for a week-long program where they interact with our faculty, interact with our labs and facilities, work on project work together, and engage with one another, and in many cases see maybe develop relationships that will also accompany them when they enroll later on in college. This past 2 years, we've had over 3,000 students engaging in these programs in addition to our sports camps and other things. And we think this is a tremendous opportunity for Vincennes University to reach students and help maybe put a spark in their minds about what it might be. And again, we have to thank the Lilly Endowment for their support of this initiative at Vincennes University and elsewhere around our state. When we look at dual credit and Project Excel, I mentioned that we've continued to have a very strong relationship. Our enrollments are very good there. We have about 15,000 students enrolled this fall in our dual credit programs. We spend a lot. In fact, next week is going to be our professional development week on the Vincennes campus, where we bring dual credit instructors to VU, pay them small stipend, cover their travel costs. Our faculty are then engaged in helping to ensure that they're teaching at the same level and the same curriculum that Vincennes University faculty anywhere would teach. And then we also are working with them to help continue to ensure that we're learning the same outcomes, we're measuring the same outcomes through assessment. So we have 15,000 students, that's generating 134,000 credit hours and 113 partner schools. I can't think of anything that we're doing more to impact the future for Indiana and create gateways for higher education than these programs. And so we ask that we just maintain the $50 per student credit hour reimbursement that has been in place to allow us to continue to build out these programs and to continue to service and maintain the professional development and high-quality education that goes on. We have an existing line item that, again, you invested in us back in 2015. It was to build out, the time was promised by my predecessor, who then handed the reins to me. And so we want to have 10 of these career and technical early college centers around the state of Indiana. I'm pleased to say we have 19 today. And we've been doing that on the same $3 million line item we've had since 2015. We feel like we have delivered what we promised and more. And now we're also reaching a point of expansion where it's going to be difficult for us to maintain the quality and reinvest in the equipment, now it's sometimes 10 years old in some cases, to be able to maintain the quality of those programs. We asked that line item be increased to $5 million. We believe, again, if you look at it on a per-site basis and if you look at it from an inflation-adjusted basis, I think it's a very worthy investment for the state of Indiana. One of the things that we're able to do is it's enabled us to build out new program pathways with new partners to reach new communities. I was just in Warsaw, Indiana last night at the Warsaw Career Center, and that's kind of an example of, we talked about the Jasper campus, but the same thing's happening in Warsaw, which, as you know, is a very similar community in terms of having a highly concentrated industry infrastructure, about the same size community, but very, very focused on workforce needs and on technology and on investing in their communities. And we were pleased to be there along with representatives from the Don Wood Foundation and recognized by the school board because investments by Vincennes University through this support, investments by the Don Wood Foundation and by the schools themselves, that through a partnership has enabled them to expand their programming in fields like metalworking and industrial maintenance and advanced manufacturing and welding, and helping to create, again, a pipeline of folks that may go on and work directly in that community and sustain the industry base that they have. So with the increase, the modest increase we're asking for, this will allow us to build out even more pathways with existing partners and potentially continue to grow this program with other career center partners around the state. In addition, it will allow us to bring the next generation of the technology that keeps changing rapidly into those centers where we've made initial investments. From a capital standpoint, we have two projects. The first priority we have is a new automotive and welding technology center on the Vincennes campus. This is a build-out of an existing facility. It will be building a new welding technology center on the Vincennes campus. The current facility is located in a corner of campus away from where a lot of our other technology programs are. We hope to place the new facility in a spot that's co-located where we do a lot of our industry training and we do our automotive technology programs. In addition, while building out the new welding facility, which will help us expand our footprint, will allow us to, we're really crowded in the facility that we have, will also allow us to introduce new technologies such as collaborative robotics and new plasma cutters and things into that same facility, add much-needed classroom space and other facilities that will be helpful for that program, but will also allow us to integrate that into our automotive technology area, and it will be adjacent to our Indiana Center for Applied Technology, where we do programs for Toyota and Amazon and many other employers, and where welding skills may often come into play. The infrastructure in automotive technology is necessary for two reasons. One, it's been a while since the infrastructure in that facility has been updated for lighting, HVAC, air handling, other things, but also because as we see new technologies like EVs coming into the fore, the infrastructure needed to support that kind of technology for safety and for service reasons needs to be invested in to keep it relevant. So this priority is much needed. You see some photos from our existing facility. You know, it doesn't have to be a fancy facility, but it has to be spacious enough that students can move around safely, and where we can again add some of our much needed new technologies to help create the next generation of welders. Our second priority is a multi-campus infrastructure project for upgrades in things like steam lines and HVAC and roofs and boilers and things like that. Not a sexy project, not a project where you might have a donor that would want to put their name on a boiler, but it is the kind of project that's still necessary for us to maintain the energy efficiency, the safety of our environment, and to ensure that we are not incurring recurring costs in replacing equipment that's just out of the end of life. And so this project, which will touch both Vincennes and Jasper campuses as well as a Gibson County site, is necessary for us to maintain the quality of the environment for our students, our faculty, and our staff. And so with that, I think that's the end of my presentation. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Questions for the gentleman? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I believe now we're ready for Indiana State University. Whenever you're ready. Welcome.
Thank you.
Floor is yours, sir.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thank you to the entire committee for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak with you today. So do I have 2 hours or 1 hour? I'm just kidding.
You,
I'm just
you could
kidding.
use 2 hours. I mean,
I'm just kidding.
I mean, there's an
Yeah.
inverse correlation if you didn't know.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, exactly. Well, again, thank you again. My name is Mike Goddard. I have the pleasure of serving as president at Indiana State University. I've been able to meet with several of you already, and several of you I hope to meet with individually in the near future as well. Started my role on June 1st of this year, and certainly tried to identify quickly some areas that we had opportunities as an institution. You know, a lot of that kind of deals with, not a surprise, across a lot of institutions, certainly across the nation, but especially in the Midwest and in particular in Indiana, with one of those opportunities for us being, how do we position ourselves as an institution to make sure that we have more access and opportunity for students? And so one of the areas that I am incredibly focused on right now is our enrollment at Indiana State University. And so unabashedly, our goal is, as we move forward here over the next couple of years, is to be a destination institution with over 10,000 students that we serve across the state of Indiana, and making sure that we provide those pathways for our students to be successful in life and work once they earn their degree from Indiana State. And so that's something that we're going to continue to focus on, and I'll be able to walk you through a few of those opportunities specifically related to that enrollment as we move forward. You know, at Indiana State, our value proposition is one in which, again, we try to provide that access and opportunity. I think a lot of you know who we serve historically at Indiana State, and we're proud to serve about 50% of our students are first-generation college students. About 50% of our students are also Pell-eligible students. And that resonates with me personally because I am also a first-generation college student, and I'm also a student who came from a lower socioeconomic background. So when I think about that value proposition, and I think about the opportunities that we have to strategically grow our enrollment over the next few years to, again, open those doors of access, but ensure that we have our students cross the finish line with an earned degree once they leave Indiana State. And I'll talk a little bit more about where we have those opportunities to ensure that our students cross the finish line as well. So that value proposition also means that we have an opportunity to have transformation in our students' lives, but the generational change that can happen for their families. And that's what we'll continue to be focused on at Indiana State, to serve the state of Indiana, to provide the talent that's needed to serve our business and industries and ensure that there's prosperity for our students moving forward. So this leads me into our blueprint moving forward. And these are three areas that I've been laser focused on over the past 5 months, making sure that we have as many conversations as we can, certainly with legislators, but with our business and industry partners and with our other constituent groups to ensure that we meet our goals moving forward. First and foremost, as I just mentioned, is enrollment. That is going to continue to be a strategic focus, not only on our first-time, full-time undergraduate students who are traditional students who are coming out of our high schools, but also looking at ways in which we can enhance our transfer population, especially from those institutions that might be right across our border in Illinois as well, and then growing strategically some of those graduate programs that we know are in high need, high demand throughout the state. And some of those would be certainly in the STEM-related areas with engineering and technology, construction management, but also in the healthcare-related areas as well. And so we have positioned ourselves quite well through the support of you all in the legislature to be able to meet those enhanced enrollment goals, primarily through your generosity and through your vision and foresight, our ongoing $66 million renovation that we have of our engineering and technology building that's happening right now. We're already seeing some growth in enrollment in those related areas. And we have the project that was funded just a few years back for our Health and Human Services building. Again, that was a $64 million investment from the state, and we have opportunities to continue to grow upon that with those needs in the healthcare and allied health-related areas as well. That access opportunity and how we engage our business leaders and industry leaders with work-based learning opportunities is also a continued focus. So that community engagement really transcends across a lot of different sectors and ways in which we can, as an institution, be a solution for the workforce needs and demands and drive the economy for the state of Indiana. Again, that goal of 10,000 students is not one that we take lightly. We've had significant declines in enrollment over the years. That's one reason why I believe I was perhaps selected to serve the institution in this role, is because of my background and thankfully some successes in terms of growing enrollment strategically at other institutions. I don't think it's an unachievable goal at all. I think it's very conservative and realistic for us to reach that, and it's a goal that I'm setting forth for us to obtain moving into the next budget cycle in 27-29. That workforce development, renewed focus on us has meant that I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of business leaders in our community in the Wabash Valley, but across the state as well, and making sure that we're looking at DWD's high sector demand areas and making sure that we align with that moving forward in a strategic way. So again, that ability to kind of have those connection points and that work-based learning opportunity means that we're going to have an opportunity to scaffold up those experiences for our students, not just with capstone experiences, but experiences that are going to happen early and often so that we provide that level of need even before our students graduate with a degree for the business and industries that need that talent. A little bit about our degree programs that we have. This is data from this last academic year, so 2023, 2024. If you look at the degree types offered, you can see nearly 2/3 of our degrees that we offer are at the undergraduate level, and then the remaining being at the master's and doctoral levels. Our top undergraduate majors, as you see there, kind of vary a little bit. I'll talk a little bit about where we have opportunities in some of these areas for potential strategic growth. And the degrees awarded, again, are those that have crossed the finish line. And when we look at those degrees rewarded being over 2,000, again, that number will grow as our enrollment grows, and that number will grow as we close the back door of our house in terms of making sure that we retain and complete more students who start that degree with us at Indiana State as well. As you can see at the graduate level, a lot of those are in the allied health related areas, but also business and certainly education as well, that we have opportunities. We certainly serve the entire state of Indiana, and we have an opportunity as we move forward to be able to expand in some of these areas as well. Right now, we have about 71% of our students come from the state of Indiana, and that's across all types of degree programs. This fall, our incoming freshman class, 83% of those students were from the state of Indiana. When we think about that impact of representing all the counties across the state, but understanding that this incoming freshman class is even higher in terms of coming from the state, then we do have an opportunity to even have a greater impact on the retention of that talent as well once they graduate. We do attract some students from Illinois, although we do have an opportunity to grow in that area as well, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well as we move forward. 56% of our students, as this graphic represents, are from metropolitan areas, which means that the other portion of our students really come from rural areas. And we draw a lot from rural counties across the state, and we look at that as an opportunity to, again, make sure that that access is there for students regardless of where they live, what their background experience is, and regardless if they're a legacy student or a first-generation college student as well. Again, I mentioned we're 50% first-gen, 50% Pell, and every year we have about 700 to up to 1,000 21st century scholars on our campus as well. And again, I want to thank you all for your vision in terms of making sure that that program is a reality, because that meets the needs of a lot of the students that we have the good fortune of serving. And knowing now that that's an auto enrollment into that program should have even a larger impact on ensuring that those students have a pathway to earn a college degree in a timely manner. Compared to other four-year institutions that are just across our border, at institutions like SIU, Illinois State, we are more affordable to Illinois students, even though our tuition rate for our out-of-state is about 23% higher than for our in-state students. We're still a cheaper alternative for those students who are in Illinois. And we're continuing to commit to making sure that we have those access for those students, because we know if we bring those students in, the likelihood of them wanting to stay in the state of Indiana and not return to the state of Illinois is certainly much higher. When we talk about the strategic enrollment management, and I said I was going to give you a bit more detail on this, I wanted to give you a quick snapshot of some things that we're already doing right now over the past few months to make sure that we position ourselves to grow enrollment. One of those is that we have eliminated the undergraduate application fee. That used to be a fee that students had to pay just to have their application reviewed to see if they would be admitted into the institution, and we've done away with that. We also have made sure that we have a preferred way for individuals to be able to gain admission into the institution. So regardless of what high school you're from, what school district you're from, if you have a 3.0 high school GPA, you're admitted into Indiana State University and you have a pathway to earn your degree. We also have a tuition-free guarantee program for Pell-eligible students. That used to be for students just in the state of Indiana. Now we've expanded that out to include 10 states as well to, again, attract more individuals to earn a high-quality degree from Indiana State. We recently hired a new vice president for enrollment management. That was not a position that existed in the past. That was a position that used to report up through academic affairs. I'm pleased to say that Maribeth Stevens will be joining us on November 25th in that new role. And with her leadership, along with the rest of my team, I have no doubt that we'll come up with even more strategic ways for us to provide that access and opportunity. That preferred admission and that 3.0 high school GPA, a lot of times people will say, what does that mean in terms of quality and level of success? Our data indicates that if you have that as a minimum high school GPA, you are very likely to cross the finish line in a timely manner with your degree earned from Indiana State. And we're confident that our wraparound services that we have will allow for those students to have that path. We've also initiated a new scholarship program. We've done a good job with those that are Pell-eligible students by providing this level of access in terms of that tuition-free guarantee. But where we saw a need was those students who are just outside of Pell eligibility, working class, middle income working class families who want an opportunity as well to earn a college degree. So we started the Sycamore Success Scholarship. That's a donor-funded scholarship to provide that opportunity to scholarship out and help those students be able to have that pathway as well. And I'm pleased to say that our goal is $5 million to raise for that scholarship over the next couple of years. And just in a month or so, we've already raised over $200,000 towards that goal. And I have no doubt that we'll reach that $5 million goal over the next couple of years. We have new digital media marketing initiatives as well to make sure that the branding of Indiana State is clear. And some of you who I've already had the chance to sit down and talk with, we call ourselves a lot of things at Indiana State. We call ourselves the trees, the leaves, the forest, ISU, and it goes on. And I tell our alumni all the time, you can call us whatever you want to call us. You've earned the right to do that. But for everyone else, it's very confusing. We're Indiana State University, and we want to lean into that. And certainly we're known as the Sycamores, and we're proud of that as well. But we want to be known as Indiana State University. And so with your help, we don't want to be confused with Illinois State University, which is also an ISU and happens to be in our athletic conference as well. And so your help is appreciated on getting that messaging out for us for our branding. But that being said, we've really doubled down on a lot of these areas. We've also hired 4 more admissions counselors to up our ground game to make sure that we have more impact and access into our school districts and school corporations across our 92 counties across the state. And so that's already paying dividends. We're leveraging our alumni to make sure that they are recruiters for us as well, and they tell their stories, their success stories of what that degree from Indiana State has meant to them, their careers, and their families as well. So we're making progress in a lot of these areas, and we've already seen our applications and admits are already up significantly this year compared to last year at the same time point. That needs to translate into more enrolled students as well, not just admitted students. And so we will continue to work on yielding those students, meaning those students who are admitted, making sure that they end up being enrolled students at Indiana State. So again, we are also looking at identifying more undergraduate programs that people can complete in an accelerated format. So we've already identified a dozen undergraduate programs that students can complete in 3 years instead of 4 years. And again, that was part of the HOPE initiative, and we're playing our part to make sure that we meet those outcomes that are associated with the HOPE initiative and be, again, that solution for the state of Indiana. Accelerated degree pathways, I talked about those dozen or so programs at the undergraduate level, but we also have other ways in which we're trying to accelerate that pathway for students to earn their degrees. Credit for prior learning is a big way that we can play a part in that. We've been working with Ivy Tech and as a partner to make sure that if an individual has a credential that's already been counted for credit, that we are also taking that credit if they decide to transfer to us after completing a credential or their associate's degree at Ivy Tech. But it goes beyond that because we're looking at other ways in which people have industry-recognized credentials and ways in which we can ensure that those count towards the degree, not just elective credits, but count towards the degree credits that are associated with their program of study. We've also increased the number of 4+1 accelerated master's degree programs so you can complete your undergraduate and your master's degree in 5 years instead of the traditional 6 years. We have 6 of those programs already, and we're expanding those. We already have 3 more in process. And we have 3+2 programs as well. And we're making sure that we have more start times for students to start their degree at Indiana State University. Instead of the traditional semesters, fall and spring, for a lot of our programs now, we're going to be moving towards 5 start times throughout the year to make sure that you don't have to wait to start your degree. We also are making sure that we look at different formats, such as instead of a traditional 16-week, going to 8-week formats, and ensuring that we have flexible ways for students to engage to make sure that, again, they complete. The worst thing we can do for students, any student, but certainly our students that we serve at Indiana State, knowing that such a high percentage are first-gen and Pell eligible, is to have students have some college credit, no degree, and debt. That sets them up for the different type of transformational change and generational change, and we don't want that for any of our students. And so we're looking with a hand out for those individuals who have some college credit, no degree, and are looking for a pathway to finish their degree, and we're going to create that pathway for all of Indiana. Our preferred partners are just another, preferred partnership program is just another way for us to engage with business and industry and provide those pathways, especially for adult learners, to be able to earn their first degree from Indiana State, or perhaps even to further their education and earn a graduate degree as well. This is just a snapshot of more than 100 industry partnerships that we've already developed with folks all across the state of Indiana. And what this does is this allows for anyone who works for these companies to get automatically 10% off their tuition from Indiana State for an undergraduate degree or a graduate degree, and again allows for them to have a better opportunity to complete that degree in an affordable manner. That partnership usually means that these business and industries are also walking alongside their employees as well, and providing some tuition benefit in addition to that 15% off the tuition at Indiana State. Again, making it even more affordable and trying to have a better collaboration with business and industry and provide the professional development, but also the talent pipeline as well. As a part of this, we also work with K through 12 on this. We have 23 school districts and corporations throughout Indiana that are our preferred partners, and that represents 17 counties. Out of the 92 counties, we have 91 of them represented where either we have an Indiana State student teacher there, or they're a preferred partner, or they're a part of the Indiana Principal Leadership Institute. They're a participant in that, which we host every summer on the Indiana State University campus. We'll continue to expand upon these partnerships to, again, provide those opportunities for school districts, but also for business and industry, making sure that they have the workforce that they need to be successful as well. As part of that workforce development, again, I mentioned earlier, we pay attention to where those workforce needs and demands and where those sectors are, and making sure that we align the programs that we have at Indiana State to meet those needs. This is a list of just a few of them. So on the left of this is the Indiana demand workforce sectors, and to the right is the degrees that we offer in those respective areas. And this, again, is just a snapshot, but you can see we want to be proactive in terms of making sure that we meet the industry needs and demands that are there, and we will stand up new programs. If everyone I've been able to meet with in business and industry, I ask them, what do you need from us? What can we do to be helpful? And sometimes it's a modification of how we're delivering our curriculum and the types of experiences that they need. We have some great momentum moving right now, making sure that we're responsive to what those needs are, and we're not stuck in just doing the curriculum the way that it's been done for the past 10, 15, 20 years. We're willing to change, modify, and adapt to meet the needs of our partners now and moving forward. This slide really gets to our graduate outcomes, and a couple of things to highlight here. Certainly, when we talk about retention of talent in the state of Indiana, we talk about the fact that 71% of our students are from the state of Indiana. 64% of our graduates remain in the state of Indiana. Certainly, as we grow our enrollment strategically, the percentage means, we want to increase this percentage, of course, but this 64%, if we have an extra 2,000 students on our campus, means even more gross numbers of individuals who are going to remain in the state of Indiana and live and work and be a part of the community and be a part of the driver of the economy moving forward. We hear a lot of times, and I was just spending some time earlier today at the Indiana Chamber board meeting and hearing some of our business and industries across the state and what they need, and a lot of them have the same story. Regardless if they're a business that has under 50 employees or they're a business that has over 1,000 employees, it's all about making sure that they have enough talent to meet the needs of their business, to have that strategic growth that they want, to provide more opportunities for prosperity for the people of Indiana and beyond. So our goal is to be a solution to that. So when we think about ways in which we can provide more of those opportunities, one of the things that we're doing, and when we list these top employers, these are just a handful of some of them, but these are some of them in particular, Union Health and Thompson Thrift, where I've had very intentional conversations with those leaders of those businesses to say, what else can we do to make sure that when our students graduate with certain degrees like construction management or any of the areas of allied health, that they remain and work in our community and in these businesses that we know drive our economy within the Wabash Valley and beyond. And so we're already looking for ways in which we can better align what we're doing. And part of that is scaffolding up those work-based learning and experiential learning opportunities early and often. Not waiting until they're a junior or senior, but making sure that they have those opportunities that first semester when they're a freshman and come to Terre Haute and want to know what career path they have. We're going to create those scaffolding opportunities through the cooperation and the partnership with businesses such as Thompson Thrift, such as Union Health, and we're working out on further collaborations moving forward. We're proud of the fact that we do have a 93% placement rate. The interesting thing about that placement rate is that a lot of times when universities publish out these placement rates of 93%, what that also includes is a lot of individuals going on for advanced degrees right away. Out of that 93%, 83% of our students, when they get done with their undergraduate degree, they go into the workforce. They're not necessarily, we only have about 9% of our students who actually go on and get a graduate degree right from their undergraduate degree studies. And so we're immediately looking at those pathways for students and making sure that they have those seamless opportunities and that they're ready job one. Having those work-based learning opportunities when they're freshmen means that it's more of a cooperative agreement that we have with business and industry with what that education really looks like, both in the classroom and outside the classroom. And there's not an upskilling or onboarding or retraining that's going on. It's a partnership that's happening along that continuum and making sure that, again, we meet the needs and we're responsive to what those business and industries expect from our graduates as well. Our local economic contributions that we have, they vary, obviously, and I gave you a few examples with some pictures here. On the top left here, this is our Bailey College of Engineering and Technology. This is a rendering of that $66 million renovation. We just had the groundbreaking for that on October 25th. We had some of our local legislators join us in that celebration. We even had former Senator John Ford kind of say a few words and surprised him with recognition for his contributions to making sure that that came to a reality as well. This type of investment from the state means that we get further investment from our alumni and donor base as well. When you have a $66 million renovation that the state is committed to, that also brings along and spurns along innovation in other ways. Steve and Gloria Bailey, it's now called the Bailey College of Engineering and Technology, donated $8 million to Indiana State University to make sure that they could invest in people. Your investment in capital has translated into the investment of people. And so we look at this now as that gift allows for 50 scholarships for incoming freshmen to study engineering at Indiana State University. And that wouldn't be possible without your vision and your support for some of the capital projects such as this one. The picture to the right, on the upper right-hand side, is our Early Childhood Education Center. Helps address our area's child care shortage by serving the whole community. This was a joint effort. Ready Money, certainly the community, our county, and others came together to say we have a need. And we had a building, our Chestnut building, that if it were not for this need, it may be one of those buildings that we don't need to have on our campus anymore. But we've reinvested in that and made sure that we have a community focus to provide those child education needs. And we can see that that one is us shoveling some dirt for the Bailey College of Engineering and Technology groundbreaking. And then the other being a picture of our Holman Center. Again, the renovation of that building was an investment from the state of Indiana. Our athletic programs certainly compete there, but it's a multi-use facility that the community benefits from, and it drives the economy in Terre Haute and throughout the region as well. And certainly our success that we had in the NIT tournament last year has provided some momentum moving forward, and we appreciate everyone's support with some of those projects to make sure that we can continue to contribute in a meaningful way to the local economy, but also to the state economy as well. We have two requests for capital requests this year, and I'm doing these in order. And I know you heard yesterday from the commission in terms of those capital project requests along with other requests. This certainly is our top priority, and this is Homestead Hall. This is a pure academic building, and it's one in which has a significant amount of deferred maintenance. Built in 1966, and I invite all of you to come and tour that building with me if your schedule allows, and you'll see that it looks like 1966 when you go through the doors. It serves about 4,300 students every semester go through the doors of that building to take a class or a lab experience. And again, this is a $47 million renovation, no additional square footage added. It is complete renovation of an existing building and space. We will redo all of the electrical, obviously the HVAC, everything to make it more efficient and more sustainable moving forward. Of note, though, we have some key programs that are in this building. And these programs, some of these programs are part of our key initiatives to grow enrollment as well. One of those is our Criminology and Security Studies program. I think you were able to hear yesterday also from the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council as well. And one of the things that I believe they presented to you yesterday was regarding the high-tech crime lab units. We're one of 10 across the state of Indiana. We're proud to be one of 10 across the state of Indiana. When you want to talk about work-based learning experiences and experiential learning opportunities for our students, it gets no better than that high-tech crime lab unit. The pride that our students have wearing a badge and being deputized from our county prosecuting office to work on digital crime and work alongside our law enforcement agencies, Terre Haute PD, the Sheriff's Office, certainly the Indiana State Police, but also our prosecutor's office and what that looks like. That investment of $3 million a year that you all have made into that program matters to the types of opportunities that our students have and the jobs that they're going to fill when they get out. And I do know that the request has been made to increase that funding by $1.5 million. And I know for a fact we have capacity to grow in this program. What we need is renovated space and understanding that there's a connection already with that high-tech crime lab unit. We are incredibly optimistic about our opportunities to grow in that criminology, security studies, and cyber criminology area. And that's just one example of some of the areas that we have in that building. We also have a cold case unit that's in that building in Homestead Hall. We have a jailhouse unit where our students just listen to calls on behalf of our local law enforcement agency and listen to what the bad guys are saying and pass that information on. All these things happen in that building right now, and being able to have more opportunity to renovate that laboratory space and those hands-on learning experiences will benefit not only the building in terms of the renovation and what's needed there, but our students and the enrollment strategies that we have in partnerships with other agencies across the state. We have other programs in there as well, pre-law, Masters of Public Health, all areas that are strategic enrollment initiatives for us as well. We already have about 800 majors in that building across a variety of different programs. The largest is our School of Criminology and Security Studies, though. We also house the IU School of Medicine Terre Haute campus in Homestead Hall as well. So that's where about 80 med students in their freshman and sophomore year, in their first and second year of med school, are in that building and taking classes and learning in those facilities as well. I believe they have a desire to grow as well. The renovation of this building will also assist in that initiative. I'd be remiss, I'm going to move on to Root Hall. If I could just tell you one story really quick of the impact of the high-tech crime lab unit. We have a faculty member, his name is Dr. Jason James. He works directly with law enforcement agencies across the region, and there's a dog that's with Jason everywhere he goes, and that dog's name is Stark. And Stark, his job is to sniff out electronics, and that's what he's trained to do. And so when there's a need in our community and within our region to sniff out a thumb drive that someone's hiding that might have child pornography or something else on there, Jason James gets called and Stark goes with him, and they find that specific glue that makes those devices, and Stark sniffs that out. And oftentimes then our students are the ones who look at that flash drive and make sure that that data and that information is passed on to law enforcement. Real stories that happen every day that our students and our faculty are able to be a part of. Root Hall, again, is a pure academic building. It houses around about 6,000 students every semester go through that building as well. Key programs in there are STEM-related education programs for our teacher ed program. Math is in there. English is in there. Subjects that obviously all of our students take. We also have our psychology clinic in there. We have a PsyD program in addition to an undergraduate program in psychology and a master's in counseling program in psychology. But what that psychology clinic does, it not only serves our academic needs, it serves our community needs as well. Community members can come in and have access to that psychology clinic and work with training professionals in that area. And it's a service that we're proud to be able to offer, especially for those who perhaps wouldn't have the opportunities to seek those types of mental health services because of financial constraints as well. This building is a $47.5 million project. There's a little bit more square footage in this building compared to Homestead, and that's why it's slightly more than the other. Again, no additional square footage being added to this building. It is a complete renovation of that space. This building was built in 1989. We have a couple of line item requests. The first with this is the degree link and the nursing support. I'll take these at the same time. We're respectfully asking that both of these line items, degree link and nursing support, both get rolled into our base operating appropriations. The degree link was initiated, I think some of you know, back in 1997. The nursing support initiative was back in 2007, 2009 budget cycle. Both of these have already been operationalized over the years, and so we're not asking for any new money. This is a zero increase. It's just taking what's already been appropriated in these line items and simply requesting that they get rolled in. This aligns with, I believe, what the commission had recommended yesterday as well. They mentioned some of those line items. These were two of them that they had mentioned to you yesterday as well. The last line item that, again, we are not asking for any increase in appropriations for, increase in funding for, is the Indiana Principal Leadership Institute. We would ask that this remain a separate line item. This is where principals or aspiring principals come on a 2-year cycle to Indiana State University in the summer, so it's a 2-year program. We host it, we operate it, but it is really a separate entity. We're glad to partner with this and feel that it aligns very well with a lot of our educational offerings and has been on our campus since its initiation. But again, not asking for any new funding for that, just remaining at that current level and remaining as a line item. I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Fedora?
Thank you for your presentation, and congratulations on your new role, and I look forward to meeting with you in the near future. One thing I've noticed, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but I didn't see a slide on enrollment. Is there a slide that I missed on specific enrollment trends over the last couple of years?
Yeah, no, it's not included in there in terms of a specific slide on enrollment. We currently have 7,895 students on our campus. That enrollment has decreased about 38% over the past 6 years. And we have seen this kind of slow trend of a decline in enrollment over that period of time. A majority of that has been at the undergraduate level. We've actually seen some growth at the graduate level, but a majority of it has been at the undergraduate level. We have some opportunities there. One of those opportunities is to certainly ensure that we have more opportunity and access for those first-time, full-time freshmen coming in. We can say anything we want about the demographic cliff and those types of going rates of individuals, a 53% going rate of individuals across the state of Indiana. Certainly having more of those pathways for students is going to be important. I do believe that with the 21st Century Scholar Program and the auto enrollment or admission into that program should help, especially for the students that we serve, being half first gen, half Pell eligible. But again, along with that, we need to make sure that we create more pathways with K through 12. And so what we're committing to is making sure that early and often we get in and we're talking to those 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. We're making sure that they have opportunities to see that it is a pathway for them to earn a degree at Indiana State. And we're looking at ways in which we can bridge some of those needs, like I said, with some of the scholarshiping programs that we have, but we need to expand upon that. I'll be honest, I mean, we have some blocking and tackling to take care of at Indiana State. And I see where we have a lot of opportunity to make inroads with that. And I have no doubt that we'll be successful doing that moving forward. The other area that we're focusing on is making sure that our retention rates increase. Our retention rates are not where they need to be at this particular point in time. We've been verging right around that 66 to 68% retention rate from first-time freshmen coming in to returning to us when they're a sophomore. And that needs to be 80%. We need to identify specific ways in which we can bridge that gap. One of the ways that we're doing that right now is we're revamping how we do our advising. Our advising has been fairly decentralized in nature. I've made the decision, and with the cooperation of folks across campus, to move that to a centralized approach, to provide more synergies, less handoffs of students, less confusion for students, and it'll be a one-stop shop. You'll get your academic advising, you'll have career counseling right there, financial aid will be right there, and we'll have appropriate mental health services for students all right there. Math tutoring is one floor below. So again, ways in which we can provide more synergies for students to have more of a seamless way in which they progress through their degree.
I appreciate that, and I think that last piece is key, and I'm not sure we at the state level, we can definitely influence that. I'm not sure if we have done a good job doing or understanding mapping the process by which a student graduates from high school to get to college. I'll give you my personal experience. I'm college educated with a PhD. My wife is college educated with 2 masters. And when it came to our 2 daughters, enrolling them in college, as educated people, it was a complicated process for us to navigate.
Right.
So imagine all of those families who might not have the privilege, the experience, or the understanding of how higher ed works, and they have to navigate through that. So multiply that with the factor of 53% will never go to college. This becomes an additional barrier for them. So I hope that we as a state, potentially, one of the things that we've been saying for the last couple of years is that the counselors at the high schools can play a critical role. The connection between the universities, 2-year university or college, 4-year college, and the relationship between the advising team and the counselors at the high schools, that connection is unbelievably important. So I hope that you can continue, we invest to help you, and you continue to build the relationships. My final question, is there a demographic change in the region where the university is as far as declining population in the surrounding counties that is also impacting enrollment?
Yeah, we're definitely not growing population where we're at right now in our area of the state. However, I think where we have opportunities is when you talked about the going rate, right? There are students, but if we don't present them with the value proposition of what does a 4-year degree mean, what does that mean for your social and economic mobility, then I think we're not doing our job completely with that as well. So I think we have opportunities, certainly regardless of where we find ourselves in terms of population changes. We have an opportunity right in our backyard in Vigo County and through the Wabash Valley and throughout the state of Indiana to do a better job on what that value proposition is. Indiana State was ranked 70th out of about 2,000 institutions across the country on social mobility.
Correct. I sincerely feel heartbroken for the 53% who will struggle with financial security for the rest of their lives unless they were lucky enough to build a successful business or find a good employment that can last for 20, 30, 40 years. So I sincerely hope that I urge my colleagues and myself to continue to work with you and other presidents of universities to maybe next session, since it's a budget session, I wonder what the cost-benefit analysis of tightening that relationship between counselors at schools when we were told yesterday 13% will not graduate high school. So you might have difficulty getting the 13%, but 41% will graduate high school and never attend college. And when I say college, I mean whether vocational training, post-secondary education. So I wonder for every dollar investment in improving the relationship by having more counselors. In my school district, my counselors have a ratio of 300 to 400 students per counselor. But when you have North Central High School, where my 2 daughters graduated, the graduating class was 980 students for senior class. So when you have 3 counselors working, helping 900 plus students, there were some successful tactics. So for example, I know that local universities sent some of their representatives. They had some kind of a activity, like an evening activity for families who need help with FAFSA application filling, or if you needed to navigate the common app when you apply for different universities, or what does early admission look like in the state of Indiana when you apply for certain universities, did you know that the state has the following scholarships that you can also apply for, whether 21st Century or the Mitch Daniels Scholarship or whatever it is. So I feel there's a lot of information and resources, but the process is not tight enough between the school districts and the universities across the state to build that pipeline. So as Senator Mishler always reminds us, you can't throw money at the problem to fix it. But I think it's worth it to engage in a really deep discussion through the legislative process. What can we do to help you to get the existing students who will not attend college? Is that the counselors, to your advisors at the university relationship, and to walk them through the process, take them by the hand, help them, help their parents. And to conclude, if you're saying 50+%, I think, are first generation educators, for my colleagues, for those of us who are not privileged, my dad and my mom never attended college. They are high school graduates. So they never helped me apply for college, and I struggled, and my siblings struggled with that. So I can tell you, for those, when you say 50% are first generation students, the previous president, I felt emotional about his presentation. He had a picture, and I looked at the pictures, and I can make assumptions that many of them are from rural Indiana, when he said that they have social anxiety of just getting, even though it's a small campus, just getting into a small campus, it's a big campus for them. And to be the first in your family to pursue higher education or vocational training, it's a big change. So my rallying cry to all of us, to presidents and to the General Assembly, is maybe we can focus a little bit on that piece in addition to the other tools that we're trying to retweak and see if that can help us improve by 5%, 10% across the state in the next couple of years. If it has been tried and it failed, sorry for taking your time. If not, then at least in my district, I see the value of investing in that.
Thank you. Senator, Representative Delaney.
Good to see you again, President.
Good to see you too.
My memory, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that at its peak that the enrollment in Indiana State pushed up against 14,000. Am I right?
About 13.5, yeah.
13.5. Okay. And I'm doing some math here. I want to encourage you to increase the enrollment. Obviously, if you added 2,000 or a little bit more, we graduate about 70,000 high school graduates every year. If you had 2,100 more students, that for that class, you would add 3% to our going to college rate.
Right.
That wouldn't cover all the older people and all the historic, but just for, we'd move up 3% for that year, okay, and hopefully build from that. So I want to encourage you to have a goal. I think I heard you suggest your goal is to get to 10,000 in the near
Correct, at
term.
least 10,000, that's correct.
Yeah, I think that's vital for the state, and it's vital for our people. So,
yeah,
and you have the opportunity because you have the room, you have the physical plant, and I assume you can expand your faculty as needed. So,
we can.
God love you, and good luck with you. And we're here to help you any way we can. Is there some gimmick, especially on the retention? Can we give students $1,500 if they start their second year? You know, do something that distinguish your school and to say, hey, we want you to come back, and we're going to put something on your desk when you come back.
Yeah.
You know, a check may be more attractive to a student than a discount on the tuition that their parents are going to pay.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to puzzle through if there's a way, because I want to keep those kids. I mean, I know what it costs you to get one student.
Yeah. No, it's a great point, and you know, we do have capacity to grow, obviously, and we want to capitalize on that. You know, if the going rate increased by 5%, will be a solution to that. I will say, well, everyone has done a very commendable job of, and the 21st Century Scholar Program is a great example of that, is ensuring those individuals who are that Pell eligibility range, that they have that access and opportunity. I think where we have additional opportunity, and we're going to do it through donor support, but certainly we would entertain any conversations that any of you would like to have about those who are just outside of that Pell eligibility. Because when you don't get that additional $4,000+ from the Pell grant, that's a decision point for a lot of families. I have conversations with students all the time, and they'll contact me directly, and they'll say, hey, can you find a way to help me out? My balance is $1,700 on my account. And the conversation I have with them is, we can probably find a way to help you, but what's the plan? You're a freshman right now. What's the plan when you get to your sophomore year, your junior year? What's the sustainable plan, understanding that your family doesn't have the financial means to be able to necessarily support that? And again, we're an institution, again, that with tuition and fees together, we're just a hair over $10,000. And you compare that to a lot of other institutions, and I'm not saying it's not expensive. I'm not saying it's not a commitment, but we try to do the best we can on keeping that tuition and those fees at a reasonable level, understanding who we serve. But having donors and others come alongside those students and providing that opportunity, and quite honestly, starting to have conversations with business and industry as well. Creating that talent pipeline and ways in which we can partner to do that through different scholarshiping and everything to, again, make sure that they have what they need moving forward. So it's going to be a team effort for sure as we move forward, but we want to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Appreciate it.
that. Members of committee, we are about an hour early. Is there anything else we need to bring before the committee? Yeah, I mean, the next meetings are scheduled for the 16th and 17th of December, Monday and Tuesday. We'll look at the new administration on one day and then a regular Budget Committee hearings the next day. So that's the plan as of right now, 16th and 17th of December. And revenue forecast, yeah, Medicaid, yeah, all those things, yes. All the fun stuff. Anything else? Any questions? Hearing none, thank you again, and we stand adjourned.